The night has 1,000 screams. If going toward the sound of chainsaw-wielding maniacs is the key to survival, then I guess this is where J. Daniels starts to live forever. I wish. Can't believe Bubs. You know, Banner says. You really thought I was Joellen? I ask back. We don't exactly cut the same silhouette, I mean. Joellen can shop the teen section. You've got, Banner says, flinging his hand in the most general possible direction at my chest. And you're wearing this. The hat. So yeah, why? He's talking loud because there's multiple chainsaws ahead of us. Slowly, a tall tree starts to sway. Banner stops and I stop with him, and we both watch this ancient tree tilt, try to hold on, and finally crash the other direction. That's the one tree that's saving Terra Nova, I have to say, just to have it out there. We should have never come here, Banner hisses, moving ahead again. It's the same realization Letha came to years ago. Even in a Casey Jones shirt, he adds. I stop, look down at the TMNT hockey mask guy I'm wearing. What? Banner has to say. You were into turtles? I ask. Me and the whole world, he says with a shrug. Minus this girl, I mumble, immediately trying to reel it back in since it sounds like an imperative, like an invitation. If everyone's religious in a foxhole, then everyone in the dark woods of a slasher, we're superstitious as hell, ×2. So, Joellen's still out there? I ask louder. She left right after the boats, Banner says, not just super interested. I'm not sure which question to ask first, so, boats? Didn't you see? Would I be asking if I had? Somebody kicked the bottom out of everything that floats, Banner says, stopping again now that we can see this fire mitigation crew, this chainsaw brigade, these clutchers after money. Somebody? I ask. Either that or they sunk, Banner goes on. It was her, wasn't it? Joellen? Her. Angel of Indian Lake, Banner figures out with a sigh of resignation. You're really stuck on her, aren't you? But at least that means she's not you, I guess. You thought that this was a Scooby-Doo cartoon? I ask back, more than a little insulted. That I spent the summer dressing up to spook looky-loos away? What, so all this real estate could be mine? So the lost mine I found can stay secret until I've staked my claim? If people are scared, they stay home, Banner says, studying the flannel backs of probably 8 first-time chainsaw wielders. And if they stay home, they stay alive. Is this you thinking this, or Leith? It's not you. That's what matters. Okay, I say, mentally backpedaling. Joellen left? She said she can swim it, Banner says, settling on a flannel back I think belongs to Balti, the only sort of Russian in Prufrock, as far as I know. My dad used to always watch him walk past, and the way he would slit his eyes to track Balti, I could 100% tell that my dad thought Balti was a spy, and my dad was the only true American standing between Russia and Red Dawn. But she can't take her pistol if she's swimming, I tell Banner. Cell reception's what we need, he says back. She wrapped hers in a Ziploc baggie, smelled like peanut butter. This causes something to stir in the back of my mind. But whatever dim memory it is, it doesn't raise its shaggy head quite. Probably because I'm picturing Joellen getting churned up in the English Rose's bank of propellers like Clayt, or getting kicked under by a whole herd of elk, struggling across to the safety of Prufrock. Well, the relative safety, for the moment. So then who did the boats in? I ask. Yeah, Banner says, meaning that's his question as well. And who killed all those dead people? This stops him, gets him studying me for what I'm saying next. I just shrug. There's more to this, isn't there? He says, breaking a dead branch off a tree to announce our presence, because people with chainsaws need space to turn around. Balti swings around, leading with that whirring blade, just like Banner figured. He's wearing what I presume are American goggles, not Russian ones, and his whole front side is speckled with that fine kind of sawdust that forest fires probably salivate over. He ups his chin to Banner, considers me, then nods to the tree he's wedging a chunk out of, one long bite at a time, beaver style. Banner swipes his open hand side to side about the chainsaw, and Balti reluctantly turns it off. We need to go, Banner yells, enunciating super clearly, because Balti isn't wearing hearing protection, is probably mostly deaf at the moment. But I've almost got her down, Balti says in his weird emphasis accent, which is drawing on a stockpile of Cyrillic letters, I guess. Now, Banner says, and nods to the crew of 3 gang-sawing a particularly big pine. After lingering on me a bit more, I have a spider crawling out of a pimple, dude? What? Balti hauls himself over to see who Banner's meaning here. Which is right when 2 of those 3 chainsaws touch in the middle of the trunk. Whoever that is in a welder's helmet opens their hands wide and steps back all at once, like tapping out. But the other hungry hippo, a man, of course, must be telling himself he's almost there. He's almost there. Until the chain of his saw makes the other chainsaw shoot out. It's turned off, so who cares? But when this first guy yanks his out, he's careful to keep it high and wide. This is well and fine until the third person, Alex from class, I can see now, catches that whirring violence high on the point of his right shoulder. I lunge forward like to stop this, even though it's already too late. Banner clamps his hand on my shoulder, pulling me back. The chainsaw chugs down, carving down into Alex, spewing blood onto the sawdust coating everything, and the one who tapped out tackles the first guy away, hard enough that it dislodges his welding mask. I'm not looking at their big dramatic sprawling fall, though. Just Alex. He's on his knees now, and isn't even screaming, is still trying to process that this is a thing that's really happening, and to him. He brings his left hand up and over to hold his blood in, but the readjustment causes his right arm to start to fall away, taking the shoulder with it, and I swear the ripped open blood vessels in there are whipping around, exactly like the thing. I jerk away from Banner and rush to Alex, slide in on my knees to pull him to me, trying to hold him together. Pushing his arm and shoulder back into place, I see for a slice of an instant some shiny whiteness in there, and know it for the ball joint, and I have to suck air in through my nose. The intake of air's supposed to scrub that image from my head, the longest of long shots. But it's too late. Seeing this has pulled me back 4 years, to Melanie's bench, when Hardy and me both saw a spherical whiteness like that in the ripped open neck stump of a white elk. A spherical whiteness that finally raised its head so we could see Melanie's ice blue eyes. It's okay, I say, pulling Alex to me. It's a lie, but it's what you say. Alex is hitching and spasming in my arms, so I pull him tighter to squeeze the pain away, try to take it into me instead, to make this easier for him. Maybe 30 seconds later, I'm hugging the dead body of a student, and I don't want to cry, but I can't help it. I lower my face into his good shoulder and scream instead, because this did not have to happen. Alex, I won't forget, bud. You were the one up front in the classroom who was always grossed out by manifest destiny, by the Oregon Trail, by the Indian massacres, by how the West wasn't paved with asphalt. It was paved with the bodies of the Lakota and the Pueblo and the Nez Perce and the Shoshone and the Navajo and the Hopi and the Zuni and the Apache and the Comanche and the Pima and the Paiute and the Kiowa and the Flathead and the Crow and the Coeur d'Alene and the Blackfeet. But not this one. I pull Alex tighter for one long last hug, just in case there's some flicker of him still awake in there, and then I breathe in a musty, rich smell I know. Once again, I came to Terra Nova, wound up, coated in gore. Shit I never thought I'd have to live through again for 500, Alex, I say, promising myself to go back to using his name now, to honor him. At least this time I'm not in a burial chamber made from dead elk, I tell myself. This time all those elk are running, swimming, trying to keep their noses above the water. Aren't we all? Banner touches my shoulder, and I finally let Alex go. He slumps to the side, but stays mostly upright, and I can't help but think of whoever comes across to collect him. Except I really hope the fire sweeps through, sends him on his journey. I hitch my right foot forward to try to stand, but stop there, my heart still too heavy to lift. He was... I tried to explain to Banner. We have to tell his But Banner directs my eyes to the side. Alex's dad, I forget his name, was the tackler, his face the only part of him clean, since the welding mask was taking all the sawdust and chainsaw exhaust. Both him and whoever he was tackling are speared through the chests by the leftover upright splinter from a tree that already fell. I give up on trying to stand, fall back onto my knees. Banner catches me, is holding me to him like I'm nothing. Every pound I have, it's grief and regret. How many are going to die for Terra Nova? Banner guides me away, maybe thinking I'm too delicate to be seeing things like this. But I shake my head no. I'm hitting him over and over in the chest and shoulders with the sides of my fists. Not all crying involves tears. He pulls me in tighter, his hand to the back of my head to push my face into his chest for, I don't even know how long. Long enough for the rest of the chainsaw brigade to gather round, witness their fallen comrades. Comrades. Ha! I'm thinking like my dad. And not, ha, more like unacceptable. I breathe in, my air filtered by Banner's khaki shirt, and then nod to myself, push back. Not everybody's dead here yet, are they? If I just wallow like this, they will be. And that's not a thing I can carry, I don't think. Younger me, maybe. Teacher me, no way. I used to be all about the final girl, standing on top of a pile of the dead at the end of the movie, her face dripping blood, her chest heaving, her eyes fierce. Now, I'm all about holding the door of the slasher-proof shelter open, so everybody can duck in, ride this out. Do they know? I ask Banner, using my just-for-him voice, and holding his eyes so he can really hear me. Balti is still standing there, trying to make what just happened make sense. And there's other boots shuffling around, but I can't process them yet. They know about the boats, Banner says, but not Ghostface back there, the angel of Indian Lake, Chin Treadaway, Walter Mason, Bub. Bodies, 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 I say, in just as much wonder as Balti. I know, Banner says, stepping back, his big pistol dragging over my shoulder, his eyes on the body of Alex, the body of Alex's dad, the body of whoever that third proof rocker was, a counter clicking in his head. No, the movie, I tell him. There wasn't even a slasher. It's like Tucker and Dale. A lot of dead people. No real killer. Yeah, this is the time for movie trivia, Banner tells me. He's not wrong. I'm still hiding in the video store. Only now, I'm keenly aware of the shadowy figure hulking silently past, a row or two over. His name is Death, and the handle on his scythe telescopes out so he can reach all of us. I finally look up from the shuffling boots to the dirty faces of the Chainsaw Brigade. They're in a rough half-moon around the scene of this crime. So they don't know we're not alone out here, I say back to Banner, but for everyone. But you can tell them, I tag on. Tell them what? Banner says. That you shot him, and he ran away. Banner doesn't yes or no this. Everybody's looking at him. There's maybe 16 people here. 9 of them have chainsaws. 7 are axed up and twitchy. Men, women, 2 more high schoolers. I recognize the faces, more or less, but resist the urge to give those faces names I've known since forever, or since the school year started. I can't take another Alex, I mean. Shit, Beardo says, seemingly impressed with the terribleness of this. The woman beside him, Tall Boots, looks to me specifically, says, Jade Daniels? As if there's another Jade doppelganging around over here, yes. Unless, of course, she's slyly suggesting this is the end of Happy Birthday to me when Anne's Virginia mask finally comes off. I'm just me, though, promise. For better, or, as it usually goes, a whole lot worse. I nod once to Tall Boots. Why is she here? Hard Hat asks Banner. Why are any of us here? Banner answers. Because we don't need to be. Got it? It makes about 0 sense, but they get the sense all the same, I think. Who'd you shoot? Rankin Dobbs asks. Shit, don't give them names. That's not the important part, Jocelyn Kate says, evidently here the whole time. She's still holding that axe crossbody and not looking at me or Banner. She's watching the trees, the shadows. What's important is that he ran away, right? I nod once. Jocelyn fucking Cates. My guess is she fell back in with the rest of the brigade, play-acting like she was still in it for the money, for the license to wreak some havoc in the national forest at last. But the moment danger steps in, she's going to cut its head off and spit down the neck. Plans are great. I have them all the time. We're going to have to walk, Banner informs them all, using his sheriff voice. We still get paid? Hard Hat asks. Yeah, Beardo chimes in, like they're already lining up for their checks. You might get to live, I tell him, them, everybody. How's that work for you? Which is when, trying to stare them all down at once, I realize that one of these 16 has his head down, is keeping his face hidden with the wide brim of his county brown cowboy hat. And he doesn't have either an axe or chainsaw. What the hell? I whisper, mumble, trying to reel it back in the moment I sort of say it. What he's holding is the golden pickaxe. It's fitted over a new-looking axe handle. I clamp onto Banner's wrist, and him and the rest of the Chainsaw Brigade see where I'm looking. And like that, the whole world pretty much stops spinning, and the only thing moving anymore in it, it's whoever this is, their hat just starting to come up to level. What? Camo Suspenders asks, his hand to the ripcord of his chainsaw. The brown cowboy hat tilts up, and I'm shaking my head no, that this isn't someone I want to see. This is a face I can go my whole life never seeing. The chin is first, and it's the same dark my skin is. No beard, no stubble. No, not the same dark. It's twice as dark, I can tell, because I'm exactly, by blood, half as dark as that. 10 minutes ago, I was afraid Freddy was going to push me back into a nightmare. I must have nodded off since then, though, let my defenses down. I breathe in to scream, and not only has the world stopped turning, but time itself has stopped clicking forward. It's giving my brain time to dwell on that no beard, no stubble aspect of his dark face. It's an Indian thing. A lot of Indian dudes don't have facial hair, can't grow it. It's not a thing I ever knew, since I wasn't exactly a mustache prospect, and my dad was the only Indian in my orbit. But Yazzie told me. Something about her brothers saving on razor money, and how that was the one get-back Indians had going for them. It isn't exactly helpful right now, though. Or it isn't stopping this hat from coming up. Right before it levels out, this mouth grins a grin I think I know. A grin that makes me shake my head no, please. My blood thickens and goes cold in my body. My chest hollows out even more than it already was. And like that, I'm falling into a hole inside myself. It's that chasm that opens in the wall in Hellraiser, and it's sucking me in. And I'd far rather be in the hell dimension at the other end of that passage than here in the woods. With my dad. Tab Daniels isn't in the lake anymore. What Christy didn't say in her presentation about the golden pickaxe was that, evidently, it grants life to whoever nudges into it down in Ezekiel's cold box. Of all the people to drift into contact with it, though. This is Jason in 6, resurrected from that long iron rod Tommy Jarvis ripped from the cemetery fence, juiced with lightning. It doesn't make sense, except there he is, doing his thing again. Just like my dad. No! I lean forward to scream. To make it worse, my dad's face-raising so slowly thing, which has to be intentional for dramatic effect, that's the way he is, it has enough momentum that his chin keeps coming up, just slightly, like he's seeing an unspoken-for beer across the room. The new weight of the cowboy hat, though, it tilts his head back enough that he's a human Pez dispenser? That machete I swung into his neck, that didn't go all the way through, it did go some of the way through. A ragged rip yawns open on his throat and neck, and his whole head threatens to keep rocking back until the back brim of his hat touches his rotting spine, and, I don't know, and some hand from demons thrusts up from his neck? Sensing the same possibility, I guess, my dad frees one of his own hands from the pickaxe at the last moment, palms the crown of that deputy hat he must have collected on the shore, and guides his head back down to level. And like that I know that this is his weakness. This is the way to take him down. Plant my knees in his back, grab him by the face, and pull back with every last bit of weight I've got, ripping his head off. And he's just staring at me, with his flat, dead eyes. They're one thing that hasn't changed from his years in the lake. "Who the?" Hardhat says. 2 chainsaws rip alive. My dad shrugs his shoulders once, like he understands this next part. He understands it, oh so well. It's the same thing he did on shore a half hour ago when he walked up from the lake with the rest of the lost and dead and decided there could be only one. He's still in that Highlander mode. He skates his eyes away from mine, lands on camo suspenders, holding his chainsaw high and loose for his big charge. Before he can get there, an axe thunks into my dad's chest, dead center, hard enough that he has to step back to take this impact. Camo suspenders stops. Beardo, 2 steps away from all this already, his chainsaw whirring as well, also stops. I follow this axe's handle across to Jocelyn Cates, her chest heaving, her lips peeled back from her teeth, her eyes pretty much spitting flame out the side. "That's for my son," she says through her teeth, and rips this axe out and hauls it behind her to drive one home for her husband now. You can't get your loved ones back, no, but you can kill yourself trying. My dad looks down to this field version of open-heart surgery. It's leaking something black and clumpy, but thin like lake water. Nothing he needs, evidently. Without looking, he one-arms the axe Jocelyn is swinging at him, stops it mid-arc, and flicks its butt into the bridge of Jocelyn's nose, spurting blood up all around it. Jocelyn falls like a rag doll, and instead of slinging this axe away, my dad chokes up on it to get the balance right, latches on right where he wants, and spins it away from him. It catches Red Flannel right in the throat, nearly decapitates her. Next, like this was all choreographed, has been rehearsed over and over for a week, he comes around with that golden pickaxe, drives it through Tall Boots' midsection, lifting her up onto her toes. She folds over, holding onto the axe handle, but my dad pulls it back to him. Tall Boots' intestines unspooling like a long, meaty tapeworm she's been keeping secret since second grade. "No! No! Run!" I scream all around. Can't they tell that there's no taking my dad on toe-to-toe? Yeah, they're geared up, probably looked badass enough in their mirrors before the trip across the lake, but this is the real deal. They don't know the rules. That's it. They don't know that this is my personal boogeyman, meaning I'm the only one who can take him down in a way that sticks. Hopefully, if I remember to cross my fingers. And of course, nobody can even hear me. Welcome to every other day of your life, Jade. Hardhat's chainsaw comes down hard for my dad, but he reaches up with his non-pickaxe hand for the non-chewy part of it, stops it mid-air, his eyes staring into Hardhat's soul. Hardhat's crotch darkens. He starts to lean back, but my dad's shiny golden pickaxe is jamming into one side of Hardhat's chest, slowly, nosing in under the armpit, then stretching the flannel out the other side until the threads start to tear, showing the sharp gold under it that's just been cleaned. "No!" I scream again, even though I know full well how useless this is. Banner's the one with training here, though, and his pistol's already out. He shoulders me to the side, widens his stance, and pulls his trigger once, twice, bam, 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 so fast, so out of nowhere. It deafens me, splits the forest in two. In the new silence is my dad, looking down to these new holes in his already opened chest. They're each leaking that same thin blackness that makes me remember when Stacy Graves pulled me close, and I could see the dark veins under her pale skin. Bullets didn't stop her, though. They don't stop my dad, either. Banner's bullets just poked daylight right through him, plugs of his rancid meat flying out behind him, probably to hump and crawl their way back to his leg, T-1000 style, nudge into his soggy boot, become part of him again. "Run!" I plead again, with all the volume I've got left. My dad smiles one side of his face, like he does when he's got the upper hand. It's the same smile he used to crack when one of his westerns would be on the channel he just landed on, and Rexall would groan, lean back in his chair in defeat because he knew my dad wasn't checking out any other channels, that he'd found where he belonged, and everybody else in the room could suck it. I used to watch from the kitchen, because standing any closer would mean I was hanging out with them. The gunslingers in my dad's movies, though, I can see this now. They're like he is here, bulletproof. If Crazy Horse could shake off gunfire because he'd painted hailstones all over himself, like his vision told him to, then my dad can shake it off because he was killed, dumped in the lake like the trash he is. This is the recipe for a slasher, though, isn't it? It's the unfairness he needs to rise again. It's the lack of justice that makes what he does righteous. Never mind who he was. Freddie rose, too, didn't he? Nobody champions his child-raping and child-killing and bad quips and just general evilness, but neither can anyone deny that getting burned alive after the court cleared him was breaking the law. Shit. Why now, though, slasher girl? Halloween, I say back. Then why this Halloween? Because it's the 8th anniversary of his death? No, who cares about the number 8? Because this is the year he would have turned 43. How old Jason was going to be in A New Beginning? Fat chance. Because, it's been 30 years since Melanie Hardy drowned? Since my mom and dad and Rexall and Clayt and Lonnie and Misty Christie all treaded water while she drowned? Or maybe this is just how long the lake took to put him back together. He probably doesn't even know why. He just knows who. Me. He haunted me in life, and now, dead, he's still standing over me, is still winning, still getting away with it. Never mind that it's him against the 12 remaining members of the Chainsaw Brigade, 1 sheriff, and the daughter who killed him. I don't like our odds here. Not one little bit. I grab Banner's sheriff belt, yank him back, sending the shot he's squeezing off high, like he's trying to shoot a hole in the fire still a few hundred yards from us. He swings his hand back to free himself, but just thunks into my wrist, because my hand's got a death grip here. Our eyes meet and mine are hotter. Run, I tell him. He looks around at the rest of the Chainsaw Brigade, peeling away just the same, scampering off into the trees. But, he says, which is when he suddenly thrusts his tongue out, and it's sharp, it's pointed, it's golden. I track up from this to my dad, still holding the handle of that pickaxe, and I know that the hole in the base of Banner's skull, it's square, like the trapdoor in the back of Bub's head, and probably flecked with gold at the edges just the same. Something too big to scream out wells up in my throat, and, this close to Banner's face, I can see the hazel-flecked brown pupil of his right eye, blown large, ragged at the edges, and I want that to be a well of memory and life and living he can dive down, where Letha and Adie are waiting to catch him, to hold him in their laps, guide his bangs away from his forehead and laugh at whatever stupid joke he tries. And then the stadium lights will fizzle on over all of them, and there'll be some stupid football spiraling so perfect up through it all, and... My dad plants his boot into Banner's back, pushes him off and raises the pickaxe again, his grin sharp. And all I can think of, Mr. Holmes, it's how you used to tell us about the dreamers over on this side of the valley, chipping into rock over and over, trying to find their future, and how they would swing and swing until hours after dark, so the people back in Henderson Golding could see their distant sparks and know their loved ones were okay. So long as the sparks kept sparking. I kick at my dad's legs with both heels, which splays me out on the ground. I know, but there's no time to think of anything better. My best friend's husband just died in front of me. Because of me. And now he'll never airplane Adie around and around again. He'll never saunter into Dots again for his free cup of coffee. He'll never kick his legs up on Hardy's desk. He'll never surprise Letha with the stupid selfies he takes whenever he's in some pretty place around town, chronicling his day for her. They were all pretty to him. He'd found his life. He'd made a home. He has a daughter who knows he's not the actual Incredible Hulk, but she still giggles and hugs him and thinks he's pretty incredible all the same. He was. He was. And now he isn't. I scream up at the pickaxe my dad is swinging down at me with both hands. I scream my whole life out at him, and...
Baker Solutions. Report of Investigation, 3 September 2023. Number 32 Delta 43. Treasure Island Vandalization. At 2:12 a.m., 21 June 2023, Jennifer Elaine Jade Daniels' voice activated the listening device posted near the headstone of Grady Bear Holmes in Glen Ridge Cemetery. Note that Idaho law doesn't preclude the positioning of recording equipment in public spaces. Ms. Daniels was out of breath. Also present at the cemetery was Bethany Manx, 25, surviving daughter of former principal of Henderson High, Roger Manx, perished during the Independence Day Massacre of 2015, surviving sister of Toby Manx, perished in the Dark Mill South slayings of 2019, and current degree candidate at Brigham Young University. After affirming who each party was, Ms. Daniels asked Ms. Manx if it was okay if she lit up. Apparently, they shared a cigarette. No cameras are installed at the cemetery. During which Ms. Manx asked Ms. Daniels if that had been her at Founders Park in the Halloween mask. Ms. Daniels declined to answer. She also didn't answer Ms. Manx's question about who that was on the swing set with her. Ms. Daniels offered that Ms. Manx's brother had been a promising basketball player. Ms. Manx proffered that Grady Bear Holmes had elected to accept a paper from her on the Oregon Trail that took the creative liberty of incorporating the disappearing hitchhiker urban legend. See The Vanishing Hitchhiker, American Urban Legends and Their Meanings. Jan Harold Brunvand, Norton, 1981. Ms. Daniels suggested that this disappearing hitchhiker was in Pleasant Valley lately in the form of the Angel of Indian Lake report in process. Of import from this clandestine conversation is that at 2:17:32 a.m., in response to Ms. Manx's question about why Ms. Daniels isn't wearing shoes, Ms. Daniels says, "If anybody asks you about any, certain items dropped into the lake tonight or any splashing you did or didn't hear, then you never saw me, right?" 29A for the recording, 29A-TR for the transcription. On its own, this doesn't qualify as an admission of guilt regarding the significant vandalism that occurred to temporary research islet HG, Treasure Island, the night of 21 June 2023. Taken in tandem with the video footage recently attained from the computer of Regini Rexall Bridger, however, timestamp 168-733-0927, Ms. Daniels' statement is much more incriminating. The video footage, 1080p 854, is recorded at a depth of 102 feet with a Chasing Innovations M2 underwater ROV on a 656-foot tether on an easy reel, with the ancillary illumination provided by aftermarket dive lights, 1200 lumen flood, 500 lumen spot, mounted on the top rails of the ROV. Location: Henderson Golding, submerged, Indian Lake, Idaho. 0 minutes, 0 seconds to 1 minute 42 seconds. ROV navigates the main thoroughfare of Henderson Golding, continually pausing both to illuminate and record the dilapidated buildings to either side and to allow the silt its 8 thrusters have stirred up to dissipate. Note that due to the proximity of the onboard lights of the ROV, twin 2,000 lumen LEDs, the lower part of the image is often washed out due to backscatter. 1 minute 43 seconds to 2 minutes 17 seconds. ROV is directed between 2 buildings in sluggish pursuit of what appears to be a heterocircle caudal fin, measuring between 3 and 8 feet in height, most likely a discarded tarp or other detritus. 2 minutes 18 seconds to 2 minutes 58 seconds. Open water as the operator of the ROV attempts to steer it back into Henderson Golding. 2 minutes 59 seconds to 3 minutes 26 seconds. ROV is back on the main thoroughfare, now slowing to take photographs while recording. Sony CMOS at 30 FPS of a 1910 Diamond T parked alongside a colorless building. 3 minutes 27 seconds to 4 minutes 8 seconds. ROV approaches a dim steeple. 4 minutes 9 seconds to 5 minutes 51 seconds. ROV struggles to move forward, but apparently its tether has snagged on the main thoroughfare, impeding forward movement. 5 minutes 52 seconds to 5 minutes 53 seconds. ROV jerks sideways from impact. 5 minutes 54 seconds to 6 minutes 13 seconds. Particulate matter occludes the recording. 6 minutes 14 seconds to 6 minutes 56 seconds. ROV's field of view is now partially impeded by the sensor head of a Leica Chiroptera 5 bathymetric LiDAR. See Insurance Claim Form 1842749. 6 minutes 57 seconds to 7 minutes 17 seconds. Particulate matter occludes the recording as the ROV struggles against the tether. Operator error. 7 minutes 18 seconds to 7 minutes 42 seconds. ROV unable to disentangle its tether, rises above the derelict sensor head, clearing its field of view and presenting again the steeple of the church from a level angle with the sagging roof. 7 minutes 43 seconds to 7 minutes 52 seconds. A 28-inch plastic wood D-handle shovel and an 11.6-inch Mayuko portable toolbox with shockproof sponge closed, and 3 Lyumo multi-speed flashlights plummet down from the surface of Indian Lake, coming to rest in the silt of the main thoroughfare. Their contrails are streams of bubbles, while their multiple impacts stir up more particulate matter. 2 of the flashlights are turned on. 7 minutes 53 seconds to 8 minutes 49 seconds. Particulate matter occludes the recording. 8 minutes 50 seconds to 8 minutes 54 seconds. ROV is steered away from this barrage of debris from Treasure Island, but as it turns to retreat down the main thoroughfare, one last item descends from the surface. A Rayovac 926 12-volt lantern battery, 5.37 inches by 2.86 inches, 2.6 pounds, $18.95 MSRP. In the last 30 frames, the last second of the recording, this lantern battery plunges through the roof of the church. While the damage to Henderson Golding is negligible, the replacement cost of the destroyed scientific mapping equipment is in excess of $80,000.
Bloodbath. In Zombie 2, a woman's face is pulled closer and closer to a crashed-in door, so we can feel every grain of the splinter that slowly penetrates her right eye. Fulci, one-upping some French eyeball plus razor scene I've only ever seen in GIF form. It's what I'm thinking of, with my dad's shiny golden pickaxe slinging down for me, that I wish I had some of that slowness for real. Not just in the way my head's dialing everything down to a crawl, like, since there's only half a second left, it wants to savor every 100th part of it. And then cut those 100ths into 100ths themselves, giving me time to conjure up the poster for Candyman. He's a silhouette right there in the pupil, just like Ghostface would be for the Fonz 4 years later. I should be thinking of Harry Warden, though, I know. Death by pickaxe is what he's all about. If I hold my thoughts just right, maybe I can put myself in My Bloody Valentine, even, and relish the honor of checking out like this. It makes me part of something, It plugs me into a tradition older than me. It knocks me into that videotape slot in my old player, so I can get spooled up in that iridescent tape and just loop around those heads forever, always screaming and running, trying to wait to smile until I'm past the edge of the screen. But why am I sticking on that Candyman poster? I either furrow my brow or start to, once again thinking of the completely unhelpful thing at the perfectly wrong time. And then I squint to see better, can just make out Candyman's hook hand, and some part of me sort of nods. Of course, Dark Mill South, right? The killer I killed when he hadn't actually been doing that much killing, was mostly just mutilating and trying to stay off the world's radar? It should have been Cinnamon Baker holding a hay hook. No, holding that blood hook from I Know What You Did Last Summer. That's the way she would want it. She knows all the slashers, has the inside of her head plastered with their posters. So everywhere she turns, it's another killer, another victim. I understand, having all that in your head. It's what you do. It's the only real way to be. How does everybody not choose to live like that? It's safer, it's more fun, and everything's heightened and fair. Unlike Cinnamon, though, I never stepped into those posters, looked out Harry Warden's goggles. I did used to want justice to be served on Prufrock, but that was the old me. The new me just wants to live. Justice be damned. And why am I even thinking of her? You're not, I tell myself. You're still feeling guilty for Dark Mill South, because you should have seen through how Cinnamon was setting him up to take the fall for her sister, her classmates, the whole town, including very much me, who Cinnamon blamed for her parents' deaths. Bad thing is, though, I don't completely disagree with her. Used to. I'd plod towards sleep at 3 and whatever morning by reciting longer and longer Giallo titles. The only sheep horror fans need are rabid. But never mind what Sharona says. What I say now, just so I don't ever forget, are names. Jensen Jones, Abby Grandlin, Gwen Stapleton, Toby Manx, Mark Costins, Philip Cates, Kristen Ames, the rest. All the Prufrockers who went down for good 4 years ago. When that's enough, I dial back to the summer of 2015, where Christie's mom died, where Lee Scanlon died, where you died, Mr. Holmes. I tend to stop there and just hug my pillow so tight to my face that I can't breathe and don't care if I ever do. And if oxygen deprivation isn't a cure for insomnia, then I don't know what is. It was me who called the horror down on Prufrock, though. I can never deny that. Meaning my job now, much as I hate it, is to put down each one that rises, so long as I can still breathe and kick and fight and scream, or go down trying, like's happening right now. But this isn't actually my bloody Valentine, I tell myself. This isn't Harry Warden venting his fury on me. This is my loser of a dad, reanimated not with some green juice from Herbert West, not with trioxin, but with a stupid golden pickaxe left over from the frontier days. Worse, though I try to push it from my head, I can't shake that the golden head of this stupid pickaxe is going to penetrate me. John Carpenter says that Laurie and Michael are just two sexually repressed people, trying to get it on the only way they can, with stab after stab. I never bought it, really. Why does Michael stab her in the back of the arm, then, Mr. Carpenter? But I get the connotation. Thank you very little. In no way do I let this happen again, Dad. No fucking way. What I want is for my body to have always had armadillo armor built in, so it can roll over me, shunt that pickaxe away. What I want are Wonder Woman's magic bracelets, and maybe an armoring up montage like in Nightmare 4, so I can cross those bracelets in front of me, ward off all attacks. No, what I want is for this to be a nightmare I'm in control of, Freddy, so I can nod that pickaxe into a double handful of fluttering moths, leaving my dad to stumble forward, fall on his face, leaving me time to push up with my elbows, run like hell. Except that's not how it works. How it works is that nothing stops that golden pickaxe. It weighs too much. It swung too hard, has been swinging for me my whole life. All I can do is jerk to the side maybe 4 desperate inches. 4 inches the right way. The eye my dad was aiming for was my right one, just like Fulci, like that poster from Candyman, which is one more way horror can save your life, if you let it. It saves mine, but not my ear on that side. The pickaxe snags in it and tears through, and to get there it drags a furrow in the side of my head. Almost as bad, my dad's follow-through brings his face down even closer to mine, and I'm not Ripley, but my killer is right there, nose to nose, just like that giant alien was for her. I haven't even had time to breathe in, but I scream out anyway, and not just with my mouth, but the heels of my hands, my knees, with my hips trying to buck up, away from this. It dislodges my dad's stance, so he falls forward, which is about the last thing I want. At least, until the butt of the pickaxe handle, its head now planted deep in the spongy loam just over my shoulder, catches him in the gut and pushes through, splashes out at his belt line, hanging him there like the fallen-down scarecrow he is. His arms are still going, though. His hands are still clawing. One of them hooks into the belly of my thin, expensive shirt, but I'm already rolling. The belly of the shirt tears away like the nothing it is, and I keep rolling until I bang into a tree. My face is low enough that there's pine needles stabbing up through my vision. Through them, I see my dad trying to grab onto the handle of the pickaxe, but it's slick with his own oily insides. His mouth is moving too, but with his throat mostly gone, he can't even whisper. Damn straight. I don't want to hear one single thing he says. Ever. I pull myself up with the tree's rough bark, and only realize when it moves under my palm that this is the tree Jensen and his dad were chainsawing. It's falling now. Hey, I say to my dad, upping my chin at him. Some part of him hears, cranks his head around to me, and then up and up at the tree, slow motion timbering down, down, down. It slams onto him with all its weight and all its centuries, driving that pickaxe handle down under it, my dad lost in that destruction. 8 years ago, I held a broken pole against his back and wished so bad I had what it took to push it on through. For my mom, for the girl I'd used to be, but I hadn't been able to. That girl's all grown up now, though, Dad. And then all the trees start to shake, like the whole forest is about to bow down in honor of this. Needles are arrowing down, shit's dancing around my feet, and the air pressure somehow thrumming, full, about to burst. I fall to my knees, can't even imagine what might be about to happen. It's Halloween in Proof Rock, isn't it? And when I look up, it's to a wall of powdery red tidal waving through at what feels like the speed of sound. It hits me, isn't sharp and granular, like salt, but powdery and almost billowy. And it's moving fast enough that it lifts me, throws me back. And while I'm mid-air, I see the angels that threw this at me blasting past, just over the tree line. 3 of the fire planes at once, all dropping their loads in concerted effort and then pulling up hard to bank away, the smoke at the end of their wingtips curling into furious little whirlpools. Their fire retardant is packed into my mouth, my eyes, my nose, and if I don't slam into another tree, one that doesn't fall, one that makes me stay awake, then I can't roll over coughing, digging in my mouth to breathe, puke coming up through my nose, 2 dark red fireproof plugs shooting out. I'm on my hands and knees for 2 minutes, maybe, and then I finally look up. The smoke is thicker now, but it's slower too, less angry, like when you've doused a campfire and the last of the smoke's trailing up, away. I sit, hug my knees to me. All around me, for as far as I can see, everything's powdery red, like I'm the first Indian on Mars. This has to be over now, I tell myself. Sally can check back into her facility, get the help she needs. Chucky can scrabble back into his good guys box. Seth Mullins can mourn his wife in a healthy, non-destructive way. Me? I'll knock on Alex's front door and try to explain some of this to his mom, how she lost her son and her husband, and we'll end up just hugging. Because what else is there? What else is there? And then I'll go to Chin's apartment or house or trailer and Walter Mason's stone house way out on Evergreen. And. What I'll do is the part you never see in the slashers. Hold people's hands as they try to pick their way through this new, empty world. Some of them will knee me in the gut, bring their fists down onto the back of my head. But if it makes them feel better, so be it. I can take the damage. Alex's mom, Walter's wife, Chin's Pekingese. Well, okay. I probably won't let a dog come at me like that. Girls gotta have limits. And then I'll slouch out to see you again, Mr. Holmes. We'll smoke so many cigarettes together, and somewhere way out in front of us, Gail Weathers will be staring the camera down with her survivor face, her eyes so piercing and blue. She'll guide some bangs out of her eyes, bangs she'll be losing a couple of installments later. She'll breathe in to be sure to get this right, to do it justice, and she'll start in telling about this last eruption of violence in the most cursed little mountain town in America. And my spirit will be swooping up into the coming dawn like I'm cradled in an ultralight, and when I look over, you'll be right there beside me in your own little plane, sir. And this is how all good stories end, isn't it? I deserve one of those endings, I think. But first, I have to get back to the other side of the lake. I think there's even still time for some trick-or-treaters, maybe, or a movie in my living room, more like. The legend of Boggy Creek would feel pretty good right now, I mean. Lena Singleton at least had that right. But now that I'm thinking about it, how? How did she land on that movie? She doesn't know horror. Lemmy does. But if even Scream is old to him, then 1972 must be ancient. Shouldn't he be more into, what, all the purges? The unfriended stuff? That whole Conjuring thing? Maybe Swamp Monster Bigfoot's go with some drone stunt he's got planned, though. Who knows? Or Lena's probably got people to do this kind of research, doesn't she? Helper bees who can find about the only G-rated horror out there, as it might be tame enough to not trigger a traumatized community. And I seriously need to wash my mouth out. Fire retardant doesn't taste particularly healthy. It's like pesticide disguised as cotton candy. Instead of angling over to Terra Nova, I can just see its open space. I feel my way through all the red powder and smoke, over to the edge of Sheep's Head Meadow, giving my dad's headstone of a tree a very wide berth. Fucking Christy, right? I hadn't thought about that golden pickaxe since, I don't even know when, really. Had more pressing things the last few years. This downslope tip of Sheep's Head on the way to the lake is just one thin wall of young pine. Young because somebody maybe once set a pile of dead elk on fire, and all the mature trees went up like candles. Shit happens. I take a knee, use some loose bark as a ladle to guide water up to my mouth, which I'm kind of surprised works. Swish, swish, spit, and then I tilt my head back, pour another ladleful on my face. Inside, I read how the old-time Indians used to make bowls and stuff from bark, but that's such a mystery to me. Grass bowls, bark bowls, spoons carved from bison horn. Not me, thanks. Dollar store has all of that, pressed from nice, neat plastic. I'm careful not to drink any of the water, though. Not because of beaver fever. Is that only in creeks and rivers? But for the same reason nobody in Proof Rock much drinks from Indian Lake anymore, even with those tablets and filters. We know the debt it holds. So slurping a big mouthful in, a tiny little bit of that's probably somebody you know, right? Which is, of course, right when a corpse from a decade or two ago rolls face up just underneath the surface, below my dipper. I'd forgotten about them somehow. No, I try to say, but yes, I'm gagging, I'm dry heaving, I'm scrabbling away from what I have to have just gotten into my mouth. What does Tom Cruise say in that Jack Torrance Joins the Marines movie? The hits just keep on coming. Tagline on the movie poster of my life right there. I toss my bark out onto the water, and the water holds it, starts to move it out over the deep, to suck it down. In elementary, I used to have the fantasy that all the trash we dropped in the lake, Christmas trees, washing machines, spools of wire, so many bottles, that the residents down in Drowntown would go out every morning and pick it all up from their muddy street and incorporate it into their homes, their buildings. Some of the bottles would get cleaned up and sold in the thrift store. Any books that made their way down would have hymns traced over their waterlogged pages for Ezekiel's unholy choir. I also thought that Christmas down there must be a couple weeks late, since they had to wait for us to drop all our trees down. The lake's Proof Rock's big trash can, and we use the hell out of it. I glare across to the pier, like pissed at it for being so far away, and then look higher, to Maine, coming down from the highway. It's all headlights. People are coming back. I turn around to see flickering flame over the treetops, deeper in the woods, but there's still only thinner and thinner wisps of smoke. We won. Shit. For once. Third time's the charm, right? I salute all these returning evacuees, step back onto shore, but then turn back, because something's not right. The English Rose. Instead of where it usually sleeps, out toward Treasure Island, it's parked or anchored or whatever over by the dam. Parked. Has to be. Hardy told me once that it's too deep by the dam for most chains to reach bottom. Lena's taken them past the floating cones. Sure, those floats are sun-bleached down to about the color of the lake, but still, she knows lake rules, doesn't she? She has to. Huh. But then, I see one of Lemmy's drones buzzing against the coming dusk, and I maybe get it. He asked to go over there, to swoop one of his toys down off the dam again? Why not? And doesn't matter. I run my fingers back through my hair, but catch myself at the last instant, because I'm about to scrape the heel of my hand across this new gouge in my scalp. But shouldn't it be stinging in this cool air, and seeping besides? Gingerly, I prod and poke, then study the paste crumbling on my finger. The fire retardant. Who knew it was good for head injuries? I try to mash any back in that I'd dislodged, and nod thanks to the planes for their sudden triage. Sure, it was triage that could have speared me on a broken limb, or broken my pelvis, or drowned me on dry land, but guess I meant to buy it some different way. Before I start counting any lucky blessings, though, I wince. Banner. It's not that I'm dreading telling Letha. Well, there is that. But it's more just the senselessness of it, right? Then, too, until the second most recent scream, I figured Dewey was pretty much unkillable. In the movie sense, I get it. The local sheriff being taken out of the picture. It leaves everyone on their own, no authority to appeal to, only madness and chaos can ensue now. Still, though, why him, slasher gods? He's got a wife, a daughter. There was someone with no one standing just a few inches away from him, wasn't there? And he didn't even get to creak anything out for me to pass on to Letha and Adie. Will I make something up for them? About his last words? Something he drew in the dirt with a dying finger? And will I see it in Letha's eyes now, Adie's in a few years, that it was my dad who took their husband and father away? That if it wasn't for me, then maybe they get to all stay together? I won't need to see it in their eyes, though. It's already in my heart, what's left of it. And I can't stand here all night. I mean, I can, but how many more die from me checking out? None, I say, jaw and fists clenched. Because I'm not checking out. I'm not leaving till you make me, Farmer Vincent. And maybe not even then. Because I know better than to try to navigate the rocky shore, and because I don't want to be in the camera eye of Lemmy's drone, I slip back into the trees to just walk it back to Terra Nova. Maybe I'll even climb that chalky bluff again, tight wire across the dam like I'm still 17 years old. Yeah. I know I'm taking the back way, the long way. I know I'm showing up back in Proof Rock about midnight, scratched and muddy, these gimme clothes, what's left of them, stained fireproof red, my ear scabbed over, this numb cut in the side of my head pulsing. Through the trees on and off, I can see Terra Nova's plastic dock, and because my head's a traitor, it keeps hanging Tierra Mondragon up in the air again, just to slam her down. When I can stop that from happening, then it's Llewellyn Singleton in the water, his jaw torn off, his head mushy on the inside. And there's Mars Baker, pretty much torn in half. And, why not? One of these new founders who swam the lake. He's stomping the accelerator of his car, not braking before that wall of concrete. And his friend, his bud, his investment partner and neighbor, he's dragged someone up onto a conference table, is throttling them. The founders we had 8 years ago maybe weren't ideal, didn't fit into town, but these new ones, man, they're a different breed, seems. I shake my head to think something different, please. But when I look ahead through the trees again, I'm still filling the world with boogeymen. This time it's the Oman dragon, just a silhouette. No, I tell him, because I'm not letting him mess this up. Except, then, he lowers his head so his left hand can snug a cowboy hat down and on, which is when I see the dull glint of that golden pickaxe. My father's white smile splits his face. I step back without meaning to, catch my heel on a root, and splat down, both arms out beside me to break my fall, and I flinch from the metal clap in my ear before I even feel the hot electricity spiking up my right arm, branching into my shoulders, my neck, behind my eyes. I roll hard, away from this sudden pain, this sound, this wrongness, trying to keep my eyes on my dad. But I drop down too far, have already lost where he is. What the? I say, jerking my right arm out of whatever it's caught in, and the pain doesn't just double, it turns up to 11. Which is when I finally have to see. A bear trap. One of the ones the original founders put out when Seth Mullins announced to surrounding communities that there was a trash bear on the prowl. The metal teeth are gouged into my forearm, blood's bubbling up, smearing down. I shake my head no, start to pull, but the pain. I rotate around on my ass, desperate to get enough leverage to crank these jaws open, but even with the heels of Bub's cowboy boots, it's hopeless. And my dad's got to be coming this way. I scream through my teeth, straining to get this trap open just enough, even if I have to lose some skin, but finally I pull on the chain, follow it to its rusty stake. It comes up easy enough, when I pull straight up, which I guess animals never think to do. I gather the stake and the chain in my good arm, lift the trap with that hand, and huddle over it all, try to convince myself this can work. If I can make the lake, if I can just get there, maybe it's dark enough nobody can see. Maybe I can. My dad's pickaxe spins by me, an angry golden blur, and plants deep in the tree I'm leaning against. I jerk away from this, losing maybe 15 strands of hair that went into the tree with that golden point. I take a stumbling step away from this, then another stumbling step, and I'm more falling than running, I know. But I've got to do something, have to get some distance, until standing between the shore and me is someone else, a woman. To break, I fall to my knees, slide maybe 2 feet, which is really my knees sliding up into the thighs of these sweats, the waistband tugging down and down, one of my hands out of commission, the other holding a bear trap. Not my most dignified moment, and a lifetime of undignified moments. The way this silhouette is standing there in the dying light, though, it's not her against the world, it's her against whatever's coming, whoever wants a shot at the title. "Letha?" I say, not really loud enough for her to hear. She's already looking at the rustling, panting commotion I am, but when she shifts the axe in her hands, the blade catching the setting sun behind us, my heart both sinks and swells. Jocelyn Cates. "Where is he?" she says, not so much to me as at me. I fall to the side, looking behind me, sure my dad's almost on top of me. And there's a new possibility wriggling way back in my mind. One I don't want, have no time for, but it's a wriggling I have to scratch, too. When that pickaxe twirled by me, on some instinctual level, I'd known that the reason that fallen tree didn't keep my dad down was that I'd been stupid enough to bury him in contact with this haunted gold. You don't bury Jason with his mask. You don't throw Freddy's glove into the hole after him, and you don't keep Michael's mask in the trunk when you're going to see him in the asylum. But my dad just threw that pickaxe away from himself, didn't he? Exactly as if he didn't need it. "It's not the pickaxe?" I muttered to myself, instead of answering Jocelyn, who's still waiting. This isn't tracking, I want to tell her. Was it not the axe that brought my dad back? Then what? Why? I mean, revenge, sure. He hates me for what I did to him, and just for existing. But what I did to him first wasn't exactly on purpose. I thought he was Jason. Jason was what I wanted, what I deserved. And second, way more important, what I did to him should be the justice that puts a temporary cap on the cycle of violence. You don't get to get revenge on people just for getting revenge on you, do you? If that's the case, then the whole world's going to blood feud its way right to the grave, isn't it? Well, not really. There won't be anybody left to bury people. But the whole world will be a grave at that point, so I guess that won't matter so much anymore. No, Dad, you don't get to get revenge on me. But what the hell are you doing here, then? How are you here? Moving wary like Laurie Strode would, never giving her back to whatever tree's the most likely to be hiding danger, Jocelyn works her way to me. Gets close enough, I can see that her nose is as shattered as I've seen a nose get, so that there's even flecks of red in the whites of her eyes. She resituates her grip on the axe, says, "What the hell, Jade?" Aside from her shattered nose, which puts me in mind of some SpongeBob character, her face is blood-spattered, mud-streaked. For someone like her, though, that's makeup. She just looks more fierce, more dangerous, more killer. She's Erin from You're Next. She's that Grace from Ready or Not. She's Juno in The Second Descent. Wish I knew. I tell her. Then, about my predicament. Can you... Jocelyn considers the bear trap I'm holding out, considers our surroundings, and the likelihood of this being the thing that gets us killed. Then finally, with a huff of disappointment, in herself, I'm pretty sure, she drops to her knees beside me, stands her axe beside us for me to hold at the ready, and works her fingers between the wide metal teeth of the bear trap. "This from those hunters who found that old cabin?" she asks. The ones who supposedly also might have been the first ones to see the white Bronco. "It's from 2015, I hiss, words being tricky with what her efforts to open the trap's jaws are doing to the meat of my forearm. Last time I was caught in one of these, it was Letha with the muscles to crank it open. Now, it's Jocelyn. Never me. They should have these in gyms, I tell her, rolling away the first moment I can, my left hand clamping over the magma boiling up from my arm. Jocelyn manages to let the trap clap shut and, in the same action, catch her falling axe. If she's not a born final girl, then I don't even know what one is. She steps over me instantly, holding that axe low and ready. "That's your dad out there?" she says, her cheeks cupping her eyes in disbelief. I nod, the pain still clamping my teeth against each other. "So the jury was right," Jocelyn says. "You should have gotten off. He's just been living over here?" "Did you see his throat?" I ask. "What you did to his chest?" It's like those steel teeth are still biting me, but I can't stop applying pressure to my arm either. I need my blood on the inside. The inside. Jocelyn purses her lips, studies the darkness. My guess is she was hoping I'd have an explanation that could wipe away my dad's throat and how her axe should have dropped him. "Night's here," she says, moving past the stuff that's too hard to talk about. "We've got to..." She finishes by hooking her head toward Proof Rock, heating her eyes up at me. "Here," I say, lifting my left hand. She hauls me up. I haven't told her I stripped her dead son's snowmobile gear off to wear 4 years ago. And I also haven't told her how small and pale he looked, dead on the concrete floor of the parking garage under the nursing home. But it's there behind my eyes every time I have to look at her concerned face. She works her shoulder under my good arm, hikes us both forward, and the weird thing is, I let her. Never mind that my legs are good this time. It's just my arm that got chewed up, just my ear that got sliced ragged, just my head that very nearly got people calling me Chop Top. Still, it feels good to be helped along, to be cared for. "Good?" Jocelyn says to me without looking. I nod. I'm close enough under her arm that I'm pretty sure she feels it. "You've done this before, haven't you?" she says, straining with half my weight. "Not like this," I manage, about to cry. I think just for someone to casually acknowledge all the shit I've been through. "Why isn't he here already?" she asks, limping us along faster, to the shore? I was so thrilled to be getting some distance between my dad and us that I didn't even think where we might be going. Not the lake, though. I stop hard enough that we stumble. "What?" Jocelyn asks, instantly watching behind us. "I know you swim." She knows because she's the one who taught all the Proof Rock kids to swim, year after year. In her even svelter 20s, she made the Olympic trials for the 200 and the relay, the only world-class athlete Pleasant Valley ever produced. When Theo Mondragon shot you out of the sky, Mr. Holmes, I was doing 20 other things, including escaping from jail, but I got told way later that Jocelyn Cates had been smoking another last cigarette at Melanie's bench, saw it all go down, saw you go down, and that she didn't even hesitate, was running down the pier, peeling out of her shirt and slacks on the way, her shoes still at the bench, and her dive into the lake didn't even make a splash, and it was 30 yards before she surfaced, freestyling stroke after stroke to get out there to you. I also heard that Hardy finally had to pull her from the water himself. She was in her bra and panties, and her lips were blue, her eyes desperate, and Hardy outweighed her by at least 100 pounds, but he still had to fight to get her in over the side of his airboat, wrap her in his silver emergency blanket, and hug her warm. Which goes to show you how unfair the world can be. After nearly sacrificing herself like that, after proving herself the hero of heroes, the baddest-ass person in all of Idaho, still, her husband dies almost immediately after that, and like that's not enough, 4 years later, her son's taken from her. Just like Alex. But I can't let myself start dwelling on the dead. There aren't enough pills, Sharona. There aren't enough guided breathing exercises. I can't, I say to Jocelyn, about this terrifying prospect of the lake. You want to stay over here? She asks, incredulous. With him? I shake my head no to that as well. The boats, I try, sunk. Walk, I say, weaker. He can walk too, Jocelyn says, but he can't swim, not with a pickaxe. She's right, of course. Diving in, paddling across like the elk, it's the rational thing to do, the sensible solution, the clearest way out of this. We'll deal with the hypothermia later. I shake my head no all the same, pull back, away from her. You don't even swim in there anymore, do you? I more hear myself saying than really mean to say. It's common knowledge, though. Since the new founders swam the lake, Jocelyn's given up her daily laps, which I get. She doesn't want anyone, even one person, thinking she's doing this because they showed that the lake could be freestyled across. Sure, she'd been doing it for years and years before them, just never for cameras and crowds, never for the front page of all the newspapers. Just for herself. Since I've been back, though, I haven't seen her white swim cap out in the chop even once. It's different now, Jocelyn says back to me about her not swimming anymore. For me, too, I tell her. I won't let you drown, Jade, Jocelyn says, dialing her tone down to less confrontational, which is still pretty damn confrontational, nerves and situation being what they are. I can't explain why I won't do it, though. Just keep shaking my head. You go, I tell her, flinging my right hand ahead, droplets of blood flicking off. Jocelyn stares me down about this, not a single ounce of understanding in her whole body. I look away, breathe in through my nose and hold it. If it was just me, if I was the only one here and it was full dark, no stars, then maybe I step out there. Yeah, maybe. But there's cameras over at Camp Blood now. I've seen them. And on Treasure Island, too, now. Also because of vandalism. And Rexall's always got his submersibles fluttering around down there, somewhere. Probably to play some creeper version of Marco Polo with the bow-legged women Quint toasts with his shot of whiskey. And there's Lemmy's eyes in the sky droning around. It's getting harder and harder to move unobserved around here anymore. Used to, it was only the locker rooms and bathroom stalls around here you had to be careful about. Now, the only privacy I have is the cemetery, I guess. Nobody cares about me talking to you, Mr. Holmes. The yacht, I say, pointing with my lips. And we get their attention how? Jocelyn asks. Start a fire? She's right again. God damn her. There's the others, I finally come up with. We can't leave them, can we? Jocelyn sucks air in through her teeth, hates this. Which way did they go? I ask, getting into this properly, now that it's finding some random traction. If I were a real final girl, Then the remnants of the chainsaw brigade are the first ones I think of, not just something to prop my weak-ass argument up with. Jocelyn flings her hand loosely out at the forest, meaning the survivors scattered like grouse. It's hopeless already. How many? I push. Jocelyn narrows her eyes, mentally counting, finally settles on 10? I had 11, but neither of us specified if we were counting ourselves or each other, so close enough. But they've got their chainsaws, she says, like still angling for the big swim. That better or worse? I have to ask. Jocelyn just hisses air through her teeth in reply. We're both watching the shadows under the trees behind us, just waiting for my dad to take shape, make all our decisions for us. But he's hanging back. I can't figure why. Why did you come over here? I ask Jocelyn. I don't think it's for the money. I've seen her SUV, It costs more than my house, I'm pretty sure. Jocelyn doesn't seem to register this, just keeps glaring at the darkness settling in for real and for good. It's Halloween, all right. I turn to the yacht with the idea I can wave my good hand, get luckier than hell, but that's when Jocelyn finally answers, quietly. Because I wasn't coming back. That's why. This stops my hand from coming up. Probably right when Lemmy was actually looking right at me, yeah. Say what? I ask, trying to make my voice soft, not hard. You heard me. I did, yeah. Just, suicide by fire isn't exactly final girl behavior. And, stupidly enough, it's weird for my swim teacher to be speaking on even terms with me, baring her soul instead of telling me to cup my hands, kick my feet, breathe. But I'm also the girl who drifted out over Drowntown on the town canoe and opened her wrists to let the night in, to let my life out. I know I told Shooting Glasses it was the price of admission to be part of the movies I love, permanently, but I wasn't lying to him. I wouldn't have lied to him, but I've had a lot of counseling and therapy since then, too. The way Sharona explains it to me is that, and I don't know where she gets this, since I'm pretty sure she grew up in an apartment in the city, or whatever a brownstone or walk-up is. When a deer gets wrapped up in a fence it's trying to crawl through or jump over, it'll struggle some at first, but at a certain point, it just sort of sags in place, accepting its fate. I don't know about Jocelyn. Everybody's got a different story, different reasons, but I sort of think that's maybe what I was doing. The trajectory of my life had only ever been aiming out to the middle of the lake, I can rationalize it all I want, make it big and romantic, tragic and adolescent. But the truth is that I was that deer tangled so thoroughly in that killer fence that there was no hope. So I shoved off the pier in the town canoe. And if Shooting Glasses hadn't called Hardy that night, then none of this. Specifically, I'm not embattled here with Jocelyn Cates, a final girl from a previous generation who never got to prove her mettle against some big bad, so just kept it balled up, waiting for the day. Except then her husband got taken from her, and her son. Walking away from those two funerals, she had to have felt that same fence tangling her up more and more. But, my dad, you didn't let him, I say to her, not having to actually give voice to kill you, because it's already very much in the air. Yeah, well, she says, eyes sharp and hard, her grip on that axe handle both loose and tight so she can swing any direction. It wasn't a solo event, was it? It takes me a moment to crack this, but relay. Standing there with 14 or 15 other proof rockers had been a team thing to her. She wasn't trying to save her own life. She was trying to save theirs. And since I'm now the only one left, this is still a team event, the way she thinks. It doesn't mean she doesn't have some sort of grief-driven death wish. but it does sort of suggest, to me anyway, that there's going to come a moment in this night when she pushes me ahead, then turns to face this predator all on her own, Billy Soul style. It sucks when the white woman's more Indian than you'll ever be. The trap, I say then. Jocelyn flashes her eyes back to me, then down to the bear trap between us, still slammed shut. Then she's back to clocking all the darkness my dad can step in from. We recock it, I explain to her. I'm bait, and on the way to getting to me, I clamp my left hand shut. I don't tell her that I'm not being original here. I'm only proposing this because it sort of worked last time. He's not a bear, she says finally, which isn't a no. Between the two of us, 3 hands and an axe, we crank the trap open by slow degrees. We probably should have cocked it open closer to where we wanted to put it, not at the shore, but neither of us are exactly trappers. We carry it between us across the Martian landscape of Sheepshead, lower it at the part of the meadow that's closest to Terra Nova. It's not quite a bottleneck, you can walk through the trees at any point, but if you're in a hurry, then you want to walk out in the open as much as you can, not have to fight through branches with a pickaxe. I sift pine needles and leaves down over the trap, turned half away because I know I'm about to spring it. Playing Operation on that goofy white guy in 4th grade free time, I would always have to suck air in through my nose each time my roach clip was about to touch bare metal again, in spite of how careful I was being, how hard I was trying. This is like that, except Operation can't chew into your arm or peel the skin from your face. Jocelyn stands guard. I get the distinct feeling she's always on guard these days. And yeah, here I am messing with a long-shot trap instead of, I don't know, luring my dad out onto the dock and pushing him into the lake, or staging dry branches and fronds over the open mouth of some sinkhole of a cave for him to crash down into like Grayson Brewst. Except Grayson Brewst was dragged up from there different. My dad's already different enough, thanks. What I could also be doing is, denying my dad his main weapon. His pickaxe, I mean. I should definitely specify. Except, there's so many reasons not to try to wrench it from that tree on the other side of the meadow, isn't there? Does it turn its holder evil? Stupider shit's happened than that, hasn't it? And is my dad hunkered down, waiting for us to do exactly that? And what if we get there and don't have enough muscle or weight to break it free? It's in there deep, I bet. It must have twirled across 40 or 50 feet. If we did have it, though, then Jocelyn could hammer throw it back out into the lake until the dead hand of one of those soggy corpses breaks the surface of the water to catch it. Yeah, scratch that. What we could do, though, would be to lean it against a tree and have the bear trap hidden right there where my dad would have to stand to collect it back. Except then we're touching it. Then it's probably whispering to us in Glenn Henderson's corrupt voice, telling us, kill, kill, kill. The part I still don't like the most, though, is that my dad doesn't need this cursed pickaxe. It makes me feel like I'm missing something obvious with all this. Maybe the trick is considering it without my dad, taking into account its story purpose like Kevin Williamson taught us that knowing the genre can be your eject lever, your escape hatch, your magic way through the twisted maze, so... Mr. Holmes, you used to tell us about Henderson Golding's killers over here, hiding their dead in all the nooks and crannies the mountain had to offer, didn't you? This is where Lech Graves, Stacy's dad, hit her mom, Josie Seck. But the non-killers were over here just the same, chipping up sparks, trying to luck onto a distant vein of that mother lode with no claim already staked around it. Covered in gold, this axe is the property of the killer from back then, and may be emblematic of all the killers from back then. Or close enough for these purposes. Close enough that, like Thor's hammer, my dad can now wield that pickaxe. But what if we hold it to some of the embers still smoldering over here and drip that gold off, let it ball up and hiss in the flames that spurt up? Then this pickaxe is just a tool, not a weapon. Then it belongs to the dreamers again. Which is what Jocelyn and me are hoping against hope, that this trap works on a dad who should be 8 years dead and who still hasn't shown his face since trying to pin me to that tree. And really, I don't tell Jocelyn this, but if we want my dad stumbling ahead heedlessly, not caring where he puts his next foot, then it's not me or a pickaxe that's going to get him that single-minded. It's a 6 of beer, with big fat drops sweating down the sides of the cans. She grew up with him, though. How could she not know this about him? "Okay," she says, the trap camoed enough. "Okay, yeah," I say, which is me stalling my ass off. In theory, this was an all-right enough plan. Standing in the middle of it, though, there's so many variables. What if he comes in from the side? What if that pickaxe comes twirling in at me? What if that gas mask ghost face skulks in, messes everything up? What if Seth Mullins steps out of some tree blind with a duck call, playing New York Ripper out here in the serious sticks? And if we're going there, then what if the Chucky who isn't runs across the water from Proof Rock? What if Sally Schallenbeer in her Angel of Indian Lake get-up drifts in? And then there's always the prospect of Stacey Graves. And who knows, maybe Dark Mill South's Metal Hook, the insurance agents dropped out of our helicopter last time I got arrested, is down there in the lake, like the pickaxe was, just waiting for Clayt Rogers to come together enough to walk up from the shallows wearing it. Maybe we should have let the fire incinerate the whole valley. Hard to think of a place that needs it worse. But then I don't have a job, a house, a best friend, a niece. There aren't any good fixes, I don't think. There's just trying to make it through the next moment, and the next. For me, that next moment is playing Fay Ray on Halloween night to lure the monster in. It's understood none of us in Proof Rock are supposed to play dress-up, but this is life and death. "Okay," I tell Jocelyn. After holding my eyes for a moment, to be sure I'm up for this, she nods once and steps back into the shadows, between the trap and me. The idea is, once my dad's hobbled with the trap, maybe still lunging for me, she comes at him with the axe over and over, until there's not enough left of him to be any concern. Still, if we get that far, I plan on using strips of bark or something to deliver those chunks of rancid meat back to the embers crawling along the forest floor, just to be sure. Well, also because I hate him. Jocelyn, reduced to just the whites of her eyes now, nods once to me, that we can do this. And then she's part of the darkness. I take 4 long steps back, trying to stay in the moonlight enough, my left arm holding my right. It won't stop throbbing, and say, my voice breaking, "Hey, I'm right here." What can happen here, of course, is that golden pickaxe slams into my mouth, shattering my teeth and cramming down the back of my throat, digging out my chest, its flat top continuing on to crack the bones of my face in. "Hey," I say again, possibly not quite as insistent. The response is the trees starting to thrum all around me. What the hell? I lower myself to what would be my fingertips, if I had any free hands. I'm looking up, waiting, and then one of the fire planes glides past, its dripping belly almost scraping the tops of the trees, meaning it picked up another load of just water, is making a final pass to be sure they've won, that the fire's really out. Behind me, over Terra Nova, It banks to the west, over Caribou Targhee, but its blinking red lights are higher now, meaning it's not seeing any flickering orange flames. Good, good. I stay kneeling down, tell my eyes to adjust already, and ask myself, what's the scariest thing I could see? What I come up with is my dad lumbering in, the same as he used to in my 6th grade, his eyes bleary, breath flammable, grin oily and sick. It's not something you can get used to, but it can lose its surprise, and if that doesn't mean the world's broken beyond repair, then I don't know what can. So, something a click or two less scary, Jade. Sally Shallambert, then. Her gliding out would plop me back on my ass, sure, get me protecting my face. When she took Darkmill South down, she knocked all his teeth out and cut his hand off, right? And she'd only been getting started, locked in that kill or die mode. I don't even know if Jocelyn could fend her off, and I know for damn sure I couldn't. What I could see that would break my heart in two, though, that would reduce me to nothing, some 10-year-old pirates running from this tree to that tree. One of them would be a future sheriff, and one of them would be you, Mr. Holmes. This whole side of the valley was your playground back then, wasn't it? Was that why you hated Terra Nova so much? I mean, they gave us a lot of reasons. They were easy to hate, but I bet that's where it started for you, wasn't it? You and Hardy and whoever the rest of the pirate crew was would be having a running sword fight, probably. Back then, you all would have been pretending to be Errol Flynn, I imagine. I know the name, I guess, but not the person, not the movies. Not like your pirate crew must have. And then, spent, you and Hardy and the rest spark a fire up to dry off because you've been splashing across the shallows. Except, over on this side of the valley, those shallows drop out from under you fast. But it was all in good fun. And one of you's stolen a cigarette, kept it dry somehow, and it must feel so magical to pass it around the fire, inhale that blissful heat in for the very first time, and try to hold it in because you're tough. Your eyes watering, your palms held out to that sparking fire, the lights of Proof Rock flickering across the lake. It must have felt like you'd never need anything else than this. But did you also see a woman out in the deeper dark? Her nightgown dirty and torn, her hair matted, her eyes so hungry? That wasn't Sally Shallambert, Mr. Holmes, and it couldn't have been Ginger Baker either. Josie Seck, then, still looking for her lost daughter? One of the campers soon to die in the forest fire you're about to start? Did you and your pirates rise as one and yell at her to go away, even pluck a burning branch from the fire to brandish at her? You were kids. I'd understand. I'm not saying anything bad here. The thing about brandishing a burning branch, though, it's that it drips sparks. And those sparks can start other little fires that add up to a fire you can't stomp out. And soon the whole forest is burning, and you don't know what to do, so you just paddle back, watch Idaho burn, and make promises to yourself to always protect this place after this. Yeah, that would scare me. Not for the wholesomeness, though that is pretty much my kryptonite, but because it would mean that I'm also a permanent resident here, since I almost burned the place down just the same. What I'd rather see is Mr. Bill from Christine Gillette's story, struggling to drag a huge bull elk to shore to float across, or those horseback Shoshone riding single file away from the lake, one of them looking back to consider me, because maybe I should be with them, not over here. But none of them reach a hand down to pull me up behind them. With my luck, though, I blink long and open my eyes in a rancid little church of dead elk, one with mismatched gloves dead in it, and cowboy boots, and, at the bottom of it all, suffocating, drowning, me. Only Letha doesn't find me this time, so her dad leads her away to some airplane and they blast off, never come to Idaho again. Meaning 80 never happens. Banner never puts the badge on. But that might not be so bad. Let him go to some 4-year college on scholarship, blow his knee out at a homecoming game, and end up selling insurance or managing a restaurant, only coming back here to see the folks once or twice a year, his family in tow, their eyes so wide about this place where all his larger-than-life stories are set. Which is to say, he's alive in this version. He doesn't have to die. It would be worth it, I think. I can die happily under all those elk, please. And who knows, maybe managing that restaurant right after college, before he meets whoever he meets to have that family, a certain princess of a media conglomerate ducks in out of the rain, orders some food just to be polite. She's just here for the shelter. And she sees Banner, remembers him from across a bonfire, and they sit there long after the rain stopped. And they never mention that girl with all the eyeliner, that girl with the metal up your ass t-shirts. But I'm there, sir. Part of me is sitting in a far booth of that restaurant, so I can watch this moment happen, so I can see this manager walk this princess to the door, and then hold it open while she gets into the car she's called. I'm there when this manager turns around and looks down into his hand, at the piece of paper she wrote her number on, and how she drew a single heart above it. Through the dead elk I'm buried under, I can just see through the tangled limbs and rotting hide and festering bones and blind maggots and... Jade! Jocelyn screams from the parking lot of the restaurant, I think. But then we're still in the woods, on the wrong side of the valley, and my dad is a distinct silhouette standing right at the edge of Sheep's Head. I swallow, that gulp loud in my ears. Well then, I was worried what I was going to have to do to draw him in, get him to step on that trigger plate between the open jaws of the trap. Not anymore. And I'm not even sure he knew Jocelyn or me were here. This is just the logical place to cross, headed over to Terra Nova, which in turn is the logical place for anybody stranded over here to retreat. But now he knows we're here. I'm right here, Dad, I say to him, just normal voice, because it's so quiet that even normal voice travels. He turns his head directly at me, then takes a step my direction, and shit. That's why he didn't jump us at the shore. He couldn't. That tree broke his pelvis or his leg or his back or something. He's using that golden pickaxe as a cane, as a walker, as a crutch, and probably had to crawl inch by inch to it after he threw it away. Pretty typically great thinking from him. I step forward, wishing so hard I had a lighter I could flick or a silver can I could flash to draw him directly to me. But we hid that trap in the most clear space between two trees, too. It's right where my dad's going. Now! I scream to Jocelyn, because we don't even need the trap, do we? With him slowed down like this? Like this, he's just another tree to be cut down. Jocelyn must want him to be seriously planted, though. She's waiting for him to step into the trap. No, she's waiting for him to be looking down at whatever's clamped over his foot, meaning he won't be looking directly ahead for any axes moving at the speed of fury. To make sure my dad's keeping his attention on me, I reach up for a branch and shake it. He seethes about me being so close and also so far away, and accelerates as much as he can, poling ahead with hands on the butt of that pickaxe. Come on, I'm telling him, no longer that worried about how or why he's back. All I want is for that trap to spring. All I need is Jocelyn's axe flashing in to finish the cut I started on his neck, his throat, send his head rolling back into the meadow. Inside, a woman Yazzie knew would tell us stories she had from her lying uncles, and one of them was about a head rolling around the woods, chasing this dude, and it never made sense to me. But now it can. Except I'll stomp on that head until the skull collapses and the bad thoughts seep out, and I'll keep stomping just to be sure. And it all starts with clap. I hear the trap more than see it, and now my dad's just standing there, exactly like we wanted. Sometimes things do work out. He's even looking down like I'm pretty sure Jocelyn wanted. She comes out of the darkness like she's been running for 50 feet, her right thigh ahead, the axe held so far behind her for more weight when it strikes home, and she's screaming to get this right, all or nothing. It's the only way final girls like her know to do it. And my dad brings the pickaxe up, only it's so much more than a pickaxe now. He didn't step into the bear trap. His cane did. The stake we buried so carefully and so perfectly, to be there forever, comes up out of the loamy ground as easy as anything. Jocelyn's axe handle catches my dad's bear trap pickaxe head, and she's swinging hard enough that her 6 or 8 pound axe head keeps going into the open space over my dad's left shoulder, the wooden handle splintering. Jocelyn should be falling over from how much she's committed here. The axe breaking is like pulling a rug out from under her, but my dad's freed a hand up from his pickaxe bear trap, mace, freed it up enough to snatch the bear trap's 12-inch stake from the air, gouge it into Jocelyn's right side, under the ribs, so it comes out high on the left side, meaning both lungs and that red shininess on the point of the stake nosing out from Jocelyn's side is from her heart. Final girls can die. I fall to my knees, my face cold, my mouth open, eyes heating up. "No!" I scream. Jocelyn looks back to me, blood already burbling down her chin. "Run!" She manages to get out, her back arching away from the violence being done to her. Once, when Letha and me were drinking our coffee at Dot's, Jocelyn had come in, placed her order, and then stood there waiting, her lips neatly together, sunglasses still on, and she'd nodded once to us, and we'd nodded back. And she wasn't just a magazine cover model standing there, glamorous as hell. You could also tell she was coiled up fury and grief. "She's like Macy," Letha whispered to me when we were alone again. "Cinnamon Baker," I added on, because I'd never really known Macy Todd, the one-time killer. I hadn't known Cinnamon in any real way either, but I had stood close to her, could feel that same killer coldness from her that she hid with style and control. But some women, you can tell that in another time, a different age, they would have been leading armies, or they would have been that army. Letha, Macy Todd, Cinnamon Baker, Jocelyn Cates. 2 of them dead now, one in a wheelchair of her own doing, one recovering from surgery, leaving me alone to face the father monster dredged up from my worst nightmare, from my continuing nightmare. I can't even make words, just scream my insides out at my dad that it's not fair that he's back, that he shouldn't have been able to kill someone like Jocelyn Cates. It's how I should have screamed at him in 6th grade, instead of just crying like it had been me that had done something wrong. And then I turn, holding my hurt arm to my stomach, and, just like Jocelyn told me to, I run. There's supposed to be light at the end of all the dark tunnels, isn't there? Some brightness to finally step out into? For me, it always seems to be Terra Nova I crash out into. It's the end of all my tunnels, except it's not some meadow I fall out into, but a killing field, one I left Banner in. Him and Alex and the rest, all coated in that powdery red, their arms up at bad angles, eyes open. Please, nobody take any photographs of them when you get there. Just wrap them up, cradle them home. When Letha finds out, I'm going to be there beside her, I know, and her face isn't going to change. Just everything behind it. Will this finally be what it takes to break her? the unbreakable woman. She had her whole future mapped out. Her and Banner were going to grow old together. They were going to watch 80 become her even more amazing self, year by year. Let her make the mistakes she'd have to make, and be there for her when she needed them. But I think, for 80, Letha will keep that mask on, won't she? She'll be strong. She'll take this hit like she's taken the rest. But inside, where it counts, there'll be a shell around her heart, I think. Because she can't take even one more hit. I'll be there for you every step, though, Letha. I'll sit with you out on Banner's dad's dock, and we'll watch the sun set night after night, and then I'll be there with you when it's coming back up. And when 80 shows up in my history classroom, she won't need extra credit, I know. She'll be like you. But if she does, I'll trade in all my sleep to read those papers, whatever they're on. And when she graduates, I'll be there too, handing her her diploma, and I'll have tucked a note in there with it, my handwritten transcription of all the voice memos you trusted me with, that I carry so close, that I've got my own shell around to keep them safe. Standing out in the open among the mostly done houses of Terra Nova, I realize all at once that this is where my plan ends. I'm ahead of my dad, but so? I can already hear him pulling through the trees. I don't even have a weapon, just my heart, my mouth, my hands balled into fists my dad won't care are hitting him. No, I've got my head too, don't I? Most final girls use their muscles to fight their boogeymen off. But some, like Ginny in The Second Friday, Nancy in The First Nightmare, Sandy in The Only Humongous, they think their way through, don't they? You can too, I tell myself. The first thing that comes to me is that Halligan was going to be my key to unlock my dad's head from his body. But I can't even remember when I dropped it, much less where. I'm Lori letting that knife go after she finally got it. I know, and can't help. It's easy to backseat drive from out in the audience, but sitting here behind the wheel, everything's coming a lot faster. But what about the tools the construction crews surely left around? Give me just one concrete saw, please. Gas-powered, if that's an option. I'll go high tension on my dad. I don't care what your pickaxe is coated with. My buzzsaw's better. If there are any tools, though, they're in the houses. Not out here where it could rain, meaning I'd have to run into living room after living room, for which is the storeroom. And probably look in the closets, too. And I don't have that long. Push him into the wishing well? If it had any actual depth to it, sure. Then, the caves? But they're mostly behind us in Sheep's Head, aren't they? There's supposed to be one under Letha's old house, but it's kind of covered up right now. And, according to shooting glasses, filled with concrete, too. Where's a grizzly when you need it? Maybe I can catch my dad on fire, such that the spotters see him, dump 500 pounds of red powder on him at 200 or 300 miles per hour. Except that doesn't last either. It knocks you down, it pisses you off, but you get back up. If there actually were justice, then mismatched gloves and cowboy boots would rise the same as my dad has, and pull him back to where he belongs. But Jocelyn dying like that's proved to me that there isn't any justice, that justice is just another stupid dream. All there is luck. And metal. But luck's where it's really at. The Grim Reaper's always rolling those bones. That doesn't mean I can just stand here and hope to get lucky either. Like Sarah Connor knew, you make your own fate. I stumble forward with the dim idea that I'm hoofing it all the way around the lake, looping up and behind Camp Blood, tightroping the dam, walking that switchback road down to the creek on the dry side of the dam, and feeling my way through Hetty and Paul's woods to Melanie's bench. Yeah. I'll sit there for 1,000 years, I'll feel November's first sun come up behind me, my shadow blasting out across the water, but then feeling its way back to me, wave by wave, dip by dip, until I've got it inside me again, until I can paint my eyes up right with it and finally stand up again. But first, I've got to cross all this open space, and then take the thousands of steps that get me home, and keep from passing out from blood loss, from the negative calories I'm running on, from the pill-shaped ache inside me. I stop at Bub. He's just like I left him. Sorry, I tell him, and rip his left sleeve off. A trick that's so easy and dramatic in the movies, but's really pretty damn difficult and awkward. I flatten that khaki sleeve, wrap it around and around my forearm, use my teeth to help tie the knot, then tuck the trailing ends up and under, their rawness on my bare meat graying me out a bit. I promise never to wear a fur hat, a rabbit boa, mink boots, or even wrap my braids in ermine. Not if the animals that had to die to give me that warmth had to feel the crunching jaws of a trap like this. And no, Sharona, you don't have to give up when you're too wrapped up in a fence to escape. What you do is writhe and snap when that big hand comes to collect you. What you do is tear with your sharp teeth at the webbing between that thumb and forefinger, and then bring your hind claws around to peel out on the wrist. Because this might be too much to live through, sure, that's life, that's death, but that doesn't mean you can't take anyone with you. I think that's what I'm going to have to do with and to my dad, finally. I can't outmuscle him. I probably can't outpace him, even factoring his shattered hip in. But, this is me trying to think like Ginny, like Nancy, I can lure him up onto the chalky bluff over Camp Blood, I bet. I can lure him up there, tackle him hard enough that we both go over, sail down into the big empty. Once upon a forever ago, I expected to die in one of those cabins where I was conceived. Now I can come crashing down through the rotted ceiling of that same cabin, and I promise you this, I'm going to be screaming and biting the whole way down. And I'm landing with my knee firmly in his balls, hard enough to turn his broken pelvis into gravel so he never gets up again. And if I'm still alive, then I dig my hacksaw up from the floorboards of that cabin and I go to work on him. Head, hands, feet, arms, legs, and then I saw him from crotch to neck, just to be sure. Jason would approve. Art the Clown would approve. Those clay Indians in Bone Tomahawk would approve. Oh, but to be Tina from the new blood, yeah? To have those carry powers in my head, in my heart, and just lower my forehead at my dad, crumple his bones, lift him up and slam him down again and again. But you do what you can with what you've got. If my only weapon is myself, my 100 whatever pounds of pissed offness, then that's what I'll use to crash us down onto Camp Blood, once and for all. For you, Jocelyn, and Mom. But for the girl I used to be, too. Come on already! I yell to the darkness, to my dad. I don't have all night here. I don't have that much blood left in me, I mean. On cue, my dad steps out into the open, still using that pickaxe as cane, its head clamped by that bear trap. If he actually were Matthew Buckner, instead of just playing him on television, he'd use that trap as a flail. But I think the way it's working with him is that his waterlogged brain can't figure out how to undo those jaws. And their extra weight, and that dragging chain, must not matter to him. Extra weight's mattering to me, though. I reach down to the buckle of Bub's now useless gun belt, let it fall at my feet. I frisbee his hat away, too, shake my hair out just so my dad can be sure to clock who I am, which'll tell him where he needs to be. This also ends my cowboy days, I guess. One Indian, reporting for duty. I'm right here. I say across to him. There's maybe 60 yards between us. This is the showdown that should have happened in the hallway of my house 14 years ago. My mom tucking me behind her leg and glaring my dad down, telling him he's not needed here now or ever again. Some kids dream of their parents being kings and queens, secretly. Some of us dream it different. My mom never graduated high school. She worked at the dollar store. She lived with a drug dealer, evidently. But screw all that. That's just life. All I ever wanted from her was for her to guide me behind her leg and stand in place no matter what. But I can do that for myself too, Mom. Well, I can stand in place until I'm sure my dad's coming, and then I can lead him up to the bluff, finish this at last, where it all started. I was trying to suss out the story purpose of that pickaxe, but this story I'm in with my dad's bigger than that, isn't it? And all stories end where they begin. At least the good ones do. Bring it, Dad, I say, not really loud enough for him, but I bet he can see it on my face, in my posture. He pulls forward on his dangerous cane, slings it ahead of him again. That's how he's using that extra weight, and pulls forward again. I hope each step is grinding his shattered bones against each other. I hope he's got the DTs from how little beer he's lucking onto. I hope when he was down there that the slurry Clayt was coiled around him. I hope he knows that his precious mustard moldered in the fridge while I was locked up and probably got thrown against a wall during some rager. I'm that rager now, Dad. Let's party. I let him get to the far corner of the house Bub's dead against before starting to walk backwards, trying my best to keep his eyes locked on mine. About 30 seconds later, I trip backwards on that secret basketball goal, meaning I'm almost to the helicopter pad. I stand, still holding my dad's eyes, and that's when he stands up straighter and slings his pickaxe out to the side like shooting his cuffs, getting ready. The bear trap rattles, the chain and stake arcing out and coming back. My dad catches the stake in his other hand and rips hard at it like a chainsaw cord, pulling the bear trap neatly off his pickaxe. Shit, I hiss out. As long as he was encumbered with a way too heavy cane, I was pretty sure I could stay one step ahead of him. Now, though, he grins his broken grin, and holding that bear trap by the stake, he starts spinning it like a Cenobite probably would, which is with bad intent. I dive away the moment he releases it my direction, but he wasn't aiming for my head or even center mass, I don't think. The chain wraps around my knees when I'm mid-air, and the trap head and the stake clang together in what I know is more knot than I can manage with one hand. I'm halfway onto the concrete landing pad. My dad's maybe 20 feet away. I can't walk, can't even stand. One of my arms is screaming at me. The sharp tips of my hair are stabbing me in the eyes all at once, and he can't win this way. He can't. Except he is. I raise my good arm not exactly to fend off the pickaxe coming for me, but because that's what your arm does, whether you tell it to or not, when your killer's suddenly in range to open you up from tip to sternum. However that goes, I don't have time to think. But then I do. My hair? Why am I fighting my own hair? Why is my arm wrapping whipping off, winding away like mummy bandages? And why hasn't my dad brought that golden pickaxe down on me yet? I cringe away before I've even realized what I'm doing, and then the world's a blur. It's all whapping, but so much faster and so close. A big chunk of my dad's beer gut is just erased in a blur, I think. It's instantly gone, like it's been sucked into the ether. And then, from what I'm realizing must be God's blender being held upside down from the sky, his chest is torn open, caving him in enough that his golden pickaxe is pulled up into this blurry whatever, and when it makes contact, it shoots that pickaxe head off in half an instant, driving it back through my dad's face and upper body. But that metal on metal has done its damage to this blender, too. It goes violently unsteady. A helicopter! A helicopter! The tips of the braking and unbroken rotors turning my dad to airborne mush, to the finest mist. But those whapping rotors out of control, too. This helicopter jerking forward and tilting down, the blades gouging into the rocky ground, and finally making sparking contact with the basketball goal tilted over and hidden in the grass. This shatters the copter's rotors all at once, shooting them out and away. I can't see where, from all the grass and dirt and blood and wind, but it's everywhere at once, it feels like, an explosion I'm exactly at the heart of. It dies down moments after. I'm curled up in the flattened grass. I'm shaking and shivering, just trying to breathe. I'm zipped up in Tina's foggy body bag again, curled around my panic to keep it from devouring me and the whole world. Letha Mondragon steps in, unzips it, her hand on my shoulder, her eyes casing the tree line, then finally settling on me. "That who I think it was?" she says. Her jaw isn't even bandaged this time, and if Jocelyn Cates looked fierce, that was just because, in Letha's absence, I'd forgotten what true fierceness looks like. Letha's in leather pants that more than hug her, ankle boots. Her white blouse is untucked, tails flapping, and this isn't some fashion magazine. This is a slasher. Isn't it? It is. And the real final girl's finally here.
Baker Solutions. Report of Investigation, 22 September 2023. Number 66, Bravo 12, Vandalistic Tendencies. Through the service JPay, Ms. Daniels has been in intermittent electronic contact with the aforementioned Isabel Yazzie, ROI 04 Alpha 49, incarcerated at South Idaho Correctional Institution with a parole hearing set for 2029. Ms. Daniels queried Ms. Yazzie for 4 months, 14 attempts at an average cost per message of $2.14, before receiving an answer on 19 June 2023. The following missive confirms that, in keeping with her trajectory of vandalism, various prank-related incidents at Henderson High, see Directory 3G, the more severe vandalism of Glen Dam in 2015, the damage done to state snow removal equipment in 2019, the minor demolition of the women's restroom at Henderson High, ROI 01 Charlie 22, the documented vandalism of Deacon Point, ROI 01 Charlie 26, and the costly damage done to temporary research islet HG, ROI 32 Delta 43, Ms. Daniels' impulse to facilitate the willful destruction of property would seem to have both extended well beyond Fremont County and come home to where it all started, Henderson High and associated personnel thereof. The following communication was copied by Ms. Daniels from JPay's text entry dialogue into an unaddressed email with no subject line that she keeps in the drafts folder of her web-based mail provider, demonchild_69@yahoo.com. Of note, Ms. Daniels returns to this email regularly when awake after midnight, whereupon she corrects the grammar and spelling, though the message has long been transmitted, and any repairs or rewording are for naught. The following is the uncorrected version she initially pasted in on 19 June 2023 at 3:28 a.m., superscript added for coordination.
Yes. Where have you been? I mean, stupid question. I know where you are. where I shouldn't have left you. Because I had a choice, yes, but thank you, thank you, thank you for finally hitting reply. Unless, I guess, your privileges and access to read this has been limited. I don't know. But believe me, please, I'm counting the days, the minutes, the seconds. And I'll be there in 2029. And the whole time before that, I'll be having my fingers crossed. It'll be like the poster for the second Saw, except that middle finger is laid over the pointer, for luck. Anyway, not why I'm here. Just, it's built up inside, for all these months of silence. What I'm getting at is, remember how you told me when I moved to Idaho Falls in order to become a citizen? You told me how I should talk to Clara, the counselor? Thank you for that sage advice. I wish I'd had someone like her, who just sits there and listens and touches the back of my hand with her fingertips and says she's sorry for everything, that it wasn't my fault, that I'm a hero, actually. She was like you, except in the blonde body of someone who grew up in Minnesota, so talks like that. Anyway, so yeah, I took that advice about talking to her for real, and I applied it to the new Clara, named Sharona, which is another misspell, but it fits too, so I'll leave it. Because Sharona has hair even yellower than Clara, but also with those rich people spiral curls. She doesn't touch the back of my hand the same, but she does sit on the swing sets with me at dusk and listen pretty hard. And we're both wearing masks like Billy and Stu, or Mrs. Loomis and Marty, or, you get it, we're two ghost faces in the dying of the light, just quietly raging. Well, one of us is still raging. Sharona has exercises where I'm supposed to see the past like a movie. I can edit and control. I can pause and change. Letha, whom I told you about, put us together, and I've missed a few meetings on the swings.
Note 1. Ms. Daniels has, since the start of her fall semester teaching duties, missed 2 of the every other Thursday sessions scheduled with Dr. Watts, participation in which is a special condition of her parole. Of note is photograph 73U74, taken on 14 September 2023, in which Ms. Daniels is seen standing behind a dumpster as night falls, her hand cupped around a cigarette so as to hide it in the darkness. In the photograph, she's peering around the southwest corner of the dumpster at Dr. Watts, herself sitting on their customary swing set, already wearing her mask. For the duration of what would have been her counseling session, she instead surveils Dr. Watts, who also remains for the complete duration. See close-up of 73U74 for the mask swaying from the left pocket of Ms. Daniels' coveralls, perhaps suggesting that her hesitation over attending this counseling session persisted as far as her approach to Founders Park.
For reasons, but when I miss them, I miss them. So that's something, right? Guess what I'm saying is that I'm telling her stuff under the umbrella of attorney and client safety. Only it's more like fixer and broken thing legal immunity. She knows now about me sneaking over to Shooting Glass's grave for that afternoon.
Note 2. On 28 April 2023, 6 days after being paroled, Miss Daniels messaged Letha Mondragon Tompkins to request the loan of her 2023 Toyota Prius, which Miss Daniels then drove 50-plus miles to Swan Valley, Idaho. As this was before Baker Solutions was contracted, Ms. Daniels' outing is reconstructed from text messages, GPS logs, receipts, and eyewitness testimony. See Subdirectory 221U. After visiting the Snake River Bar and Grill, cash $22.31, Ms. Daniels drove to the Swan Valley Cemetery, 4.7 miles away in Irwin, Idaho, where she remained for 4 hours, 32 minutes, as confirmed both by GPS from the aforementioned Prius and testimony from the groundskeeper. That groundskeeper's subsequent inspection of the grave Ms. Daniels attended to, Grade Paulson, produced a mess of American Spirit cigarette butts and a single pair of Bausch & Lomb Ray-Ban gold aviator sunglasses in Calichrome yellow at 58 millimeters, which the groundskeeper had to retrieve from his personal domicile. As this eyewear is no longer in production from the manufacturer and is considered vintage on the collector's market, Ms. Daniels presumably procured them from a secondary seller. Average price used $300.
To line all my cigarette butts up on his tombstone and burn my initials in ash onto the hard stone in goodbye and thanks, and how I was so sure that those other two people across the cemetery in Swan Valley, which sounds like a Disney place, just without the happy ending, were spying on me, like waiting for me to misbehave in order to get locked up again. But that had to just be guilt and paranoia, because I'm supposed to ask permission to travel more than 50 miles, which is how long my legal leash is. Sharona knows about the fun I keep having with Rexall's little toy submarines, too. Also, for reasons. And he's not to be confused with that other one I told you about, Rex Allen, even though they sound the same. One's a dead sheriff, the other's a known perv. If you could see them side by side, it would be an obvious and easy distinction. Even though in conversation, saying their name, it wouldn't be so easy. I haven't told Sharona about the dollar store, though.
Note 3. Starting 26 June 2023, Ms. Daniels began frequenting Family Dollar, located at 128 Main Street, Proof Rock, Idaho. Her first two visits were standard shopping outings, receipts at 10p-24. But these quickly shaded into Ms. Daniels paying for some items. Laundry detergent, plasticware, hosiery, toilet tissue, lemon juice, beef stew, corn chips, and salsa, while absconding with others. The items Ms. Daniels habitually takes without paying for, see security footage at 28F, are generally from the hair care side of the personal hygiene aisle. Garnier Color Sensation, where there's smoke, hair color cream, Dark and Lovely Fade Resist Luminous Blonde Hair Color, Revlon Color Silk Burgundy Hair Color Kit, Clairol Textures and Tones Blazing Burgundy Hair Color, Got to Be Metallics Metallic Silver Permanent Hair Color, Vegan Black-Brown Powder Hair Color Kits, Splat Rebellious Colors Color Kits in both Royal Red and Imperial Purple. In addition, Ms. Daniels often spirits away a box of EZN Creamy Hair Bleaching Cream, leaving the box an instructional pamphlet, taking only the tube of cream. Ms. Daniels then proffers these stolen items to students, most regularly Hetty Jansen and Paul Deming, claiming to not need them anymore. Photographs of Ms. Jansen and Mr. Deming, C. 18S44, confirm their use of these hair products. See footage at 29F for Letha Mondragon Tompkins' now regular sallies to Family Dollar to pay the managerial staff cash for the products Ms. Daniels liberates. The total, according to the managerial staff, now sits at $72.14. Consultation with this managerial staff also confirms that their system doesn't allow for reimbursement. Rather, Ms. Mondragon Tompkins' reimbursements are considered generous contributions to the coffee fund.
When I understand it better, then I will, maybe. But this isn't all about me. I get that from Leith, who gave me the coolest thing.
Note 4. The gift Letha Mondragon presented Miss Daniels with upon her release and subsequent return to Proof Rock, Idaho, see photograph at 002-B04, is a pair of machetes mounted across each other in a shadow box with a depth of 2 inches. The first, or leftmost, machete is a French Army Indochina Senegalese model, colloquially known as the Coupe for cut, signed in black by Richard Dreyfuss with the inscription, "Keep Kicking." The second, or rightmost, machete is a Corona Ergo handle 22 inches tempered steel machete with a taped handle, with the blade submitted to bluing to become black via the oxide involved with that process. This machete is signed in silver by Ari Lehman, Warrington Gillette, Ted White, Tom Morgan, C.J. Graham, Kane Hodder, Ken Kersinger, Derek Mears, and Corey Feldman. Included on a series of engraved plates below these two machetes are the signatures of Richard Brooker, Roy Scheider, and Robert Shaw. In addition, the aluminum backing of this shadow box has been signed by Jamie Lee Curtis, Adrienne King, Olivia Hussey, Heather Langenkamp, Jennifer Love Hewitt, and Nev Campbell. Neither of these machetes are simulated or prop weapons and are in fact potentially lethal. This shadow box is on display in Miss Daniels' living room on the east wall, 002-B05.
That's completely legal. Anybody else reading this first? I'll show you when you get here. So, food still 5-star there? As in, someone of questionable hygiene has pressed their hand and their 5 fingers into it while you stand there regretting it already? Does Ramona still sing that song to make everybody go to sleep? Does Wanda still tap her nightstick on the bars when she's holding, needs to make a barter sale? Anybody get caught sleeping in the dryer again? Ha ha. I miss it. By which I mean I miss being there. I hated it, but it felt right, too. Which, Clara tells me, is like a disease you can catch from living like we did. Like you still are. So be careful, please. Don't be scared in 6 years when you walk out under the sky. It does feel like it's going to swallow you, like you're just going to fall up into it. But don't believe it. I'll be holding your hand, girl. I'll keep you here. Well, this is probably already like a $6 email, so better salute my way out the digital door here. But I shouldn't say that. Door. This, where I am now, it's a window. One we can see each other through, at least in words. What I'm saying is, let's keep this window open, maybe. Yeah? Time goes faster when it's not just you in there alone. And Sharona's right. You can look back into your history and stop on a single image. Hold it there. I do it all the time now. And I think you know what laundry room I go back to and try to hold on to. Jade.
Of note is that after composing and sending the above missive to Ms. Yazzie the night of 19 June 2023, Ms. Daniels walked the streets of Proof Rock, Idaho until dawn of 20 June 2023, wearing only tactical boots, black, and a nightgown, white, with 4 parallel tears of approximately 5 inches each on the front. Diagonally from top right to lower left, C 72F 62, 72F 88. While photographs of the so-called Angel of Indian Lake lack focus, sightings of her do begin in late June, suggesting that Ms. Daniels' destruction of property doesn't completely encompass her vandalism. If she is indeed this purported angel, she's also actively destroying the social fabric and well-being of her traumatized community for reasons beyond the scope of this investigation.
Of death and love. For what I know is the first time, and hope against hope is the last time, Letha collapses in front of me. She just asked where Banner is, while looking from this tree to that tree, like expecting him to walk out to us at any moment, give her that wave/point thing up by his temple. That means, hey, I see you, and we're on the same wavelength. But it's also a sort of jaunty salute, and his way of saying he's almost there. He's almost to her again, just like last time, and the time before that, and the thousands of times ahead. And Letha wouldn't be looking for him to be over here, if she hadn't called ahead, got word from Tiff where to put that helicopter down, so she's expecting him. Yes. I mean, she was. As far as Tiff knows, as far as anybody in Prufrock knows, the Chainsaw Brigade was successful. Look, the fire's gone, isn't it? Score one for the good guys, the ones with a new wad of cash in their pockets. Did Joe Ellen not make it back across, though? How long does it take hypothermia to set in? Is she even a swimmer? Did she get plowed under by the English Rose? By a thrashing elk? Did Ezekiel grab her by the ankle, stuff her into a pew alongside Stacy Graves? Doesn't matter. What does is the way I just shook my head no to Letha, holding her eyes the whole time so she would get it without me having to try to make it fit into words, especially once she registered how toward a hell I am and how dead I was if she hadn't landed her helicopter nearly on top of me. All that, plus the way I'm pressing my lips together, my own eyes full to spilling, a lump in my throat like I've never felt. And then mix in Letha's paranoia about Banner going into work each day, after the previous two sheriffs didn't retire the traditional way, and how she made him wear that vest under his shirt most days. What she never knew, though, or never called him on, was that he'd leave the house with that armor, and he'd put it back on before going home, but in between? Unless he was meeting her at Dot's or swinging home for lunch, he didn't like wrapping himself in ceramic and Kevlar like that. What we never knew, though, was that he should have had face armor. He should have had that fencing mask from Urban Legends Final Cut. But a pickaxe probably comes in a lot harder than the tip of a bendy sword. Hockey mask, then, I tell myself, just jumping all the way to the end, but an axe does get through that one in 3, doesn't it? Hockey masks are made to stop flying hockey pucks, not blades. That mask of Satan from Black Sunday, then. The one that looks like the Greek masks in the third Scream, just without the nails on the inside. And yes, Sharona, obviously I'm hiding behind more and more movie shit because I want, more than anything, to check out of this moment. Would I never say back to you when you accuse me of that, though? I'm sorry, when you identify that for me out loud? Whatever gets you through the night. I'll believe in fairies and unicorns, if it lets me be somewhere better, I mean. Please, sign me the fuck right up, twice, in blood. When you live in slasher land, you're always looking over the fence, into the happier genres, the ones where your friends aren't lying dead all around you. The ones where your best friend hasn't just fallen to her knees, like a giant pair of scissors cut the strings holding her up. I go to my knees beside her, hug her to me the same way I did with Alex. At first, she tries to shrug me off, but I hold on through that, until she's heaving sobs. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I keep saying. I honestly can't even imagine words that might make this hurt less. And even if I knew them, it would be mean for me to say them, wouldn't it? This isn't supposed to be easy. Later on, if Letha doesn't cry hard enough now, in this moment, then she'll feel like a traitor. Hey? The helicopter pilot says, somewhere in the upright world. When I first saw him inspecting the wreckage of his helicopter, it's tilted over, the rotors all stubs, my knee-jerk thought was Jeff Fahey. Those panty-dropper eyes, that flowing mane of silver hair, the stubble, that lecherous smile. It's like Psycho 3 had touched down in Terra Nova and then pushed its yoke forward, just enough to shred my dad, save my life. But no, not Psycho 3. If I'm going to mummy myself in videotape in my head, it should be something with a working helicopter. The Thing? No thanks. I failed that blood test, I know. Grizzly, then? Don't they fly around looking for that big bear in a copter? Like that's something I need to conjure here. Got enough going on, thanks. With my luck, it would turn out to be Pizza Bear from Prophecy, or that Cocaine Bear, and then we're all deader than dead. Letha cries and sputters for probably 20 minutes, like uncontrollable, involuntary, racked with sobs. This is what it looks like when your whole world changes. I bet a guilty part of her wishes Jeff Fahey had, instead of setting down on the helicopter pad, just bobbed them back up into the sky, where she could float and float. So long as she stays up there, Banner's alive, isn't he? If I were her, I'd never come down. Finally, though, who did it? She asks. Who killed him? I tilt my head over to the smear on the grass that was my dad. Letha studies it. I would have made it hurt more if I'd known, she says. Whoa, Jeff Fahey says then. He's been keeping about 15 feet away, giving us room for whatever this is. We both look to what he means. A window of one of the houses? There's someone up there, he says. Letha stands, ready, eyes flaring because this is something she can maybe fight. Think they had their phone light on? Jeff Fahey adds, like we're doubting him. Phone light, Letha says. Phone light, I echo. What we're saying is that someone on the second floor up there using the light on their phone. They're not some monster like my dad. They could be a Billy or Stu, just a regular killer, a revenge slasher. But that wouldn't really make sense. Would be a de-escalation after a corpse walking around with a murder weapon from better than 100 years ago. Where is it? I ask then, casting around. What? Letha asks. This? Jeff Fahey asks, holding the golden head of the pickaxe up. Evidently, he'd stationed himself by it, the same way when you find a $10 bill blowing across the parking lot, you stand by it for a bit before picking it up to see if anybody's going to come jogging after it. The pickaxe head's more like half a pickaxe head now, maybe even just a third or quarter of one. That helicopter rotor was going at the speed of fury. Must have launched the rest of that heavy little thing miles back into the forest. But what's left still has that dull, unholy glint, along with a blunt tip dipped in gore. With that? Letha asks, and I nod. She strides forward, snatches the pickaxe head from Jeff Fahey, who backs off, doesn't want any bit of this. Letha's running hard for the lake now, is going to throw this out there as far as she can, because it killed her life. It took her husband, but... I tackle her at the shore. Letha comes around with her elbow, not at me particularly, I don't think, but at anything stopping her from doing this. Her elbow catches me in the jaw, and I see not stars so much as just flickering tatters of blackness, followed by instant warmth on my neck, pooling in my collarbone, coating me under what's left of this thin shirt. If burst-open, nearly formed scabs have a smell, then that must be what I'm smelling. The hit's such a shock that I can't even say anything, can just suck air. I've been hit before, but never like this, never by someone I love and would do anything for. It's not over, either. Letha's not Letha anymore. She's just pain and hurt and anger. She's how a dog that's been hit up on the highway needs someone to pick it up, carry it to the vet, but still snaps and snarls and bites at any hands reaching down for it. I understand what Letha's feeling. I mean, I get wanting to rip enough holes in the world that it falls down. And I'm the only one here. I may not be good for much. I might not know Idaho history as well as you do, Mr. Holmes. But one thing I've learned in my 24 years on this wild ride is that I'm a girl who can take some damage. Come on, I manage to say to Letha, around whatever's going on with my head that's slurring my words. And when she just breathes in, getting control of herself, I step forward, push her hard with my good arm, and yell behind it that it's my fault. That all of this is on me. That Dark Mill South never comes to town if I didn't show back up. That Stacy Graves never skates over to the movie if I don't wish and pray for her. That Cinnamon Baker never has to carve her way through the graduating class if she doesn't think I'm responsible for what happened to her parents. That Banner's head isn't in the path of that pickaxe if I haven't just tugged him back. The period I put on this is stepping forward and pushing her hard in the chest, my eyes flaring, snot and tears and blood just streaming. Letha has to step back to take my push without falling over. But when she processes that last part, she sets her lips, holds my eyes. "No," she says. "Yes," I tell her. An instant later, she's coming for me with everything she has, not holding anything back this time. And instead of covering my face, I lift my chin to take this, to give her my throat, my chest, everything I have. Letha launches up into me, and we both fly back, both land on my back, and Letha's screaming and pounding at me with both fists. And I told myself that I would be her punching bag for this. But she's Letha fucking Mondragon, and when she brings it, she brings it. My right arm, the hurt one, comes up to try to fend this off. She knocks it to the side like the nothing it is, and the heel of her left hand's coming down for me. I turn to the side to keep my nose from getting shattered up into my brain, but that just means my split ear takes the blow, throwing cracks of thunder through my head that leave little chasms where memories used to be. I buck to the side. Weight's the only thing I have on Letha, but she turns it into a roll that's going to end us in the shallows. I claw my good hand into the shore, keep us here even though that opens my body up for her to knee in the side. She's crying and hitting and she can't stop, and I can't stop her, not when she's like this, and fuck it. "It's my fault," I scream right into her face. Right into her open mouth, I'm pretty sure. And in response, she slams her forehead into my top row of teeth, jolting me to the core. The tatters of blackness start to knit together into a wide expanse of velvet darkness I can fall back into. Letha hugs me back with her whole body, arms and legs and everything. She's crying even harder than she was before. My right hand is on the surface of Indian Lake, but no deeper. I pat it once, then slowly, delicately, painfully. I bring it to Letha's back, press her into me, and I'm crying too, saying I'm sorry over and over. And 8 years ago, when this perfect, amazing princess warrior stepped out of a stall of the bathroom down by the boys' gym, and I flicked my eyes over to her in the mirror of the skank station, I never imagined she could ever matter this much to me. I've got a best friend. We've seen each other at our best, rising from the water to fight Stacy Graves. We've hitched each other across the ice to get back home from here. I've stood back while she came at my dad for me, because I wasn't strong enough to. She saved me from him with a helicopter. I've held her little girl in my arms and spun her around, and I've looked up to her husband through bleary eyeliner, out of the darkness of the band closet. And I've seen him walk into marriage, fatherhood, the badge, and then a pickaxe. And I've shared cup after cup of coffee with her on her porch, or mine, or under that great bear at Dot's. And I've told myself like a secret inside that this is what all the years ahead of us are going to be like. I've told myself, too, that one week Sunday, when Letha finally gives in and reaches across with her index and middle fingers for my cigarette, I'm going to scooch away, not let her start. Even at Banner's funeral, when she'll still be wanting to punish herself, to let some of that exquisite corruption in, I'm going to shake my head no. keep her clean. And I know that, no matter how long I live, no hug will ever be this hug. I'm glad the founders came to town and staked Terra Nova out. There, I said it. If they don't, I never meet this amazing person. I never make this friend. I love you, final girl, I say into her hair. She nods into my neck. Can't speak yet, I don't think. After about 2 minutes, she rolls off me and sits up. I sit up beside her. There's no way to hold my head that doesn't hurt. I'm sorry, she says. Thought you were supposed to be bad, I mumble back, letting a grin into my voice. Her frame shudders with what I hope is a laugh. I can't believe that he's gone, she finally says, sniffling. He was the best. Where? Because I'm not sure if she's asking where his body is or where the pickaxe got him. I just shake my head no. Letha stands, pulling me up with her and holding me until I'm steady enough to inspect. Says, You look like always, I finish for her. The side of my head's flowing again, my bleeding forearms finally giving me that red right hand Nick Cave's always going on about. I'm not completely sure I have a right ear anymore, and my tongue's telling me something's up with a front tooth. What am I going to tell Adie? Letha says then, in control of her voice now. But then she straightens, is suddenly intense Letha again, which is a full-on dangerous thing. Where is she? She asks. With Tiff, I say. Over there, safe. Letha looks across the lake to the lights of Proof Rock, and I follow. All those cars that were streaming back in from the highway, now that the fire's gone enough, a lot of them are bunching up. South of town? Past Founders Park? But the only thing out that way is the Poacher Road that leads around to the creek, the road Hetty and Paul and Wainbow were on. Until they weren't. She said they were going to watch a movie? Letha recites about Tiff. Probably something Disney, with princesses, I say, glancing up with just my eyes to see how this registers with Letha. After a moment, she nods that this has to be it. Yes. Guess I better go hug that neck, she says. Me too, I say, which is when we both turn back to Terra Nova. In the moonlight, so where's the Halloween snow, Idaho? We can see the outline of the trashed helicopter. Oh, Letha says, when that silver light flickers in the second-story window of the Baker place again. Weren't even going to break us up? I say to Jeff Fahey about the beatdown he had to have just witnessed. He's standing a few feet off again, that golden pickaxe head tucked against his forearm like a football, which just makes me flash on Banner again and try to gulp it back down. Just here to protect her, he says back to me about Letha. Translation, Letha was in zero danger from me. Always with the pot shots, world. Know who you look like? I say back to him. More like he looks like me, he says with a shrug and grin, twirling that pickaxe head up and catching it so easily. Here, Letha says about it. Jeff Fahey looks up to her just with his killer eyes. Then, when she's serious, he holds it out to her obediently. This is what did it? She confirms with me, taking the pickaxe head. I nod once. And you don't want it back in the lake? I don't, I tell her. Letha nods that she can work with this, then walks directly over to the wishing well, drops the pickaxe head in, and wipes her hands against each other like we're rid of the evil. Go see? She says to Jeff Fahey about the light in the Baker place. Serious? He asks back. You wrecked my helicopter, dude. You told me to. Yeah, well, I'll get us a better one, Letha says. Then, looking around, she adds, "A better all of this." "Oh, wow," I say, just seeing what she means. When the rotors shattered, they sent shards slicing through everything in their whip plane. What I can see in the moonlight are 3 of these houses, with a whole load-bearing wall bashed in. Probably more in the daylight. It's going to be a while yet before anybody lives over here. Again. Terra Nova's not just the most gated community in America anymore. It's also the most cursed. And like you told us, Mr. Holmes, it's all a make-do graveyard over here, isn't it? They shouldn't have built their Cuesta Verde here. The land doesn't want them here. Neither does Prufrock. 2, when I lead the emergency crews back over here, to the bodies, I'm going to try to make sure one of these houses is the temporary morgue. No, a body in each of them, maybe? Like a row of mausoleums, a cluster of tombs, and then somebody can leak photos of all these corpses laid out in living rooms, so Lena Singleton and her crop of new founders will have no choice but to raise them to the concrete foundations. Start all over again. Or not. Got it, Jeff Fahey says, and trots off to the Baker place, stooping on the way to pick up what at first my heart knows is a guitar, what his character Dwayne died by. But it's a rusted pipe with a clump of dirt balled around one end of it, because it used to be buried, probably got dug up from the first Terra Nova, or the second. It makes me wonder what some later Jeff Fahey might dig up, from this time around. A golden pickaxe head, I guess. Unless I sneak back over here in a few nights, hide it better. No, not over there, I tell Letha when she's casting around for somewhere for us to sit, while Jeff Fahey inspects that light in the Baker place. With her final girl instincts, she was walking us right over to Bub. But we don't need to see any men dead in uniform right now. Or ever again. Instead, we sit down on the front lip of what was going to be Letha's front porch. This too weird? I ask, patting the wood under us. Yeah, she says, but doesn't move. Well, I don't want to hide under the kitchen sink again, I say, trying for levity. I just want to go home, Letha says back, staring across the lake, probably at the light at the end of the pier. But maybe at her own porch light. She can pick it out, I bet. I try. You'd think it would be easy peasy. I've lived here my whole life. But I get a little lost in all the twinkling, and just the unsettling feeling that, from over here, I'm looking at town from the backside. I can sort of see my 17-year-old self running down the pier in her untied combat boots, I mean. A pair of headlights stabbing out behind her. A certain construction grunt standing beside that car, his right arm reaching for this running away girl, his mouth open to call her name, but he didn't even know it then. But I can also see deeper back, to all us kids lined up on the pier, for Hardy to spray with the big fan from his airboat. How we'd scream and thrill. And I can see Jocelyn Cates out there in the shallows, holding her arms up for the first penguin to jump off the ice floe, promising us it was going to be all right, that she'd never drop us, and that Ezekiel wasn't really down here. That's just a story. And from here, Mr. Holmes, I can see your ultralight sputtering home that afternoon, losing altitude. And I know you had to have had one of your Marlboros clamped tight in your teeth when you finally hit the water. That's the only way to do a thing like that. And I can see further back. There's Crossbowl Joe backing his tow truck down the pier to haul a little dead girl up by the chin. And there's the 12-year-old Christine Gillette standing in a gingham skirt at the nose of that truck, half hiding behind her father, but watching all the same, soaking all this in so she can relay it to me decades later. Stacy, Stacy, Stacy Graves. Jenny, Jennifer, J.D., Jade. I live here. Yes. This place is in me, and I'm in it. My past is here, and my future is as well, however much of it I've got. 30 minutes ago, when I was going to fly out over Camp Blood with my dad, I wasn't even going to see November. Now, here, I'm not even done with Halloween yet, I guess. In a house I can hear a scream from if I need to. A gorgeous old helicopter pilot's red-shirting it around against his will. His head's probably going to come rolling down to our feet any minute, those pretty eyes wide open. And the night isn't nearly over, is it? I can't remember if I ever put this in any of my papers for you, sir, but the easy thing to think about the slasher is that the reveal is when the slasher's mask comes off and his identity is known, and everybody's like, of course, yeah, this makes sense. That's only half of it, though. The final girl's mask is ripped off just the same, isn't it? Revealing her true self, that she never even knew what she had inside. Does she watch herself scrabbling and fighting and screaming and wonder how this can be her doing all this? When she's walking back into the light with blood dripping down from her fingertips and sprayed across her face and slathered all up and down what's left of her clothes, does she see a line from who she is now to who she was? And does she want to go back? Letha's told me that all horror, including the slasher, is pretty much conservative, in that it's always fighting to get back to the status quo, back to when things were good, or at least to when there weren't so many people dead. But would the final girl trade in what she's found in herself just to have the people she cares about back? I know I would. Letha too. In a heartbeat, in half a heartbeat. But you can't go back, of course. Only in your head, your heart, your wishing. And I'm just trying to come up with something that can bring Banner back. Sharona, yes. You're so brilliant, so insightful. I'm so lucky to have your voice always in my head these days, even if it's all throaty now from your flu or cold or whatever. If I did somehow go back to before all the dead people, though, then I'm still living with my dad. Living with my own boogeyman and my own personal nightmare. I'm still flicking that shitrock knife open and shut in my right pocket, knowing there's some artery in my thigh I can nick if I do this just right, or just wrong. I used to tell myself it was a thrill, keeping myself that close to bleeding out like that, with nobody even knowing. I don't carry that knife anymore, though, Hardy, Mr. Holmes, Mom, shooting glasses. Now I'm just trudging forward. I'm wading ahead through the gore. I live where I live, and it can be brutal. It's violent. It's sad. It's scary as hell, but no. This is where I stay. Here, in Proof Rock. With Letha sitting beside me. With Adie growing up. With the three of us bringing action figures and Dot's donuts to a certain grave over all the coming years. I'll even sneak out after dark with Adie when she's old enough and give her a flathead screwdriver to carve Daddy real small and secret on that headstone. And I'll tell her cleaned-up stories of him in high school because she's going to need to hear about him and the hero he most definitely was. But I'll never tell her or Letha about the scared look in Banner's eyes when the point of that pickaxe burst up from his mouth. He wasn't scared of the pain, or of dying, I don't think. That was there. It was sudden and jolting, but it was already going over. No, when it's too late to stop any of that, when it's already done, I think what you see are the ones you leave behind. Banner was seeing Adie walking down the driveway for her first date. He was seeing Letha hanging all the stuff on the wall of their living room a different way this week, and then a different way next week. And he knows his mom's not going to approve of what the uppity daughter-in-law's doing to the bowling trophy side of the living room, as opposed to the trophy bowl elk side of the living room. But him and Letha are going to laugh about it that night over her wine and his beer, while they're sitting on the porch, waiting for Adie to get back so they can grill her. so Dad can glare this boy down, and he should have had all of that. He should have had every last minute of it. And if my dad's pickaxe comes in just a few inches to the side, then he gets all that, and Aunt Jade becomes the family story. And that's okay. That's fine. Henderson High can find another history teacher, one without a record. The drugstore can get somebody else hooked on cigarettes, like they need to keep their lights on. It'd leave the ultralight I'm building for you unfinished, Mr. Holmes. But when I'm a ghost, I can sidle into that seat I bolted in there and fly up with you on the ghost version of it. So long as there's ghost smokes up there. I'm not coming to hang out if there's no nicotine, I mean. Come on, let's be serious. But you don't stay if there's none, I know, so all good. So tell me what's going on, Letha says, scrunching her fingers through her hair. Bits of leaves and dirt fall out. She sweeps it all off her thighs. There's an off-kilter rectangular dent in her forehead from one of my front teeth, with blood pressing out at the edges. But she's got enough high-dollar moisturizer that'll be gone in no time. I don't think real final girls scar, anyway. Or they carry their scars on the inside, don't they? Well, obviously. Thus the name changes, the drinking, the house turned into a booby-trapped fortress, and the no life, the paranoia, the isolation. It's the part of being a final girl that doesn't get the glamorous treatment. Once the limelight's done with you, you're relegated to the shadows, to try to deal with it all, however you can, alone. But I'm talking to someone here. Can't hide in my head. I'm not 17 anymore. It's something I keep having to remind myself of. Never mind that the massacre from then's just been going on, it feels like, pulsing through the years, just faking sleep so it can scoop another armful of lives to its chest. It's just the usual. I try for Letha about what's going on here this time. Letha shrugs like, yeah, she kind of figured that. And then she winces and closes her eyes fast, and I get it. Banner's gone. When she can, faking it 100%, she says, "But your dad was, rampaging?" "I guess," I say back. But I don't. None of it's making sense. There's some dad got his head pulled off at the high school, and Phil Lambert's dead in his kitchen. Your dad was over there too? I shake my head no. I don't think he was. The angel? Letha asks, sneaking a look over at me. She's not you? Serious? Just, I don't know. Feeling real good about myself here. She looks like you, I mean. Thanks for that boost. Letha elbows me lightly, and I wince. Everything hurts. And somebody killed Hetty Jansen and her boyfriend and that Wayne Sellers? Because? They saw whoever it was dragging Grayson Brewster around. Grayson who? From the cemetery, I say, waving the explanation away. Oh, and the game warden skulking around. This fire's his doing, I guess. Seth Mullins? He's in mourning and wants everybody to know it. For Francie? Her and Rex Allen turned up. Dead? I nod. Hate that I should have thought to specify that. How long was I gone? Letha asks, incredulous. I know. What was? Letha tilts her face up to hold her tears in, starts over, weaker, because I think this is where she was meaning to get. What was Span doing over here, then? I breathe in, blow it out like smoke, letting her know that I hear her here. This is the serious part, so I have to get it right. Ones who didn't evacuate from the fire, they came over here with chainsaws and axes to... Chainsaws? And axes, yeah. Does nobody know where we live? It was Lena Singleton, or one of them, offering cash to save this. Terra Nova, the new world. Which we should have just let burn once and for all, I'm thinking. Or, I've been thinking, for about 8 years now. I think my dad was waiting for them. I tag on, like that explains it. And that pickaxe? Henderson killed Golding with it, Letha says. Or the other way around. Thought it was lost, though. Past tense lost. Very past. The pastest. You ever study Gothic stuff in jail? Letha asks. No matter how many times I explain to her the difference between jail and prison, Letha insists on getting it wrong. I guess because she's never been. Hopefully she gets to keep messing that up forever. Like Gothica? I ask back, trying to catch up with her. American Gothic? Somebody's at the door? Like The Return of the Repressed, all that, Letha says, waving the academies away like the most bothersome fly. Is that what the slasher is, you think? The dark secrets surfacing after some preordained amount of years? That pickaxe, I'm saying, and your dad? I'm not turning you in for what you did to him, I tell her, for maybe the 50th time since 2015. Well, okay, since 2019 anyway. Even though I did actually do it, Letha says back. It's her always comeback. You didn't kill him, I tell her. Me, my pilot. I mean then, with that Cenobite board. More like a Negan bat. Who? You didn't kill him either, but you're the one who went away for it, Letha says. I'm saying he's the dark secret here, unrepressing. It's like if you write something true and terrible on a piece of paper and bury it in the ground. Only that paper starts to unfold all slowly, and finally somebody sees a corner of it, gives it a tug, reads what's there. He deserved it. So did Freddie, Letha says. That didn't stop him from coming back, did it? I can't argue with that. What I can argue with, wouldn't the paper, rot away before it could unfold? Yeah, let's split that hair. I hold up my trashed hair, offering some. So there's how many killers now? Letha asks, squinting like counting in her head. One less, I say, tilting my head to the smear over by the helicopter pad. If one of them's over there, though, she says about town. 80, you're right. And forgot to say, I think I saw, a Chucky? Leprechaun size, you mean? Puppet mastery? That doll Karen Black hated? The Brood, It's Alive, Basket Case, Bloody Birthday, Gage, I say, meaning yes. Village of the Damned here, Letha tags on. Not wrong. But if this is a slasher, I say, thinking out loud, who's final girl this time? Not me, Letha says with a shrug that this should be obvious. I look my question over to her. What have I ever really done? She says. I'm Scully. I always get put out of commission before the real stuff hits the fan. Before the shit hits the fan, I tell her. See? I still can't even cuss right. But you have to be out of commission, I say. Out of commission is where it's safe. I don't ask to be safe. You have to be safe, I tell her. 80 and... I almost said Banner there. And I think she felt it coming, has to shake her head to make it go away. At least for this moment, if not all the rest she's got coming. It's you, Jade, Letha tells me, quietly, seriously. It's always been you. But I'm not. You are. Just now? I say, opening my hand to the beatdown that just happened. I just get lucky when the shit's flying. Heaven doesn't want me, and hell's afraid I'll take over. You know the deal with me. But you, Jocelyn? Jocelyn Cates? Bad example. Why? I shrug, tilt my head back into the woods, meaning again, dead. Letha sighs defeat, says, "We worked out together on Tuesdays and Thursdays." You and Jocelyn? Why do you say it like that? I don't. I mean, I didn't know the two of you knew each other in a town of not even 3,000? Not anymore. Who was your friend in jail again? Prison. Yazzie, I tell her. She gets out in a few years. You'll like her. I will. But look at you. You're the final girl, Leith, now and always. Before I got married, maybe, Letha says. But because you were a virgin, I say, incredulous. That Adam and Eve bullshit doesn't help anybody, does it? The pure and the fallen? Come on. We work with what we have, Letha cites. Anybody who brings the cabin in the woods in, they automatically win. I know. That's what I'm saying, I tell her. Virginity's a stupid holdover. It's Reagan-era propaganda. I'm not saying it's important, Letha says. I'm saying that I'm a mom now. Moms are in survival horror, sure. They're in home invasion stuff. They're in haunted houses their cheapskate husbands pick out. They're in rape revenge. They get trapped in Pintos, but no slashers. I finish. And you're not a mom, Letha says. Do the math, right? But my boogeyman, I tell her back, flinging my hand dadward. We've already had our big face-off, which you ended, not me. Then it's not over yet? Letha prompts. Eyebrows up like you making a point, sir. God damn her. So what? I have to ask. My dad found the golden pickaxe, and my mom's the angel of Indian Lake? Your mom was blonde, wasn't she? Letha asks. Maybe she's dyeing it. So you two look the same. I got my dad's hair, yeah. Central Casting really phoned it in with you, didn't they? Letha says with an almost smile. Didn't even find a virgin, I add on. Letha starts to say something back to this, then cuts it off, is just staring at me, like doing math herself. My time as a student at Henderson High, having no friends, less dates. My time in Central Holding down in Boise, when I was on trial. My first incarceration. My 36 hours or whatever when Dark Mill South came to visit, which didn't leave much room for romance. My second bid, my time after that back here with, again, 0 dates and no real prospects. Math sucks, especially when you're on the wrong side of that equals sign and everybody's looking at you. But, Letha finally can't help but say. She's objecting to my didn't even find a virgin, kindly, but still. You're saying that because I've been in lockup that I must be a unicorn's best friend? I ask back, hiding the grin that wants to percolate up, show itself, because I'm leading her right into this. I mean, she says, it's only women in there, isn't it? So, use your imagination? Pretend this isn't Proof Rock, that it isn't Idaho. Letha does, then has to smile, nudge me back a bit. Ow, I tell her, playing it up, mostly with my eyes. What about that construction worker? Letha says, eliminating possibilities in her logical, thorough way. Ever listen to that one metal band? I say, dragging this next part out for her so she can put the pieces together. AC/DC? Letha dips her face, actually smiles in spite of everything going on, says, You're saying... I'm saying, yeah, I tell her, shrugging. It was going to be good and smooth, but my whole right side hurts, meaning I end up visibly wincing, maybe out loud, too. Here, Letha says, guiding me around to face her and ripping her loose right sleeve off. It's practically gauze already after our big fight. She snaps for my right arm, flattens the sleeve as good as she can, and starts to wind my forearm in it. And I can see right off that playing mom is as good for her as it is for me. It makes me wish I had cuts all over me for her to attend to, if it keeps her from thinking about Banner. Too, I can't help but picture a horror movie where the hot chick's ripping off pieces of her clothes to bandage somebody, and that somebody's surreptitiously cutting themselves, just so this good Samaritan of a nurse can strip down more and more, never quite catching on to this wonderful game. More trauma than prestige horror, but I'd watch it. Might even rewind it a bump or two until I wore the tape thin. You're telling me it was Mary Ellen Moffat who broke your heart? She says, her words somehow making my Colobos wrist throb. Something like that, yeah. And I had to beat you up before you thought to let me in on this? Never came up. Something this important to do with my best friend in the whole world? With the girl, the woman I model myself after, and it never comes up? I swallow and lick my lips, because there are no words here. Because if I open my mouth even a crack, she'll see my heart beating in the back of my throat. She models herself on me? I'm sorry, Letha goes on, her voice sounding more serious because she's using her teeth as a third hand to get her sleeve tied around my forearm tight. I shouldn't have assumed. It makes an asshole of me. That how you say that? You don't have to be sorry, I tell her back. Should I be insulted, then? That I never hit on you? She shrugs one shoulder, keeps her eyes down like this is all just talk, nothing serious. It's not because I'm black, is it? You want to fight again, don't you? I will beat your ass, final girl or not. If you ever say anything like that to me again, I'll be Roddy Piper to your Keith David. Letha shrugs a had-to-ask shrug, says, Keith David, the black guy? Lived through the thing. Letha opens her mouth to make a show of breathing out, so I can see there's no frozen vapor inside her. Not to mention you're kind of a married woman, I add on. Past tense, she says, quoting me and moving on to my head, which is even more of a mess than my arm, I'm pretty sure. The mirror is not going to be my friend whenever I get to one, but not like it's ever been, I guess. Letha reaches up and rips her other sleeve off, applies it delicately to my head. Pretty soon I'm going to look like that guy in Time Crimes. Bring it. And it'll be worth it if it means I get to Happy Death Day my way back in time a day, to make things happen like they should. Jade Daniels is reliving Halloween Day in her hometown, over and over, until she identifies the real killer and saves the day. I could go with that. Sure. And yes, Jace, I get the cupcake thing now. Thank you. Signed, Jade. 4 years late. Letha's arranging my hair around my new bandage, like primping me for a walk on the runway. Can you see my brain? I ask, touching the bandages lightly with the pads of my fingers. Just your heart, Letha says, holding my eyes. It would be a hell of a time for her to hold my face on both sides and kiss me on the lips. But we don't get to pick our genre, Billy, because of killers like you. Letha does take my fingers in her hand, though, to still them. You're off your meds, aren't you? She says. I pull my hand back, lick my lips too fast, no eye contact, and Letha, being Letha, doesn't push it. Just moves her shoulders fighter style in the tank top she's just made of her $800 blouse. So, I can still be Aunt Jade? I ask with all due hesitation. I know the answer, but at the same time, I need to hear it out loud, I think. Letha squeezes my thigh right above the knee in reply, and we don't have to talk about this anymore. Thank you, I tell her. Thank you, she says back, somehow holding both my hands in hers now, and then shaking them once, gently, and, isn't this a dream or something I had once? Long way back? But there's no time to hide in the past. There never is around here. What are Randy's rules for the third in a trilogy? I ask. Letha sits back, unfocuses her eyes to dial them up. Killer who's superhuman, check. Anyone can die, fuck that, check. I golf clap for her profanity, which gets my right arm throbbing even more. And, she goes on, picking through Randy's videotape exegesis, is it that the past comes back to bite you in the ass? Check, I ask, about my dad. Big check, yeah, Letha says. Then it's over? Except for that it's still Halloween. In the recovery room in Denver, there were, decorations everywhere. Bats, pumpkins. My nurse, he was wearing a witch hat, and my doctor had a Michael Myers mask on. Oh, to live in the normal world, I sing-song. You never know the rules out there, Letha says. And here, in the slasher, we sort of do, don't we? Never helped Randy. Didn't it? He made it to 2. And 3, sort of. And his niece and nephew, I tag on. Which Michael mask? Revenge. Man. I know, right? And I let this guy operate on me? Speaking of, I ask, leaning back a smidge like to see some incision on her jaw. Orthoscopic, Letha says, rubbing her palm over what must be some small incision under the collar of her shirt. But it worked. She opens and shuts her mouth, showing how perfect her jaw is. Something that wasn't true from the get-go, I try out loud then, still citing Randy's posthumous rule laying down. So what is that we're so wrong about? I don't think we get to know yet, Letha says, after thinking it through all she can with what we've got, which isn't much. All you can do is the immediate concern. 80, I say. 80, she agrees, standing. Right on time, I tell her, pointing ahead of us with my lips. It's Jeff Fahey, leading 5 survivors out the front door of one of the houses. 4 of them are still carrying chainsaws. The speaker for the Chainsaw Brigade is Walter Mason's twin, Grace, who married a Richardson, had 4 sons, and then a grandson who played football, who I'm pretty sure I saw the insides of down on Main Street. Ain't life grand? The other 4 are, from right to left, orange waders. Did you think this was a fishing expedition? Science goggles, who I think might have taught you and Hardy biology, Mr. Holmes, maybe even been a pirate with y'all. And then blue chainsaw and white chainsaw, both of them about 30, meaning they must have been graduating high school right before I was a freshman. I could dredge all their names up if I wanted, but labels are so much easier. You don't see a label's whole past and all their relations when that label mists into blood with the sunrise. Grace is carrying that Halligan I dropped, her brother's fireman tool. She holds it in both hands across her hips, says to Letha and me, "He says you 2 know what to do?" Letha looks at me and I shrug. "Try not to die?" I finally say. "We were doing pretty fine up there," Grace says, hooking her head back to the house Jeff Fahey just led them out of. "Plumbing's not on yet," Blue Chainsaw says with sort of an embarrassed shrug. "So?" Grace says to us, taking charge again. "We have to walk it," Letha says. "Walk?" Science Goggles creaks. He's old but looks limber, like one of those senior citizens who keeps a sloshing shot of whiskey on their nightstand to slam each morning. His eyes are all the way pissed off, too. Maybe that's what's keeping him going. That way, I say, turning to the side and opening my arm to Camp Blood, the dam, the woods, then Prufrock. They all live here, though. I don't need to tell them how to get around the lake. Without a light, you mean? White Chainsaw asks, squinting his whole face with reluctance. We've got numbers, Jeff Fahey says. He doesn't quite hook his thumbs into his belt loops to hitch his pants up, but his matter-of-fact deliveries got that authority. And those, Letha adds, nodding down to the 4 chainsaws, the Halligan. What do you have? Orange Waiters asks, and I cringe inside. Do recognize him now. Davis, Duchamp. Little brother to the headless dad in the hug-and-go lane. We are the weapons, I say with a grin, me and Letha. Yeah, well, Grace says, shifting her shiny mean Halligan. Think that if you want. I'm in front, Letha announces. Jeff, you're in back? Jeff Fahey raises his hand, taking this duty, and I guess I've probably been gobsmacked before. I have to have been. The shit I've seen, but that's your name? I have to ask him. He gives me a wink and then pivots away. I'm behind you, then? I whisper to Letha. I think because we're supposed to be fostering the illusion of a united front to keep these people from panicking and running every which way. Letha nods and I fall in, and she leads us well around the helicopter pad. And before a quarter miles behind us, we've pulled enough ahead that Letha can sniffle, say after sneaking a look back. How am I going to tell her? Her chin's pruning up again, her lips in kind of pre-quiver mode. I think this is kind of where she's going to be living the next year and a half, at least. Every slack moment between this and that, she's going to be falling back into Banner not being around anymore. I step in by her, take her by the back of her left arm to make sure she doesn't stumble. I'll tell her that when that bad man came for her Aunt Jade, that her daddy stepped between to save me. That's the kind of sheriff he was. Letha nods, thank you, pulls her lips in to keep them steady. That's true? She asks, batting her eyes fast enough that mine start to heat up as well. I'll never lie to her, Leth. She's going to need you, Letha says back, sniffing in deep now, like trying to make this go over, like reminding herself we're not here to wallow, we're here to win. I need her too, I tell her. And her mom also? Letha nods, keeps nodding, and then, impossibly, stupidly, from behind us comes, Dear Henderson High, we will uphold you. Hail the blue and white. It's Science Goggles, and his high, clear voice is actually pretty damn beautiful. Dear Henderson Hawks, we adore you. Grace lilts back, blue and white chainsaw coming in bass and loud with, and wish you a good flight. It's officially the first time our school song hasn't grossed me out. I even sort of want to fall in, sing along. Except I also have to live with myself. Or I hope to get to live with myself. What is even happening? Letha says back to me, her eyes big and round like the dots on cartoon question marks. That, I tell her, tipping my head out to the lake. It's the English Rose, over in illegal waters, right by Glen Dam. Lemmy's got his fleet of drones synced up, finally, like he never could do for the 4th. Any Independence Day that doesn't end with bodies floating in the lake, though. Prufrock still clapped for his sputtering out show until their hands were raw, and more than a few people standing on shore were freely crying and lifting their hands higher and higher. Me too, sure, but I think I'd already been crying that day. What Lemmy's got his lit-up drones arranged into now, though, it's a fucking marquee, Letha says. For the movie, I intone, my face going ice cold, my feet suddenly dragging. It's one of those drive-in style marquees, meant to pull people in off the highway, with its frame becoming a blinking arrow pointing down to here, here, come one, come all. This is what all the headlights on the south side of town were. Proof rockers going to the illegal movie at the Footloose County line. Proof rockers being the dead in dawn, shuffling back to the only thing they know to be true, to be real, to have given them succor once upon a lifetime. They can't, Letha says, her hand clamping hard enough onto my bad wrist that I have to suck air in. We've got to stop them, I hiss back to her, and then step ahead, taking the lead, almost running, I think. Look, look, Orange Waiter says somewhere behind, like this marquee is the thing that's going to save us all. If only he knew.
Baker Solutions, Report of Investigation, 12 October 2023, number 41, Alpha 03. Indian Lake Angel. Taking into account the various medications and substances Jennifer Elaine J. Daniels regularly ingests and depends on, full list at 81A-113D, her sleep patterns have been the first to suffer. For footage of her restlessness, see 002F. For a log of her repetitive wakings, 002-G32. For a sample of her inarticulate mutterings, 002-G34-TR. With the likely result being that the division between dreaming and not dreaming has likely fallen victim as well, directly impacting her perceptual reliability. In short, Ms. Daniels could be vandalizing Proof Rock and Indian Lake in a dirty nightgown unintentionally in her sleep as a result of pharmaceutically induced somnambulism. As for the guise she adopts for these nocturnal meanderings and subsequent vandalism, the options based on available evidence are 1. Stacy Graves, that being a child from the early part of the 20th century who fell victim to a children's game on the shores of Indian Lake and as a result supposedly lived without aging, solely to perpetrate the Indian Lake massacre as a sort of revenge, either for how Proof Rock residents from more than 100 years ago had neglected and possibly abused her, or as a result of her peace having been broken. See Beowulf Unknown, 975 to 1025. Over the generations, and in the absence of competing narratives, this Stacy Graves became known locally as the Lake Witch. Ms. Daniels, in her writings on horror, 1A, espouses both respect and pity for this Lake Witch, and suggests that Stacy Graves' plight was not dissimilar to the treatment Ms. Daniels herself received from the residents of Proof Rock. While Ms. Daniels, in her succession of testimonies and defense strategies, 1D, never champions nor tries to absolve this girl she claims was actually responsible for the fatalities, she does posit that Stacy Graves' actions were possibly warranted to some degree. Though Ms. Daniels' legal team for this defense revised their argument such that Ms. Daniels' theories were evidence of the trauma she had suffered, it's distinctly possible that Ms. Daniels, by adopting, inculcating, or even subsuming the identity of this angel of Indian Lake, is still, in a sense, arguing her case, either in the general sense of the supernatural, though perpetually blurry, is alive and well around here, or in the specific sense of the lake witch is still alive and she's matured into an even more dangerous, i.e., adult form? If so, then the willful destruction of intruding property would be in keeping with this identity's need for revenge or justice. 2. Sally Shallambert, Shoshone, 28. In Elk Bend, Idaho, July 2015, Ms. Shallambert, rather than retreating from Dark Mill South's rampage against her husband and his company of smoke jumpers, elected to take the offensive, grievously injuring Dark Mill South and in the process granting him his characteristic scarred face and absent right hand. After this episode, Ms. Shallambert, unable to retreat from her own all-encompassing fight-or-flight response, had to be institutionalized for her own safety and the safety of others. See 384-F for a record of Ms. Shallambert's multiple instances of destruction of property at Greenpoint Residential Psychiatric Treatment, until 9 June 2023, that is, when she escaped her institution. Note that the first appearance of the Angel of Indian Lake is dated 24 June 2023 on social media. See 53E-H. As it would be arbitrary for Ms. Shallambert to journey from Greenpoint Residential Psychiatric Treatment in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, to Proof Rock, Idaho, a place there's no record of her ever visiting, 485 to 558 miles depending on route, then blurry pictures of someone with her features would suggest someone is impersonating or cosplaying not only her, but her institutionalized actions. 384-F. See photographs 72F62 through 72F88 on 19 June 2023 for what may have been Miss Daniels' first tentative foray into this identity. Note, too, that both Ms. Shallambert and Ms. Daniels are Native American, and that both have had lethal confrontations with the same serial killer, Dark Mill South. As for Ms. Daniels' continuing fascination with Ms. Shallambert, as prototypical of the final girls Ms. Daniels persistently valorizes, consider this excerpt from the most recent session, full transcript at FP1 3A-TR, with Dr. Sharona Watts, 5 October 2023, Founders Park.
Here, I'll sit on this side. That way the smoke...
No, don't worry about it. It reminds me of my dad's cigars.
But I thought your dad died of lung...
Boating accident. But we're not here to talk about little old me. I can't put that on my report, can I? Spoke with patient extensively about my father, not hers. Penalty box, 2 minutes for high sticking.
High sticking?
It goes with those hockey masks you so love slashers to wear. Forget it.
You said slasher, not serial killer.
You're a bad influence, Jade.
And my name, now.
Perhaps it's these masks. I'm liking it. Doesn't Sid wear one at the end?
Sam, too. Twice now. More important, you watched the first one? Thought you were too spooky for horror.
I've been doing my homework, Jade. But we're talking about you. Last week we stopped when you... Let me check these notes. We stopped when you,
I know. You don't want to hear an alphabetical list of final girls.
I do, if that's what you see yourself as, Jade. I did notice you didn't include yourself on that list. Or the surviving Baker twin, who, I understand, went toe-to-toe with that large Native American man. You did, however, include Letha Mondragon? No, I'm not. I guess what I'm asking is, how do you distinguish between cinematic final girls and real-world ones? And why do you not include yourself?
Cinnamon Baker was no final girl.
But I thought fighting the slasher in a deathmatch for all the marbles was a key characteristic.
Letha's for sure one. It's about heart, not muscles. And if we're talking real world, do you know about that lady up north who put Darkmill South down the first time?
I can't say I...
She's the one knocked his teeth out and cut his hand off.
So you're saying she's a hero?
She's a model for us all. She's the vessel we pour all our hope into. Everything good we could ever be and our best, most amazing moments. She became that for a few minutes.
Like Cinnamon Baker, now relegated to a wheelchair.
Relegated? Really?
It means...
I know what it means. It's more than she deserves, though. And a lot less.
You're jealous of her, I take it? Is it her youth? Or that she's Caucasian? Her privileged social position? Her fabulous hair? That she waded into battle without a care for herself?
I mean, I hear she makes a killer cupcake. Trick or treat? No answer? I ask Letha again. We've pulled probably 20 yards ahead of what's left of the chainsaw brigade, are plunging into darkness after darkness, struggling uphill. None of them back there are singing anymore. I don't even know if they're still lugging their chainsaws. In the occasional breaks between the trees, Lemmy's movie marquee drones aren't up anymore. Would I refuse to say out loud about that? Because it's already started. Pronoun antecedent? The Sharona in my head asks, batting her eyes behind her mask. Early in our sessions, this was her go-to, instead of the, "But how does that make you feel?" I'd been expecting, going by other court-mandated therapy I'd sat through. Okay, Sharona, it here refers back to massacre, which is the understood antecedent where I'm from, where I am. I'm resigned to that massacre having already begun, not without me, but more like because of me. When I was telling Letha that this was all my fault, she should have kept wailing on me, because I wasn't just saying that. Jade Daniels, bringer of maladies, wisher of tragedy, the girl who thought she was hurting enough that calling doom down on the whole valley felt righteous. I'm sorry, Letha. I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, and Hardy, and Jocelyn Cates, Chin, Alex, all of you. Even Phil Lambert. Being sorry doesn't mean I get to hide from it now, though. I mean, the obvious way to make it through this night is to step over the wall of that wishing well, isn't it? Curl down there in the darkness with that golden pickaxe, then rise with it like it's the boon I've plucked up from all this bloody muck, the thing that can restore Pleasant Valley, get us back on some less terrible path. Instead, I'm trudging alongside Letha, trying to match my steps with hers, but her legs are so long and athletic. Why isn't she answering? Letha grits out, the right side of her face glowing with her phone. Pronoun antecedent, Tiff, 80s babysitter for this ordeal. Her going to see a movie was a lot more innocuous before Lemmy's movie marquee took over the nighttime sky. I hustle up beside Letha. Insta? I prompt. Letha considers this, slows to dial the right app up. Tiff might not be taking calls for whatever reason, whatever fireable reason, but she's functionally incapable of not checking her feed every 15 seconds. Just like we don't need to see, Tiff's posted a set of shots of heads milling around out in some vast darkness, probably the walk out of town, when they started going by foot because cars and trucks couldn't make it any farther. In two of the shots, there's a small head and part of a perfect little shoulder in frame. No, Letha moans, and right as she's lowering her phone, I see... What? I ask, guiding her wrist back up. It's Sharona's feed. I palm Letha's phone away. We're still bustling along. Click and scroll. Sharona's feed is... beaches? Where is she? I ask, this not quite registering. I just saw her Thursday. Letha, frustrated, gives an obligatory glance down, says through clenched lips, "The Bahamas? I think that's St. Thomas." But it's for her dad's funeral, I think. Or to spread the ashes. Her dad? What, the boating thing? Lungs, Letha says, not that interested, taking her phone back and dialing Tiff harder, like that's the thing that'll make her answer. I follow, squinting, nodding to myself. When? I try. When what? Her dad. August, I think? When she got sick? Sick? Her bronchitis, whatever. It's why she sounds like that now. Listen, this is neat and all, but... She stops because we've just emerged from the trees. Are going fast enough, Letha has to reach across, stop me short, from stepping off a deep bite crumbled into the bluff above Camp Blood. I've got a hacksaw down there, I tell her. We've got chainsaws here, Letha says, hooking her chin to the crunching footsteps in the darkness behind us. She's right. In the rock-paper-scissors of horror, chainsaw always wins. Cops and guns don't work against slashers. Trucks and fire are big fat fails. But a chainsaw? If you've got a chainsaw, you're pretty damn golden. His email, Letha says then, like she somehow ferreted this possibility up from the caved-in roofs of the cabins of Camp Blood. Watch your step here, I call back to the chainsaw brigade, then get to long-stepping it downhill with Letha. She's swiping and clicking, swiping and clicking. Whose email? I ask, out of breath. Ban, she says. He lets you, I say. His phone's always dead by dinner, Letha tells me, about as interested in explaining this as she was Sharona's Caribbean trip. He logs in on my phone to check work stuff. Official stuff, I add. It's proofrock, Letha says, meaning how official can any of these messages be, really? She's not wrong. Tiff send him anything? I ask, trying to peer into that inbox. Just... nothing, Letha finally says, and slips the phone into her back pocket like she's in high school. Wait, let me... I say, pulling the phone up, out. Letha looks back, interrogates me for a moment with her eyes, then presses on. I enter her PIN, 976, evil, with numbers for the letters. We're such cool girls. Find the Instagram app and... Shit, I don't say out loud. One of those heads in the crowd Tiff documented. I'm pretty sure it's Rexall. He's taller than everyone else, more lumbery, and sensitized as he must be to hidden cameras. He's just starting the process of cranking his head back to clock the source of this lens he's feeling on him. I'm not sure why I get all dready about him being there, but I can't deny it either. I think it's just that, since hiring on, I've noticed he schedules his custodial stuff around my hours, so we don't have to have any awkward walks past each other in the hall after hours. Our interactions the past few months have pretty much been just the pinhole cameras I crumble down onto his porch. I want to be able to very primly say someday, about Henderson High and Golding Elementary, that this house is clean, but have it be actually true. Cut to Rexall, pushing his console television out onto his porch. Victory. How far now? Letha asks. Her face is sheened in sweat, never mind the chill in the air. Halloween night at 8,000 feet's no joke. I take a reading, make a guess. 10 minutes? Not to town, but to the creek, which has to be where everybody's being called to for whatever this is going to be. Keep up, she says to me, holding my eyes to be sure. And what else can I do? Say, no, wait, 80's not that important. I nod, and like that, Letha vaults ahead, her run so effortless, so graceful, like the camera crew for a shoe commercial is bounding along beside her in a golf cart. I clump along behind, my lower lip bitten between my teeth and my thumbs tucked into my fists, because maybe that's the secret to going fast. Bub's cowboy boots don't exactly help. Soon enough, probably 10 minutes, we're up to the fork in the sort of road. Cross the dam, or take that switchback road down. Letha looks back, her nostrils flaring, eyes wide. I nod to the right, the road. Not because I'm scared of walking the dam, though. I most definitely am. We're not 17 years old anymore. But, okay, it's 2 reasons, both at the same exact time in my head. The first is that walking the dam probably puts us in rope-throwing distance from the English Rose, which is some grief I don't need, thanks. But the second reason is the one that hurts. The last time I was up this high, coming down, I was sandwiched between Banner, when he was a deputy, and Hardy after he was sheriff, and I was uncomfortable, and Banner's shifting hand kept touching my knee, and him and Hardy were sniping at each other, and the drifts were swallowing the treads of our cute little snow machine, and what I wouldn't give to be there again, in the warmth of that cab. But now they're both gone. Ahead of me, farther ahead than's really great, Letha decides this switching back bullshit is slowing her down too much, so she just jumps right off the road into the darkness on the downhill side, her arms above her like a gymnast, like a superhero. No, like a mother, like a mom who has to get to her precious little girl. 80's all she has left, I mean. If Letha needs to, she'll grow wings to get to her, even if it means leaving me. I stop at the crumbling lip she just jumped from, and I've got nerve for a lot of stuff, and I don't care about my own safety just super much, but still, I can't quite get myself to commit to this leap. I cup my good hand around one side of my mouth and yell down to Letha that I'll catch up, and I hope against hope that I'm not lying. Back when Banner was churning up here every morning and every night to deliver and then pick Hardy up from the dam, he probably knew there were 9 turns in this road, or 13, whatever. Me, I just take them as they come, urging my legs faster, reminding myself to take longer and longer steps, telling myself that gravity's on my side, that I shouldn't be out of breath from this. My lungs know this elevation, this cold. The 1,020 cigarettes still smoking through my system say otherwise. After either the 6th or 8th sharp turn, I have to bend over, suck air, spit the bloody cheese from my lungs. When I look up to try to take my bearings, get a halfway read on how high up I still might be, I'm staring over the hood of a car? What the hell? I mutter. After checking my 6, my 10, my 2, I edge forward, finally touch the metal over its headlight hesitantly, like I might be about to nudge Christine awake. The metal's all brown and pocked with rust. The tires rotted off years ago. There's no glass in the windows anymore. And the hood, it looks like the bottom of an upside-down boat, sort of, I guess. And then I stagger back, my good arm behind me. I've seen this car. I've seen it in my mom and dad's closet in their bedroom, in a shoebox of old photographs. This is the Grand Prix my dad wrecked his senior year. This is the car that wrecked his face back. The one he should have died in, if the world were actually a fair place. His name, Tab, it comes from all the pull tabs he hung from the headliner even. All the dead soldiers tinkling and shimmering above him, until they fell all at once, driving him off the road. But not off this road. How the hell does this Grand Prix get up here? Is it here specifically to fuck with me? You're dead, I say to my dad, stepping back into what feels like the car's radius, its gaze. The car just sits there, like I guess it's been doing for probably all of my life, waiting for this moment. I don't think so, I say to it and cast around for what I need. When I find it, I take a running start, slam the dead tree limb I've got into the car's nose. The car shudders but takes it, so I keep going, swinging and swinging that branch, which is thicker than my arm and probably too heavy for me, but fuck it. It's not every day you get to trash out one of your dad's favorite things. That fancy hood, which was probably all the rage in the 70s, dents and buckles. And when the last couple feet of my branch finally snap off, I climb up, jump up and down right in the center, the hood really going taco now. When it gives all at once, and I fall through, am standing on the ground again, holding my branch like a balancing pole. No engine, then. Nothing inside, just a blowing void, a great hollowness. Feels about right. I climb out, my right arm bleeding freely through Letha's sleeve, and I make my way up onto the roof that's already crunched in. Instead of jumping up and down, this time I bring my branch up, now with a splintered point, and drive it down with all the weight I have, and it spikes right through, goes in up to the hilt, and I can feel the whole car groan beneath the soles of my cowboy boots. I stay there on one knee, holding the butt of that branch, my breaths coming deep, and when I look up, it's to something large and heavy padding down the road, there and gone. Some elk swim, I guess, and some take the highway. I leave that branch there, step down, and follow the road, stepping into the dinner plate-sized foot craters this elk's leaving in the light snow. Thank you, I mutter ahead to it, and then I stumble out of the last switchback into the clearing at the creek bottom, have to suck my breath in from what might be the purest shock I've ever had. Even more than finding my dad's high school car halfway up the mountain, even more than finding my dad up and walking again. The creek bottom's always been relatively clear, I guess because the dam's shade keeps the big trees from finding purchase there, or maybe from tailings from all our old mines, or maybe it's beavers or something. I don't know. You would, Mr. Holmes. But for the first time ever, it's packed with proof rockers, with lawn chairs and blankets. Some sitting on four-wheelers. In the back, a few on snorting horses, these riders' arms crossed over their saddle horns. The ones who don't have thermoses of coffee lifted to their lips have shiny cans of beer or tippling glasses of wine, and at the periphery of it all, like we didn't just almost lose the town to a fire, there's kids tracing their names in the air with sparklers. What's worse, they're all facing the same direction, the tall white wall of the dry side of Glen Dam. I never even considered this possibility. If you can't get a permit to show your movie, then I guess this is how you do it? Playing on the whole side of the dam, which is way huger than it needs to be for the 50 or 60 people gathered here, is that pre-show cartoony chatter that used to play before drive-in movies, which I've seen on bootleg stuff online. Dancing hot dogs and concessions, warnings against reefer, and, right when I start to look away, a throwback movie trailer. I start to turn away, but then a date burns in over the photo of a young couple in the front seat of an old car. March 3rd, 1946. March 24th, I say, right before the next day lands. The town that dreaded sundown. I know this trailer, because next up, on April 14th, 1946, is Peggy Loomis, which meant a lot to me once upon a time. She's 2 years before Halloween, is the connective tissue between its Nancy Loomis and Psycho's Sam Loomis. All of them a snowball crashing onto screens nationwide in the form of Billy Loomis in 1996, who's a mental ghost dad or something now in 2023. A minute into the trailer, the crowd transfixed. Town's phantom killer's still photo comes on screen. It's all been still so far, but then he moves, and he's 100% Baghead Jason, 5 years before that sequel. What the? I say, looking around at all the uninitiated, probably seeing this for the first time. Right on the tail of this trailer is a Pamela Pierce production? I cock my head, halfway remember this one too, not because of Pierce, whoever she is, but because of that spelling. 10 seconds later, I don't need to guess anymore. The Legend of Boggy Creek. Shit. 1972, Alex, wherever you are. From the same era as my dad's Grand Prix. They maybe even know each other, from some drive-in down the mountain. This trailer's all about a Bigfoot that emits one of the most terrifying sounds ever recorded, or something. And it's all kind of almost documentary, like the credits from Night of the Living Dead had just kept playing for 3 or 4 years. But the Bigfoot in it was camera shy, just like Spielberg's Shark. More important, this is the movie Lena wanted to show tonight, before my stunt with the mannequins got that shut down. I track back up that dusty finger of light splashing the Boggy Creek trailer up on the side of the dam, and it's coming from about 3/4 of the way up the tallest pine, well behind the crowd, and that projector must have a killer big bulb and some special high-dollar lens, with a hidden generator or battery driving it. It's the height of it that makes me cringe, though. It's too high for me to get to stop this. I could pull its cables down, maybe, but they're probably draped across the top of 20 trees to get to that projector. Even in daylight, I could search for hours, only get this movie shut off if I was lucky. And I know by now that I'm not lucky. Letha! I scream instead. So much of my life is screaming. And a few heads turn my way, including 2 horses. But then the trailer's over, stranding us all in some deep darkness for a few breaths. A few hoots and whoops ring out, and I imagine there's uplifted beers and thermoses and wine glasses and, yep, a few lighters flicker on out there. And of course, the sparklers are still swirling. Is one of them 80? Would Tiff let her play with fire like that? She would bring her to an illegal horror movie, so I guess that means there's not really any limits to what she will and won't do. Then the projector flickers its light onto that great concrete screen, and it's the elevator from The Shining, opening its doors, splashing blood down valley. Another time, another me would have stood here and waited for it to wash down over me, absolutely thrilled. Now here, I'm running ahead, screaming for everyone to leave, to get out of here, to go home. In the ground beneath the soles of Bub's cowboy boots, too, I feel something heavy? Are the horses rearing and slamming back down? What? Or, no, what if this illusion of blood slow-motioning down from those elevator doors is about to become the dam, actually cracking open, sweeping us all away? Then an absolute roar bellows out across this open space. One by one, all the lighters flick off. It's Boggy Creek, I'm praying. The movie emits one of the most terrifying sounds ever recorded, which, I hate that I'm falling back on Sharona's Last House on the Left advice, that this is only a movie. This is only a movie. But please let it be only a movie. Just this once. And then the feature presentation lights the side of Glendam up all at once, with a scream, baby, even punctuated by a gif of Stu saying exactly that, which, the town that dreaded sundown, doesn't open with him. What? Neither does Scream start there. Something's clicking in my head, though. I can't quite be sure what, but yeah, a student. Right. Asking me about using copyrighted material in her final project, and me telling her that if it's for educational purposes, and if she's not charging any kind of admission, then she should be fine. No, I say, and fall to my knees, my hands steepled over my mouth. On screen, on Damn, is all the imagery of the coming documentary reduced to stills, then shuffled through at top speed, only lingering on one image. Banner on the pier, holding a chainsaw low and mean, just as a scream erupts to my left. Not from movie terror, but something deeper, something meaner, more primal. It's that first scream from that night in the water 8 years ago, under Jaws. In the glow sifting down from the opening credits, a body, or part of a body, goes flying, and all I can think is how paralyzed and entranced Letha must be down in that mix, seeing Banner larger than life up there. A second scream, then a third, longer and more plaintive, like from someone whose son or daughter was just unzipped. And the title of Hetty's senior project crashes through a wall of glass on screen, leaves those clear shards flying out at us. The Savage History of Prufrock, Idaho. Of course. I have to convince my legs to run me into whatever this is. But Letha's here, isn't she? All I have to do is zero in on 80, crying, and then scoop her up, huddle away to hide in the trees, ride this one out. Failing that, I find 80 and somehow flag Letha down so she can become an X-Man, level this whole forest to get to her little girl. Before Letha was a mom, she was a princess warrior, the final girl of final girls, always doing the right thing and doing it better than anyone else could have even thought about. Now, though, with 80 in a mess in the making like this, say it, Jade, a massacre, now I'm pretty sure we're all going to see another side of Letha Mondragon. And she doesn't need to become some big, stupid, flaming bird. She just needs to strap a hunting knife to her belt, high on her right waist, like a certain unfortunate little boy's mom did once, because she couldn't stop loving her son and fighting for him even after he was drowned. Whoever or whatever's doing this, they're at the very end of Letha's tunnel vision, and tonight, that's a very unhealthy place to be. Holding my good arm in front of my face, because anything can be going on here, I crouch and shuffle into this. It's not how real heroes wade into the fray, but I don't have any illusions about myself. If I were really made of the good stuff, then I use my slasher cue to anticipate that pickaxe coming for Banner, and I push him out of the way. And maybe I duck that sharp point, and maybe I don't. Really, though? I stood there. I watched it happen. And every time I'm getting coffee with Letha at Dots, for however long she can live in this place that killed her husband, her father, that pickaxe is still going to be a golden blur swinging into my peripheral vision, I know. But when I flinch and look around to it, all I'll see will be that big bear mounted there on its pedestal. Why am I thinking of bears? It's that sickly sweet scent on the air, isn't it? It's what that cartoon bear in his pork pie hat is always catching, that sends him into that rapturous state. It's what I've been smelling all the way down the mountain, I think, ever since Banner shot that ghost face over in Terra Nova. It's that smell that puts that bear up on twinkle toes, draws him in and in. I used to laugh so hard at that, before my mom left. Sometimes she would even play act like she was my dad, catching the scent of dinner on the air and floating to the table in the kitchen, a blissed-out blank look on her face. You can't think about that, though, Jade. It just makes everything after worse in comparison. Anyway, I found my own cartoons soon enough, didn't I, Sharona? Violent, operatic ones. And just like what I used to watch in the living room with my mom, these ones always worked out in the end. If only what I was in now was animated, I could erase myself a path through all the bodies rushing past the other way. Some dude's shoulder catches me in the hip, spins me around, and then a woman with a baby carrier launches me back onto my ass, and she splashes her coffee or wine or whatever down on me when she shoves past. But not coffee, not wine. I know what other people's blood tastes like. No, I say, trying to get my good arm under me to leverage up, not get completely stomped. But that's when the sky above me blots out all at once. My first thought is it's a last royal of smoke from the dying fire, billowing in at the least opportune time, just to up the carnage. I also know smoke, though. This isn't that. In wonder, this is in half a single second, maybe, I reach the very tipmost of the fingers of my good hand up to swirl this darkness, and it's soft. It's rough. It's plush and stiff at the same time, and it's got depth. Only once in my life have I felt exactly this. It was the 5th of July, 2015, and I was up on the spine of the dam, on that little flat roof of the control booth, where generations of dam keepers had been throwing their beer bottle caps, some of them chewed deep enough into my knees that I still carry those bite marks. I scraped them away when that mama bear galloped alongside that booth, though, ushering her cub across to safety. I scraped that sharpness away so I could lie on my belly, reach down, let the stiff fur of her back course past my fingertips, just to confirm that this was really happening, that I wasn't just making this up in my head. When it was real, I rolled over onto my back and stared up into the sky, and it doesn't matter. What does is what I'm feeling. What I'm feeling again. A grizzly. It's surging across me, is in a rage, is going after all the people running away. This isn't Grizzly anymore either. This is Grizzly 2, Revenge. It was supposed to have been released in 1983, beating Jaws to the revenge punch by 4 whole years, but didn't actually get all the way completed until a few months before I got out the last time. Because I'm kind of compulsive, it was one of the first things I dialed up when I got home, just to lose myself in the horror woods. After you've lived in a cell for 4 years of your life, 8, really, fast shots of rushing over the treetops are kind of the dream, are exactly what you've been waiting for, even if you're a town girl, a bad Indian. It's not good, isn't even so bad it's good, but it is this, what's happening here. A trash bear crashes a bad idea concert in the woods and rampages through the crowd, bodies flying this way and that. It's madness. It's a mosh pit with fast cuts of blood and claws. And is this what Lena Singleton wanted? Showing a movie to Proofrock on Halloween? Is this her revenge? Just as important, this means Lemmy's footage of Hetty and Paul in Wainbow wasn't faked. It was so real, even, that the tape from Hetty's camera was recoverable, playable, meaning their corpses have to be around here somewhere for the third real body dump the genre requires. But the genre? Is this even a slasher anymore? Or is it a monster movie? Lying under a bear, my fingers up in the guard hairs of its belly, that bear muzzle dripping gore, its great nostrils sucking all this madness in. If the bear were wearing a hockey mask, then maybe it's a slasher, yeah. Be serious, though, Jade. No. Take what you were saying further, slasher girl. Past the mask, to the machete. That's all this bear is, isn't it? It's Lena Singleton's machete, and the mask she's wearing, it's respectability, it's widowhood, it's motherhood, it's money. And she can probably see it from up top of that cliff of water hanging over us all, can't she? Imagining her up there doesn't mean I'm not still under a bear in the middle of a massacre, though. My fingers still up to feel this graceful monstrousness, my head still blossoming out to try to take this all in, think it through. The sky yawns open above me, the bear gone. It never even knew I was under it, is in enough of a killing frenzy that it's only going after the people acting like prey, not the ones too terrified to even move. We're easy pickings later. I sit up as best I can, look the direction the bear went, and then, from the direct opposite direction, there's a very distinct, very long roar. From another bear. Shit. Billy just ran past me, but Stu's still over there, rampaging. A gunshot splits the night over us all, and then another. I come up to a knee, holding my good arm over my head again, because who knows, Lena might be up on the dam frisbeeing plates down at us, cackling like Cruella de Vil, and I see the gout of flame when this pistol fires again. It's Deputy Joellen. She made it across, probably got caught up in the horde coming to the movie. She's wearing a rain poncho, which kicks something familiar up in the back of my head, and she's shooting up? Not at the bears? I look, and she's shooting the movie. The dam? I fall back again when I see what she's seeing. A small little form with long hair, spider crawling through the light of Hetty's documentary, its head moving like an animal's, like an insect's, which sparks another flash of the familiar for me. This one I can place, though. Room 308W, the West Wing of Pleasant Valley Assisted Living. It's how Ginger Baker moved, coming across the room to me from her perch in the deep sill of the window. Well, it's how Cinnamon moved, but she was doing it in mimic of her sister. And it's also how Shooting Glasses told me Grayson Bruce moved after he fell into that cave in Terra Nova, got interred in Pleasant Valley Assisted Living. Joellen's shots spark off the concrete to the left of this small form, and the kid, it is a kid, isn't a Chucky, changes direction. Then, instead of scuttling down lower, like that senior citizen on the ceiling in The Exorcist 3, it launches out into open space, holding its arms and legs out like a squirrel floating down from a tree. Joellen steps up on top of somebody's cooler to be closer, shoot better. And that's when I get what I almost thought, seeing her in that rain poncho. Ghostface, from the woods. The one Banner shot in the bag it had slung over its shoulder. Joellen, though? It can't be. I don't know much about her, but I know there's no tragic backstory. Banner told me and Letha that Joellen had wanted to be a cop ever since some action figure set her big brother had when they were kids. And that brother's alive and well, living down in Boise. There's no reason for her to... I'm knocked back again, harder. You can't stand still in a storm of bodies like this and hope not to get jostled. Trying to get up, again, I have a perfect ground-level view of a massive maw ripping into the rib meat of... Is that Judd Tambor's brother? What's his name? Doesn't matter. The bear strings meat up from his side, and finally the meat snaps. The bear holds its head back to gulp this bite in, stray rib and all, and then it steps over its kill, guarding it from... Another bear. A third bear. Standing, roaring, its lips flapping. It's maybe the loudest thing I've ever heard, and I can either smell its sweet breath or somebody brought a trash bag of honey buns and everybody's been stomping through them. I roll away from this onslaught of sound and smell, praying 80's going to just appear, I guess, and then my vision is blotted out again by a fourth bear galumphing past at speed. What the living hell? How many bears can there be at one movie? This fourth bear lowers its head without stopping, biting hard into the forearm of an already crying first grader, I think at first is 80, except she has white blonde hair, which I instantly feel so guilty for being thankful about. The girl keeps on crying, her feet hitting the ground sideways about every 5 yards, like a doll being dragged. And in her wake, dropped from her hand that's probably not connected so well anymore, is a powdered white donut? That is what I've been smelling, the honey buns I've been tasting on the air. But it can't just be that one donut. And where's that bear running? It's... No, Letha! I scream, reaching. She's stepped right into the bear's path, is going to come at it with everything she has. Never mind that it's a fight not even she can win. Never mind that this isn't her daughter. It is someone's daughter. Joe Ellen's still shooting up at this kid squirrel floating down into our midst. Half the world is screaming right in my ear, blood splashing all around. The ground is thundering from bear paws. There's smoke and honey buns on the air, and then a chainsaw rips awake, tearing the night in two. Shit, they're here too. 4 chainsaws and a Halligan is exactly what this massacre needs. Yes. I tippy-toe up onto the top of some torn-in-half unfortunate to try to see where Orange Waiters and the rest of them are entering this fray, and when I do, Rexall falls past me, carrying 80 with his right arm, his left hand on the ground for a step or two so he can rise, keep moving. He's lighter on his feet than I would have given him credit for. Go, I tell him inside, my eyes boring into his back. Get her the fuck out of here. I'll let it all go, man. I'll forget everything. I don't care. I'll dye my hair dull orange for you for the rest of my life. I'll go topless in the sick eye of all your cameras. Just go, go, go! Because 80 doesn't need to see what this bear is about to do to her mom. What it's going to do, unless... I stumble ahead with all I've got, grab the first thing my good hand finds, the neck of a spilling wine bottle, and I throw it so hard ahead of me that I bite it from the effort. But for once in my unathletic excuse of a life, either my aim is true or my heart insistent enough to make it true. With my chin in the dirt, I can just see this bottle thunk hard into this bear's temple, actually knocking it to the side a bit and letting the kid it was dragging roll away, her shattered arm flopping and spraying blood. The bear skids to a stop, not from the hardness of my throw, though it's everything I've got, but for the annoyance of this fly that evidently needs swatting. It lumbers up onto its hind feet, and I can see right off that this is the big boar, the undisputed boss of these woods, the silverback of this troop. It roars pure rage at me, at all of this, which is when Blue Chainsaw and White Chainsaw wade in. White Chainsaw's chainsaw gouges into the bear's hip, and it definitely feels that. It feels that enough that it comes around with its front paw from the other side, tears White Chainsaw's midsection open from hip to collarbone, his guts unspooling in the air almost beautifully, like slow-motion red ribbons in a clip from an opera on YouTube. And the bear's not finished. But Blue Chainsaw is. He drops his chainsaw, turns to run, but the bear's already lunging forward, snagging Blue Chainsaw's right hamstring with its long, shiny teeth and shaking hard, like a dog with a stuffed toy. Blue chainsaw flopping and slapping, somewhere between alive and dead. Behind them for a frozen instant, there's Science Goggles standing there with his chainsaw. He's just looking up to the majesty of this destruction. I don't know where Grace or Orange Waiters is. And Letha. This isn't even close to over for her. She's running hard for this now injured bear. Is just going to jump up on it, it looks like, give herself over to this violence, this killing fury, but the bear drops down to all fours? It does. Letha skids to a stop, hips back to anchor her, eyes fierce but waiting. Instead of swiping and clawing, roaring and tearing, this big bear is nosing into a bag? A sack? I push up to see better. Through all the madness, my eyes lock on Letha's. She shakes her head slowly about this development. It doesn't track. Monsters don't get bored mid-massacre, do they? I track down to what this bear is tenderly biting into, thinking for sure it's another kid, trying to hide in their family's lawn chair bag. I don't know, but what is that whiteness in there? Not quite white, but beige, sort of. Frosting? Like for a cake? I suck breath in, sure for a bad moment that this is Cinnamon Baker's revenge, actually. That she's still killing with cupcakes. That she's living her name, sort of. But then, moving exactly like Ghostface, exactly like he was moving in the woods before Banner shot him, that same figure from the Terra Nova side of things flits past, between Letha and this giant of a bear, and snatches this bag from the bear, keeps moving, his gas mask bobbing behind his neck now, the mountain man beard mossed off the bottom of his face, only serving to draw attention to his wet, crazed with grief eyes. Seth Mullins. He's not a ghost anymore, has flitted into this mad world with the rest of us, and the way he's snaking his body to the left so that the bear's swipe barely misses him, I can tell he's reveling in the pure rush of being this close to something that can kill you. Turning sideways like that doesn't slow him down for an instant, though. He's dead if he slows. And he's faster now from leaning down to snatch that bag up, keeps slipping past. The bear looks after him like insulted, like this is some gross breach of etiquette. Behind him, Letha's taken a knee, is pulling this girl with the nearly torn-off arm up to her, cradling her like she knows to, and the bear's snuffling for more of that frosting, which is when I get a whiff of it, too. It's the same as was hanging in the air when Banner shot Seth over in Terra Nova. It's the same I caught on the air earlier, when this was all just starting to erupt, spill over. It's that honey bun smell, that white donut smell. Sugar. Sweetness. And then, without even trying, like I have time to think, it comes at me all at once, what's happening here. The fire, Seth, the bears, the stupid movie at the county line. Seth Mullins, over in his fire tower, just back from his 100th swim in the lake, gets word that his wife Francie's body turned up after all these years, and it sends him to a bad place, where he blames Proofrock for killing her. So wanting some of that good old-fashioned revenge, he starts the forest burning. Not because he hates the woods, he loves them, actually, they're part of him, but because the elk, Slasher Girl, the elk were all masked up and running away from the flames, weren't they? And not just them, the bears, too. That's the footsteps I was stepping in coming down here, wasn't it? Because the fire was pushing them, but also because Seth was drawing them in with this bear bait. They are a machete. Just, he's the one wielding it, not Lena Singleton. And of course, living out in the trees like he does, talking to the animals or whatever, Seth was the one to stumble onto the prep work going on for this movie party. The projector, the cables, whatever test run probably had to happen to get things centered and in focus. Seth knew Proof Rock was going to be here tonight, so he whipped up a lot of that frosting and slathered it over everything here, drawing the bears in to visit some serious justice on the people his wife died defending, when she should have been growing old with him. It's wrong thinking, but wrong or right, the result's the same. Massacre. And it hasn't stopped yet. A torn-off foot with about half its pasty white calf rolls up against my shin and stays there. To my right, through the din, a bear is tearing hunks of muscle up from I don't know who, and then snarling at another bear padding past, its great paws goofy loose, a grin pasted on its bloody mouth, its eyes looking for another bite, another kill. Forget cocaine. All these bears need are sugar and blood. It's not just sharks and wolves that go into a feeding frenzy, evidently. With the right scent in the air, you can outdo Grizzly 2 by a fair margin, make its body count paltry in comparison, including, Tiff? She just sat up right in the path of that bear Seth Mullins stole that bag from, and as slight as she is, I wince, look away, but when I make myself look back, the bear's snuffling the ground, like trying to track where its sweets got off to. Tiff! Tiff! I hiss, trying to wave her down, over. She looks over to me like trying to figure out where she is, and, I hate this, if she doesn't post her stupid recording, I avoid so much headache. But her dying by bear now doesn't undo that, does it? Shaking my head no, I lower to fingertips and toes, scuttle to her and soft tackle her back, hold her there, our faces so close. Jade? She says, kind of tittering a nervous laugh out. Why'd you bring 80 here? I say down to her. 80, Tiff says, and the way her body stiffens under mine tells me that this girl who got me sent to jail for my senior trip is worth saving. She's worried about her charge, isn't concerned about the blood runneling down from her hairline, outlining her sculpted left eyebrow. She's with Rexall, I whisper, turning my head to the side to see if we're getting any unwanted bear attention. Tiff bucks under me now, wants to get up to, I don't know, fight Rexall for 80? I hug her down with my whole body and nod to her that it's good she's at the sheriff's office. She's got the right kind of heart, and I hope her next boss is as good as the last. Like she can get any of that. She has to feel the hug, though. From me, her mortal enemy. Stay, I tell her, maybe 10 seconds later, and push up, holding her shoulders with my hands until she nods that she will. She won't move. Are you going to get her? She asks, her eyes welling up. I told Ban she'd be okay, that I had her. I look back to her about this. If anybody can, she says, her chin pruning, it's you, Jade. It's always been you. I'll find her, I say, and roll off, look around before prairie dogging up. I had the idea I'd been down with Tiff long enough for things to die down some. Wrong. Same melee, same killing field, same massacre. I wheel around for Letha, see instead a small boy wafting down from the sky, the air whooshing up along the dry face of the dam, evidently enough that it's taken him this long to get down here. Or maybe he latched onto the concrete, just watched for a while like Spider-Man, I don't know. This close, too. I can see that it's for sure Jan Jansen, Hetty's missing little brother. He's dirty, and there's black veins under the skin all around his mouth and eyes, and his long hair's shaggy and matted, his hands black with blood, probably Phil Lambert's, maybe Carl Duchamp's. And he's got no shirt to speak of, just a rag barely hanging on, and I don't think he's exactly made of meat anymore. Something less substantial. His eyes, though, they're the thing. This is what Shooting Glasses meant when he said Grayson Bruce wasn't going to be needing his name anymore. Jan's not there. He's dead inside, gone, is only hunger now. Where he lands, moving just a fraction too slow, like he's a doll or a bug, is on the shoulders of that big boar that was just muzzle deep into the frosting, so its snout is all white and sweet. The bear swirls up from this unwanted contact. It swipes up and behind it, but Jan so little is hanging on so tight, and his face, it's right alongside the bear's, because he wants that frosting? Is that a thing? Why would a little dead kid be into sweets? What could turn him onto that? He should be after blood, or brains, or just slaughter and carnage. But what he wants is something sweet. To get it, he brings his little arms around, twists this giant bear's head to the side, audibly cracking it over, the bear starting to collapse under him from a broken neck. Jan doesn't stop there either. With the bear timbering over, Jan keeps pulling, straining, until, right when the bear slumps all the way over, its head pops right off, geysering blood up in huge red gouts. Jan holds the head, touches that white sweetness with his own nose. Then, like stacking blocks, sets the head on the bear's chainsawed hip, moving it this way and that until it balances, stays. At which point a woman comes stumbling out of the dust and screaming, falls to her knees, screaming herself, but not with terror, with joy. Mrs. Jansen, or divorce, Jade, Ms. Jansen, or whatever her maiden name was, I don't know. And it doesn't matter. What does is that she's opening her arms for her little boy to run into them. She's rushing to him. She's not thinking of anything else but her little treasure, who's been gone so long. He must be so scared. "Naveen, no!" Letha screams, holding that hurt little girl to her. Naveen Jansen, then. How does Letha, a transplant, know my town better than I do? Jan considers Naveen Jansen and dismisses her in the same moment, turns to the side to walk past her on his businesslike little legs, but his mom pulls him to her instead, hugging him so tight, all her tears coming out at once. Jan looks down to her shoulder, to this odd thing happening to him, and moving very deliberately, like she's not worth the contact, he brings his little left elbow back, too. "No! No! No!" I scream, rushing for them, but I don't even come close to making it in time. Jan thrusts his left hand right through her chest, his fist gripped through her glistening spine, its milky fluid spurting out not in heartbeats, but like... I saw my dad working on the windshield wiper sprayer on my mom's car once. When it came loose from its nozzle, it thrashed around, kind of shooting wiper fluid, but kind of just leaking it too. This is like that, but Naveen Jansen's spine's still connected to her skull enough that it pulls her head down into her shoulder some too, making the skin of her neck bulge out like a frog's, and her tongue shove out from her mouth like a desperate slug trying to escape this sinking ship. It's 1968 again, all over, and a little kid's killing a mom, and we're all just watching in wonder, Mr. Romero. Letha screams. I guess I'm still screaming. A horse is lying on its side, screaming. Everyone else is screaming. And then a blast shuts it all up at once. Joellen. She pulls her trigger again, but her cylinder's empty. The barrel's wisping a curl of smoke up before her, and she can't seem to lower her pistol, and there's practically a dotted line from it to the new hole in the back of Jan Jansen's head. My guess is that, Over the top of that pistol, Joellen can see the ragged tunnel she just blasted through this little boy's brains. Jan wavers on his small legs, extends his arms like to balance, and then Naveen falls forward onto him. And even in death, she's still hugging him, because that's how moms are. They just keep forgiving. They just keep believing and hoping. 20 feet past him, Joellen falls to her knees, jolting the pistol loose. And even from this distance, I can see she's hyperventilating. That she's never shot anybody, has never had to draw her weapon in the line of duty, and now she's had to blow a hole in a kid's head because he just killed his own mother with his little hands. It's too much. She starts to fall over the rest of the way, but Seth Mullins, in his gas mask and poncho, that sack of frosting slung over his shoulder, steps out, holds her shoulder enough to keep her from tilting forward, and then he looks up at what he's wrought here. For maybe 4 seconds, he's at the eye of this swirling storm of blood. Finally, he looks away from it, down to this female deputy just like his wife, who probably just cashed in all her coming happiness to keep the community safe, like Francie Mullins did. I can see every step of this on Seth's pained face. His eyes spill down his cheeks into the leaf-matted tangle of his beard, and all at once he sucks air in, like just waking from a death dream. Bob Clark. That's 1974, Alex, wherever you are. Seth shakes his head no then, that this isn't what he wanted, this isn't what he meant. He steps away from Joellen after doing that kind of pat on her shoulder that means he's got this. This isn't on her anymore. A bear gallops past between the two of them and me, holding a bloody arm in its mouth, the fingers still writhing, and the first step Seth takes is a stumble, because this creek bottom is littered with the dead. He falls to a knee and fingertips. He lowers his face, shaking his whole head no slowly, and then he's nodding, either with decisiveness or to clear his head, get himself steeled for whatever this is about to be. When he stands again, it's with resolve. He peels the gas mask up and over, lets it trail from his fingers, then he strips the poncho off as well, lets it fall. He's Billy Soul, standing on that fallen-down tree, deep in the jungle of life, cutting his own chest and staring his own death down, daring it to come for him. I nod with him, because this is maybe the one thing I believe in the whole world. That when it's your time, you don't run from it. You stand against it. You keep your eyes open, and you rip and claw the whole way down. Hope you can at least be a worthy trophy. It's what I fell in love with Final Girls, with Lori and Nancy, Sid and Ripley, all of them from the Scream Queens up to now, to Sam and Allison, to Tree and Bee and Millie. It's what I love about Letha. And it's happening right now with Seth Mullins. After losing his gas mask, his poncho, he hooks a finger in the neck of his shirt and tears it away, easy as anything, baring his narrow, pale chest. But he needs that skin. Watching the dwindling madness for bears, he lowers to his bag, rummages his left hand in, and comes out goopy with frosting, or whatever that shit is. He smears it across his chest, from shoulder to hip, and then he dips again, slathers his shoulders, his arm, his other arm, then the thighs of his game warden pants. Then, for war paint, he might be a bad guy, but he's a pretty good Indian. His face, which he has to close his eyes for, but it doesn't matter. He's all gummed up. The frosting's heated up from contact with him, is melting. Which is when Science Goggles steps in, leading with his goggles, holding them by their strap. Seth Mullins takes them, clears his eyes, and settles those plastic goggles on, stands a different person. Science goggles cases the place for danger, backs off. You don't live to his age by being some idiot, do you? Then, just like Seth is wanting, a juvenile bear pads in for this amazing scent. The juvenile tastes the air, makes the connection to this meat sack standing in front of him, and huffs its thread out. Seth Mullins huffs back, knows this language. When the bear charges, Seth turns, is lighter on his feet than any Ghostface ever was, is already swivel-hipping away, somehow keeping ahead of this young bear who's all legs and teeth and hunger. 2 more bears fall in behind the juvenile, and then a third, a big sow I'm seeing for the first time, clomps in, the ground shaking with her heavy run. Seth Mullins splashes through the creek, the silver spray hanging all around him. The teen bear runs through it, making small work of the water, and then the other bears are crossing as well. "Run, brother," I say in my head to Seth, and then someone touches my shoulder lightly, with just her fingertips. Letha, standing beside me. I hook my good hand into the waist of her jeans, haul myself up alongside. She's holding this little girl whose arm's hardly attached anymore. It's wrapped in some make-do bandage Letha's managed, and the girl's checked out, unconscious or in shock. I would be. I should be. We all should be. "Aid?" Letha asks, not really wanting the answer. I have so little idea what I can possibly say here. I start, hoping I figure it out, but mostly just squinting my eyes like tracking my answer, disappearing in the distance. She's okay, not hurt. I finally managed to get out. Rexall. She's with him. Letha recoils, her shoulders hunching around her chest, her left hand coming up to cover her mouth. She clamps onto my forearm, and the way she looks at me, into me, no way do I ever have kids. This is a kind of terror I can't even comprehend. "Where's Tiffany?" she asks, not aware how hard her fingers are gouging into me. I turn to Tiff, sitting down now, hugging her knees and sobbing. Letha nods, already all business, and passes this half-dead little girl over to me. I take her, work her comfortable, and Letha's running for Tiff, to shake her, interrogate her. It's not her fault, I sort of want to say. Letha knows that, though, at some dim level. She's intense enough right now to brain a girl and not even break stride, but she would never unleash like that on someone who didn't deserve it. I think. I hope. Instead of watching how it falls out, I drift over to the abandoned bag of bear bait, peer in at all this frosting. It does smell so delicious. I've got my eyes closed to breathe that sweetness in when the speakers crackle, straightening my back. Like a newborn, I look up to the movie still playing on the side of the dam. It's Jan Jansen, sitting on a swing in the park, his mouth dusted white, his tongue blipping out to dab some of that in. It's obviously confectioner's sugar. I nod, sort of get his sugar Jones, I guess. And, shit, of course. He was there the night the Angel of Indian Lake wrenched Grayson Brewst's head off, wasn't he? After Grayson Brewst clawed up from his own grave, like all those lake dead? That's where Jan got his sweet tooth, and the whole decapitation thing. Nick of time again, I tell myself, because I'm some detective, always solving the case after it doesn't matter anymore. Panning up from Jan on that swing set, though, up on the tippy-top spine of the dam, maybe 40 yards over from the control booth, another mystery is standing there, his silhouette inkier than the black sky behind him. My first thought, the one I think without thinking, is that this is a Shoshone from the bow and arrow days. Like Hardy used to say, appeared all at once over on this side of the lake when it was filling. One of them coming back now. What would that even mean? But then, this Shoshone's head is wrong. Not that Indians can't wear cowboy hats. I was wearing one earlier tonight, and I bet Crossbow Joe did as well, back in Christine Gillette's day. But something about this brim, it doesn't look cowboy. It looks metal as fuck. Lemmy? I say. The English rose is up there somewhere, balancing on that tall cliff of water, and Lemmy was the one throwing that floating marquee up there to get everybody here. Meaning, he knew about this? He's part of it? But from all the way up there, can he even see this massacre? I jump, wave my arms, one of them singing with pain, but I'm just an ant down here, I know. Less than that. Lemmy! I scream anyway, because you've got to try, and because I want it to not be him, please. Sure, Billy and Stu were in high school, but this isn't that movie. This is one of my students. One who was standing right by the house where a drug dealer lost his head. I slow my waving arms, just watching him, not wanting to have to believe this. Lemmy? I say, mostly to myself, not able to look away from him. Looking all the way up there, it means I'm not paying the right kind of attention to where I am. And it's because I'm already looking, the only one of us down here looking, I bet, that I cue into his silhouette, getting so much crisper all at once, and limbed in blue like he's wearing a jetpack. No, wrong genre, Jade. The blue glow swelling up behind him. It's pure fire in the sky. The aliens are in the trees, on the lake. Good, part of me wants to say. Not because they'll do better with the Earth than humans, but because, with their technology and off-world viruses and entitlement, they found this planet. Nobody even knew it existed. They'll reenact on America what America did to us, because we don't even count as people to them. Not when there's riches to be looted. What does that Klingon say in that space movie I only fast-forwarded through in high school to see the original of Michael Myers' Mask? Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. Cry havoc, America. But then that blue glow isn't the spaceship I sort of want. It's sweeping past him somehow. It's, shit, a giant shark? In an instant, I clock the lifeless design. Jaws 3D. Anybody would recognize it. But the reason it's lifeless is that, this time, it's made of glowing drones. This is Lemmy's fleet, finally choreographed like he wanted on the 4th. This is his big, unfunny joke on Proof Rock. To him, it's a gift he worked on so many hours, not the trigger for our collective trauma. But I have to remind myself, he wasn't in the water that night, only read about it later when his mom let him. I scold myself for giving him chance after chance in my head, when he has to be involved with all this somehow. Giving second chances is inviting your abuser in for coffee so you can talk things through. But the way he was protecting me at Phil's, the way he stepped in front of me in 7th period yesterday, protecting me from Harrison and Banner, it can't be him. I won't let it be him. Just, the things that are funny and good to him, they're not funny and good to the rest of us so much. That's how it is when you're 17. Case in point, me. And Holmes and Hardy giving me chance after chance, when no way was I even close to worth it. When all I did each time was take advantage, always counting the days until my next big prank, until I could get my revenge on this place I hated. I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. Sheriff. And thank you, sirs. You didn't have to believe in me. You shouldn't have. I gave you so many reasons not to. The girl impossible to hug. I know that's who I was. It didn't mean I didn't need one. So no, Lemmy isn't involved. He probably thinks we're all down here awash with wonder, smiling in spite of ourselves that there's this impossible shark in the sky. Thank you, I mumble, just for him, teacher to student. And then that dotted outline of this shark passes around him, that blue glow absorbing him for a moment that takes my breath away, because I'm sure he's got some bad idea planned to ride in that shark like a balloon, like he's being digested by the light. I fall back, stumble trying to see this moment in all its splendor. I come up with my left hand and forearm slathered in Seth Mullen's homemade bear bait, but who cares? The bears are gone. By the time I look back up to Lemmy, the shark is plummeting down the face of the dam, the drone fleet probably pre-programmed, and thankfully, Lemmy's silhouette still up there, his face under that brim, glowing from the phone he's watching this all through. It looks better from here, though. I know. It has to. Diving, the drones that make the shark up are shouldering each other for room. It bumps the shark larger by a size, or 3, and then it completely disappears for a long second, washed out in the dusty finger of light. That's the savage history of Proof Rock, Idaho. Or it doesn't go away. Not quite. The light from the projectors only stripping the blue glow from the fleet. Their tiny robot selves are still hurtling down in that same formation, giving us a glimpse of the cybernetic endoskeleton of this shark, its shadow monstrous and indistinct against Hetty's documentary, before the shark sheathes itself in that blue glow again and turns sharply at the tree line. It swooshes out over what was supposed to be heads of the audience, wrapped on their movie on this Halloween night. I back up a bit. Can't help it. The shark's still stiff, isn't pivoting side to side like a real shark swims, and see, improbably, someone a few feet ahead of me, holding her black-gloved hand up, so their fingers can feel this magical rush. I can tell she's a her, because, reaching up like that, her hip cocks out like dudes can't really pull off so well. Or maybe it's something with how her back curves when her arm lifts. Instead of watching the shark, I find myself fixed on who here would want to touch this shark enough to reach up for it like this. Who here but me, years and years ago? It untethers me for a moment, because if I'm over there, reaching up for the grail, then who am I here, watching this? Have the last 8 years really been the 8 seconds after I opened my wrist out on the town canoe back when? This whole time has my heart been pumping the last of my life down into the water, while my brain tries to hold on to living by dropping me into slasher cycle after slasher cycle? Am I in Jacob's Ladder here? The UK version of The Descent? Am I Anna Paquin at the end of the director's cut of Darkness? I'm holding my breath, I guess, waiting for reality to flip this way or that way, like a fish flopping on shore, drowning in open air, its mouth opening and closing with no sound. My mouth, I mean. Whoever this is, she's all in black, like she collected Seth Mullins' cast-off rain poncho against this rain of blood. Except, there's some sparkle to that poncho. My face goes cold. My whole body goes cold. No, I say, taking an involuntary step back. But yes, I know that sparkle. It's from a Father Death robe. When whoever this is turns around, the long white ghost face mask matches the robe, which should send me screaming down a tunnel in my head, because this has to be something I made up, a place I've chosen to live in instead of here, because everybody I know keeps dying. But what? It is Ghostface, but it's the Ghostface with that scary movie tongue coming down from the mouth. Like, no, please. It's like the first set of masks Sharona got for us to do our sessions in. I never even asked what she did with them after they were laughably wrong, either. I just assumed that stupid mistakes turn to ash the moment we look away from them, I guess. Wrong. Who? I say weakly, not really wanting an answer. This Ghostface is looking right at me, right into who I really am, and waiting for this all to come together. It won't, though. It isn't. I shake my head no, and this Ghostface takes a step closer, like to help me figure this out. She even cocks her head over to study me. Michael, fascinated with this high schooler he just pinned to the wall with that big knife. And then I see why the curve of her back, or the angle of her hips when she was reaching, was exaggerated enough for me to clock her, even inside that robe. The hand she wasn't holding up, it's gripped onto the top of a cane? Like someone in an old-time dance number, she brings her other hand around to the top of that cane, so it's right in front of her. "Who are you?" I call across, 100% ready to turn, run for all I'm worth. In response, this Ghostface shrugs, looks to some commotion to her left, a ratty paint horse, clopping in, then back to me. "Here," she says, her voice raspy and familiar, but I'm not quite placing it yet. What she's doing is using her left hand to pinch the crown of this mask and peel it off. Underneath, like a shampoo commercial, are yards of silky smooth platinum blonde hair. Sharona hair. Instead of looking her in the eye through the masks we wear, I always spiral down her curls. She shakes her gorgeous locks like luxuriating to finally have them free, and when they swish past around behind her to tumble down her shoulders in a way I know so well, her face is painted like Ghostface, which is something I've never seen in all my years on the video shelf. When Jason loses his goalie face, he's wicked under there. When Laurie pulls Michael's mask off, he's so much prettier than his actions. When Tina pulls Freddy's face off, he's an animatronic skull. "You were asking for an episode of When Animals Attack?" she says with a grin, holding my eyes, her voice still throaty. You're not Sharona," I tell her, dialing back through every session we've had at Founders Park. There wasn't any cane then, but she was always sitting in that swing when I got there, wasn't she? And also when I slouched away, the session over. The cane, if there was a cane, could have been buried down in the gravel. Couldn't it have been? That hair, though. All that untouchable blondness. "Ginger Baker?" I say, all the breath leaving my body. But it can't be. I felt the screwdriver jammed into her ear. Then time slows down so I can realize why this hair's so pretty, so perfect. It's new. She's had 4 years to grow it. "Cinnamon," I say, in something a lot like wonder. She curtsies the most proper curtsy in the history of curtsies, sweeping that Ghostface mask ahead of her. Cinnamon fucking Baker. God damn. When she was being Ginger in room 308 back in 2019, she told me that her sister, Cinnamon, was on this big revenge arc against me for facilitating the deaths of her parents, and had been planning to frame me for all the high schoolers she was killing. Darkmill South messed all that up, gave her more heroic options, gave her the chance to play the final girl on the big stage, which sort of seriously backfired, breaking her back, but at her level, I guess, you can just order up a new spine. Don't forget that girl who got hit by the bus in Mean Girls is up and walking at prom in a brace. Stupider shit happens every day. And Cinnamon Baker is most definitely the meanest of the mean girls. No, Slasher Girl. It wasn't Lena Singleton. It hasn't been Lena Singleton. Once again, you've indicted Terra Nova with no real evidence, only suspicions, and what probably boils down to prejudice. No, Lena maybe doesn't love you or this town, but that doesn't mean she's out to destroy it either, does it? Maybe to her, proposing that movie was actually supposed to have started a healing process, was supposed to be some no harm, no foul thing. Doesn't matter. What does is that standing here with her face painted ghost face, white and black, is a scared little girl I met in the hull of a yacht 8 years ago. This is that same cheerleader who jammed that screwdriver into her sister's ear because she'd become dead weight, then stepped through the broken window of a video rental place to go toe-to-toe with the worst serial killer in America's bloody history. Your voice, I say then, putting the pieces together. Cinnamon shrugs like caught. So what? Sharona told me that her voice was like that from bronchitis, compounded by asthma. All started with her father's icky cigars. But what it's really from, I can tell now, and should have clocked all along, is the butt of a shovel catching her in the throat 4 years ago. Your dad didn't die in a boating accident, I managed to get out. An accident on a boat. Whatever, Cinnamon says back. It's been you this whole time, I have to say. Cinnamon shrugs, proud of herself. Keep it, she says, about the rags of the TMNT shirt I'm wearing. Which is when I rehear what she said to me once upon a session about Jason Voorhees. Hockey mask and sticks. Plural sticks. Which Jason never had. But that goalie who is friends with the Turtles always had a few on him, didn't he? She was telling me all along. While I was baring my soul to her, squeezing the chains of my swing hard so I wouldn't leak tears, melt into the wimp I knew she wanted me to be, the clay she needed me to be, to shape this ending from. What did you do with her? I ask. Who? She says back. Dr. Watts. Cinnamon just pooches her lips out to show how boring all these details are to her. This is yours? I say, opening my arms to all this. More than a girl could have hoped for, she says back, lowering her painted face but looking up to me. Who invited the bears, though? In answer, she nods down to my hand, coated in bear bait. No, I say. But yes. Cinnamon raises her phone, snaps a guilty picture of me. No! I scream at her then. 8 fucking years welling up in me all at once like lava. And I feel, more than see, Letha turn around at this. She's still on her knees with Tiff, trying to get whatever information about 80 there is to get. Not again, Cinnamon, so chipper and bulletproof, says for me, about her right hand waggling this new snapshot up by her shoulder, taunting me with it. It wasn't me! I lean forward to scream at her, my hands balled into fists by my legs, and then I'm rushing her without even telling myself to. She's taller than me, younger than me, definitely tougher than me. I'd have never made it from my hospital bed to the chair, much less to my own 2 feet. But she doesn't know what I'm fighting against here. Jail. Not again. Never again. I may be 5 lunging steps from Cinnamon when she pulls her cane up like to block my approach, but she also leaves it there? How can she both be holding it and it be falling away? Because what she's done is pull a long, narrow blade up from the cane. Fuck it. I'm so past caring. I lean in harder, reaching for her with my good arm to throttle her and not stop throttling her. Never mind what that blade's going to be doing inside my chest. The way she's holding it there, waiting for me to spear myself on it. I make it to her chest, my hand sliding up to her face to claw her eyes out, use her hair like handles to slam her head to mush against the ground, and I'm going to be biting as well, I can tell. Who cares about the tip of her knife pricking the hollow of my throat? It doesn't matter if I live. It only matters that she dies, and I'm about to finally get that done when... Letha's flying tackle slams me to the side, and she's already twisting when she hits me, so my throat twists away from that knife. No! I scream the whole slow-motion way to the ground, my throat stinging from whatever damage it took, my fingers open wide and reaching back, but it's useless. Letha's got me. We roll to a stop, and I'm already fighting up to wade back in, but Letha won't let me. And now Cinnamon's standing over us, using her non-knifed-up hand to dab at this bait I left on her, giving it an exploratory sniff. "Smells like a certain golf bag, doesn't it, Leith?" she says, and actually licks the bait the slightest bit. "Fuck you," Letha says, letting me go all at once to step into this herself, her eyes even harder than her words. "She not tell you?" Cinnamon says so innocently around Letha, to me. "It was her daddy dearest who was pissed at Mr. Samuels that day, that whole week, really. So..." She shrugs, flops her whole finger into her ghost-face mouth, her eyes wide like she's also so shocked by Theo Mondragon being a killer. When Letha looks back to me to see if I'm buying this, I have to look away. It makes me feel like the worst traitor ever. "It doesn't matter," I hiss. "Long time ago." "What's done is done, right?" Cinnamon adds, stepping closer. "But he also really didn't like that little plane flying over our houses, did he? Almost as much as he didn't like anybody seeing him shoot at that little plane." "Shut your mouth!" Letha screams, actual saliva misting from her mouth. And when she's about to rush Cinnamon, just like Cinnamon's wanting, like she's baiting, I lunge forward, hug Letha's hips from the back, drag her down with me. She bucks and pulls, is for sure going to shake me off, which is when Cinnamon steps in, leading with her long, skinny blade. She can pin us both like butterflies here and call it a night. Fade into the trees, never have been at this cute little student film out in the woods. She doesn't get to win, though. Not like that. I heave Letha over so I'm on top. My weight's finally good for something. And then I straighten my arms, trying to get enough distance between us that stupid blade at least won't be able to reach Letha, but... the burning heat of the stab doesn't come? Even though I'm arching my back in from it and biting my teeth together so hard, eyes squinted in anticipation of how hot that coldness is going to be, splashing out from my chest. I peer around, expecting that big needle to run right through my eye. Instead, it's Tiff. She's got one arm around Cinnamon's neck. Her other arm's got Cinnamon's blade hand wrenched around behind her back. "You can't just do this," Tiff's saying and crying. "If you know what's good for you, small-town girl, you'll let me." The reason she doesn't finish is it was a ruse, a distraction. Mid-sentence, she straightens her stronger-than-they-should-be legs hard, all at once. Because she's taller than Tiff, who's not short, it throws both of them up and back. Letha and me both surge towards this, to save Tiff, I guess. But neither of us makes it in time. We both stand there, chests heaving, trying to make sense of this. Cinnamon's own cane dagger is standing up from her open mouth. Because when Tiff used whatever police training she had to get Cinnamon's arm twisted up behind her, She forgot that one important thing: disarming the perp. Tiff crab crawls out from under Cinnamon, is shaking her head. No, that's not what she wanted, not what she meant, and... Cinnamon Baker isn't dead. Both her hands are flaying themselves on that blade, trying to pull it through, push it back. Over about 10 seconds, though, her hands slow, fall to the side. Her eyes are still open, staring straight up. I should have been there for her more, Letha says. Better, I mean. And falls to her knees, palms up in something like supplication, or offering her wrists up as payment for not having shepherded Cinnamon Baker through her grief better. Never mind her own surgeries, her own grief. I settle down beside her, pull her to me. All around us, people are moaning and crying, and I only wish that some of this was new to me. Up on the side of the dam, it's just Paul's motorcycle now, probably 80 feet tall. Its long seats empty, nobody to ride it anymore. I close my eyes, swallow, and pull Letha closer. She's racked with sobs, has become crying, is beyond hurting. Where is she? Where is she? She's sort of saying. She's not going to be like Jan. We need, I say, and work Letha's phone up from her pocket, stand to dial 976 evil, and I'm about to do the 911 thing when Letha's Instagram alerts avalanche down from the top of the screen, are so cheery and hopeful, so completely unaware of where we are right now. I swipe them away, but one stops me. Tiff's account? I sneak a look up to Letha, but she's not really here anymore. I look around to Tiff, but she's checked out, waiting for the world to make sense. I tap the Tiff in the banner, and it drops me to her feed, her wall, whatever it's called. What's playing is the last thing she shot, Rexall holding 80 to his chest, hunching away like the most guilty human ever. Behind him, a massive bear is crashing in, leaving pure destruction in its path. And then the video goes upside down in every which direction at once. Because Tiff, whom I love and will never stop loving for this, she's tossed her phone to 80. 80, either with her mom's final girl reflexes, or her dad's tight end reflexes, or just because she doesn't know she shouldn't be able to do this, she snatches the phone easy as anything with her small hands. And the last thing is her small face so close to the camera, and then that phone's being tucked between her and Rexall, I think, to automatically post its video. I rise to my knees in absolute worship of this amazing device I'm holding up before me. What? Letha says. I turn to her, my breath heaving in and out. Joellen, Letha says, surging us both to our feet. We find Joellen together. She's blank, gone, hiding inside herself. Letha shakes her awake. Joellen swims up through the murky waters she's drowning in, finally sees us. Sheriff, we need the sheriff, she's saying, sort of, like what's on repeat in her head is finally finding its way to her lips. You all track each other, don't you? Letha says, holding the phone up as Exhibit 1. What? Joellen says. Banner told me, Letha says. He said that you... Joellen shrugs like, oh yeah, like remembering. She reaches behind her, works her own phone up. She's just in panties and a bra under that poncho because she swam across, of course. But her phone's dry, and it smells like peanut butter. Code, Letha demands. When Joellen just stares blankly at us, at nothing, Letha holds the front camera up to Joellen's face. Her phone unlocks. "Find my," Letha mutters, looking for the app. Then, "Please, please, please." I get it, finally. Banner and his deputies, they track each other's phones, so they always know where they all are. It makes sense. But is the front office in that friend circle? 80, Letha says then, weakly blubbering it, sort of, crying with gratitude, and holds the phone out for Joellen and me. T. Koenig is a light green blinking cursor out in the woods, moving. This isn't over. No. I guess it never really is, around here.
Baker Solutions. Report of Investigation. 17 October 2023, number 39 Alpha 42. Compulsory Notice. As Cinnamon Baker, daughter of Mars Baker and Macy Todd, both deceased, and research associate for and owner of Baker Solutions, is now boarding indefinitely on the English Rose and has perhaps been working remotely from there since 8 August 2023, we will presume from this date forward that her absence from assigned research, interview, transcription, and fact-checking duties serves as her notice of resignation. Thus this intercaloric notification. Ms. Baker has been notified of this as well. We apologize for any inconvenience associated with her presence and are rescinding any balances associated with work she produced in the continuing investigation of Jennifer Elaine Jade Daniels. Be aware that any of Ms. Baker's actions or statements are solely her responsibility, and that she neither speaks for nor acts in the stead of Baker Solutions, Baker Legal, or Baker Enterprises Incorporated, including any and all subsidiaries and contractors. As to the integrity of the reports Ms. Baker had input on before her exit, an internal investigation has confirmed that until the date of her official departure, 14 October 2023, her work was incisive, thorough, and accurate. Her first-hand knowledge of both the Indian Lake Massacre and Dark Mill South's reunion tour was extremely beneficial, as well as her controlling input on ROIs number 04A49, number 25A11, number 29A27, number 32D43, number 66B12, and number 41A03. And please note that in no way should Ms. Baker's resignation suggest impropriety or liability on her or Baker Solutions' part. As non-active owner, she can come and go at will, and of course, she was vetted and bonded before being granted limited access to any and all investigations and associated documents. In addition, she was processed through the necessary training sessions related to legal obligations and privacy. She is also, insofar as concerns the product or discovery of any investigation she was involved in or had access to, constrained by Baker Solutions' standard suite of non-disclosure agreements, the drafting of which was initially overseen by her father, Mars Baker. In short, your privacy, including but not limited to your identity as a client of Baker Solutions, has not nor will it be compromised by Ms. Baker exploring other avenues of personal and professional interest. As for Ms. Baker's intended stay in Proof Rock, 2 August 2023 to 7 August 2023, and her subsequent necessary lodging with you, as Trails End Motel isn't equipped with ramps and other necessary accoutrement, their limited website clearly states otherwise, the balance for those 7 days, nights, is being deducted from any future invoices. In addition, negative online reviews and ratings have been submitted en masse, Yelp, TripAdvisor, Disabled Hotel Review, etc., concerning Trails End Motel's accessibility issues. Ms. Baker should not have been forced to endure this indignity upon her return, and Baker Solutions is doing everything in our field of capabilities to ensure no one else encounters the same difficulty, up to and including funding the installation of ADA-mandated equipage. As for any triggers or specifics of the assignment that prompted Ms. Baker to transition away from the investigation, that's beyond the scope of this compulsory notice, as would be any photographic evidence establishing Ms. Baker on the English Rose or header information confirming the location from which she was submitting her reports and evaluations. As far as Baker Solutions is concerned, Ms. Baker's work was, until the date of her departure, strictly objective and motivated only by her stated and earnest desire to understand how investigations worked, an interest she claimed was sparked by various true crime podcasts of recent years. As for Ms. Baker's request for our digital forensics unit to secure access to and/or supply the video feed from the Wi-Fi or Bluetooth networks supplying support to the various drones, both airborne and submersible, in operation around Proof Rock, Indian Lake, Terra Nova, Deacon Point, Temporary Research Islet HG, Treasure Island, and Glen Dam, as this request came in after Ms. Baker had failed to return from her temporary duty assignment, this request was declined. Though we would suggest anyone running such drones in Pleasant Valley confirm their network security settings, lest their video feed lose the privacy it presumes and/or requires. See our website's FAQ for recommendations on network settings and/or subscription services. Again, apologies for the circumstances compelling this singular communication. This is neither common practice at Baker Solutions, nor will our new screening procedures allow its repetition. Please direct Ms. Baker to us if questions arise concerning the cessation of her involvement with this investigation.
The last ritual. It's not even midnight yet. Standing in this killing field, my chest heaving, that's what I keep thinking. It's not even midnight, is it? For a lot of these dead, I guess it never will be. It'll always be Halloween for them. Hetty's documentary will always be flickering on that pale concrete. A horse will always be screaming. For those of us left, though, there's still so much darkness to get through. "Leith!" I call out. She's bounding away, has to find 80. When she doesn't stop, I turn my voice up loud enough that it makes my right ear, or what's left of it, throb. The canyon gouging through my temple and scalp, getting to my ear, is oddly numb, though. Even when the fingers of my good hand spider around its ragged edges without me really telling them to, like feeling on a present for where the seam is so I can unwrap it. If I do that, though, it's just my grinning skull that rolls out. "Letha!" I scream now, my voice kind of breaking at the end. I fall to one knee from the effort, want to just keep going, lie there on my side in the bloody center of all this, my knees drawn up to my chest, so first aid can find me. First aid and antibiotics and my pills, and 1,001 cigarettes. But first, I've got to make it through right now. Letha's somehow back to me already. Her final girl radar heard my shriek, thought I was in danger. She lowers herself, her hand on my left shoulder, the kind of touch that tells me she's here, her eyes probing mine. "What, Jade?" she asks. The sharpness in her tone is because I'm keeping her from 80, I know. "We need something, don't we?" I tell her. Because he's Rexall. I remember him slinging Banner and Lonnie through the snow like rag dolls 4 years ago. How light and nothing they were to him. This linebacker, this mechanic. And this after Letha had peppered him with a shotgun, and in minus whatever temperature it was. Letha's badass, no doubt, and her solid gold maternal instinct to never run, only fight, 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 tooth and nail. That pretty much doubles her mass, gives her more muscles, and her grit and love will take her even further than that. But still, what if Rexall just backhands her to the side like nothing, leaving me to try to take him down? I'm not sure I could. Yeah, I got lucky with Stacy Graves and with Dark Mill South. I had the Lake and Ezekiel for Stacy Graves, though, and the more I think about Dark Mill South, I wonder if what let me kill him was Banner's big black jacket billowing around me like the black robes he probably knew when he was a helpless kid, however many generations ago. Rexall, though, does he even have a weakness? 2, he's sort of in my head, isn't he? He'll know the perfect thing to say to get me wrong-footed. Something about playing in the lake with me when I was in elementary, back before I even knew about bras, and like that I stumble, which is all the opening he needs. If he hurt her, Letha says, her eyes harder than I've ever seen them, then we hurt him twice as much, I say right back, coughing what has to be blood up into my throat. I swallow it back down, like always. Letha stands, pulls me up with her delicately, because there's hardly anywhere to touch that isn't bloody. And of course, what I've just told her about coming at Rexall is a lie, I know. No amount of damage done to someone erases what they've done to you. All it does, really, is complicate your life going forward. As now, you've got charges to deal with, or a body to hide. But you've still got the same trauma. Just now you've pulled some more trauma over on top of it. Is this why slashers get more and more indiscriminate with their killing as the franchise goes on? They were initially just mad about a prank, so killed those pranksters. But now they can't shake those killings out of their head, so have to try to cover them up with more violence and more violence until they're standing alone at the top of a truly staggering pile of bodies. Standing there doesn't mean they're not still that same scared kid, though. That same kid just wanting, needing someone to lower themselves to them, hug them, tell them it's all right. The bad stuff isn't going to happen anymore, ever, okay? I think that's what both Stacy Graves and Dark Mill South probably needed. But the only way we know to deal with them is violence, which is what shaped them in the first place. Rexall, though, he's so much more garden variety, which I think only serves to make him more dangerous. Maybe he's a hurt kid deep down there, somewhere, but there comes a point where you can't give someone a pass, I think. For me, that's hurting 80. I can't lose her, I mean. Really, I don't think I can lose even one more person. Here, Letha says about all my injuries, and takes a knee by Beardo. I'd almost forgotten about him. He's either had an M80 implanted in his neck and then lit, or a bear tore a big, important chunk out of him, and a lot of what he had left spilled out after. Letha strips the flannel sleeve on his less bloody side off, wraps my arm in it for padding, then whips his thick leather belt off as well, and makes it into a sling, guiding my arm up at the end so she can hitch the belt one hole higher to get my hand up a bit more. "What even did that?" she asks, about the symmetrical tear in my forearm on both sides. "Doesn't matter," I tell her, ducking what did it because it'll land her back in 2015, when I used maybe that same exact bear trap on her dad when he was chasing us with a chainsaw. I stand on my own now and cast around left and right for something we can use against Rexall. And it's so liberating to now have one functioning arm that doesn't have to be holding the other arm. I settle on Jo Ellen, still on her knees, sort of swaying in place. "Guns won't work," Letha tells me, getting what I'm thinking. I don't even know where she got the one she had, I say back, just now thinking of that. I mean, because he's, you know, Letha says, using her eyes to get across what she means. He's not a slasher, I tell her. He's just a creep. Maybe he was just keeping her safe? Letha tries, and I can hear in her voice that she so wants me to ratify this, to give her this one temporary gift. I love her too much, though. I say instead, Joellen fired all her rounds anyway, didn't she? At Jan? I already shot him once anyway, she mumbles. Didn't work. You can't kill a bad smell with a gun, I say obviously. That? Letha says then, about Beardo's chainsaw. Too loud, I tell her. This isn't, she says, stepping over to haul a machete up, because there's always a machete in a horror movie when you need one. She bonks it on the side of her thigh, though, and it slaps over, the blade rubber. Somebody brought a prop out here? I ask. Letha shrugs, pissed off and hopeless both. She deals with it by baring her teeth and twirling around fast on her heel, flinging that rubber machete up and away from all this. Should talk to Sharona about that anger of yours, I say with a halfway grin. Letha doesn't grin about this, though. Nothing's funny right now. You mean Sin? She says. Who even knew she was back? I mutter, just trying to underline what Letha said. Her eyes flash up to me in that meaningful way, though. No, I say to her, ready to push her in the shoulders. You knew? I readjust the belt around my neck, have to bare my teeth from it, hiss a bit of the pain out. Lena told me she was staying with her for a while, Letha says, not catching my eye about this. That she was going through something. Something? I say, casing the devastation we're mired in here. It's my fault, really, I add, in case that came out wrong. Letha watches me, waiting for the rest. I shrug it away. No, I probably shouldn't have dragged Cinnamon Baker's broken self to Doc Wilson back in 2019. The whole time I was dragging her, even, I knew full well what she'd done. Just, I thought if she was alive, then she could pay for it all. Like people at her income level ever get perp-walked away. You don't inherit the most storied law firm in the land, only to get jammed up with accusations from an ex-con on her second bid, which is why I didn't even make those accusations. We can do the analysis later, Letha says. Right? She holds my eyes until I nod, then hooks her head for me to fall in, not waiting to see if I'm going to object. Along the way, not even breaking stride, she stoops to pick something up from the gore. Grace Richardson's Halligan. She nods to me about it, walks faster, probably because this is the direction, sort of, to T. Koenig's blinking cursor. A straight line would be more direct, but about twice as slow. There's less trees and tangle over by the dam, maybe from when the water gets too high and they have to sluice it around like a tidal wave. I don't know. Just, it's better walking close to the dam. I'm seeing the blue glow for about 20 paces before it registers that that's Lemmy blue. That's drone blue. Oh, I say, slowing. Scattered and mostly broken in the scrub are 4 of the shark drones. 2 are dead, one's flickering blue, and one's glowing steady, its tiny fans buzzing in the snow and grass. Flashlight, Letha says, hauling the functioning drone up, hooking her finger into the little plastic fan, stopping it and giving herself a handle. The light won't work when we need it to, because we're in the genre we're in, but it's comforting to pretend it will, anyway. Letha palms Joellen's phone, but it's locked. 12:39, I tell her. Inside, you're always looking over guards' shoulders, trying to memorize the pattern on whatever keypad they're punching secrets into, I mean, it's mostly keys and buttons other guards are on, behind glass. But every once in a while, there's a keypad on this side you're on, and when those digits are being entered, we all stand so still, listening with our very pores. Letha doesn't ask about any of this, just enters the numbers. "Still moving," she mutters, and starts to step ahead, but stops herself, thinking something through. "Here," she says, tossing her phone back to me, "in case we get separated." "Joellen's in here?" I ask, because I want every I dotted, every T to have its crossbar. "Under lemon squares," Letha says back, already moving. "Lemon squares?" someone asks from so close behind me my back straightens, like it knows sharp claws are coming for it. I step ahead for room to turn around. Joellen. Standing there with that paint horse I remember now. It's Wayne Sellers from Lemmy's recording. "Yee-haw," I say, monotone. "Lemon squares are good," Letha tells Joellen. Joellen doesn't look to be completely buying this, just keeps on buttoning some oversized mechanic's coveralls on. The poncho she's wearing is just a cape for her now, and she's stepped into some random boots. "I need my phone," she says ahead to Letha. "I've got to call in everyone." It's almost a John Connor line. "AD's in here," Letha objects, waggling the phone ever so gently. "You don't even know the code," Joellen tells her. Letha recites it, her voice even, which isn't the tone to use with a cop, even one this far out of uniform. I step in, say, "Rexall took her, Joellen, and, you know Rexall." Joellen purses her lips, considering this. "I just need to call the sheriff," she says, holding her hand out for her phone. I shake my head no to her the same way I did for Letha. Because we're all trained on movies, no words are needed to get across that Banner's dead. Joellen winces, her eyes closed for a too long blink so she can absorb this. "You're sheriff now," I tell her, but Joellen looks to Letha for real permission. Letha nods once, her eyes dead, mouth a grim slash. She's bouncing on the balls of her feet, too, needs to be out there, going after AD. "Interim," Joellen says, probably so as to not come off presumptuous. "Where has he taken her?" Letha holds Joellen's phone face out, showing Caribou Targi, and that little blinking dot. "Where?" Joellen asks, and Letha flips the phone around. I'm right there looking with her. "What the?" I start, but then that dot's back. "They're losing signal," Letha says. "Screen cap once a minute," I tell her. "We can stack them up, draw a line through them, figure out a direction." Letha nods, likes this. The screen of the phone flashes under her fingers, then shuttles this screen cap into its camera roll. "I'll call on the way," Joellen says, stepping across Cinnamon to Letha, handing me the paint's rope, or halter, or rein, or bridle. I'm not one of those Indians who knows horse shit, okay? Hey?" I say to the horse. It blows air from its great nostrils, twitches one ear, and cocks its right front foot up, which I guess means it's resting time. Joellen grabs the phone from Letha without asking again, takes a reading on that cursor, and a few steps into the darkness, the side of her face is glowing with the calls she's placing to get some flashing lights out here, and animal control, and the state troopers, and every boat that can be scrambled, and helicopters to lift people out. I'm riding drag on this 3-person herd, so I hear it all, and it's not until we're well into the darkness that I look back to the paint horse, falling behind a few paces, its rope pulling me slower. Letha registers this, looks back to me, her eyes hot with question marks. "Why are we bringing him?" I ask about the horse. "Her," Joellen corrects. Terry, right? I say. Short for Terrence. Where'd you get Terrence? Joellen says back, genuinely confused. Banner. I just managed to swallow. I shake my head now, that it doesn't matter. I can carry 80 back, if that's why we're bringing the horse, Letha says. I nod. Joellen nods, so I let the rope go, releasing this horse that either is or isn't named Terry, which is evidently the stupid town girl thing to do. Joellen steps in, moving slow so the horse won't run, and collects the rope, undoes the headgear it's attached to, and now the horse is the right kind of free. It's just standing there, though. It hasn't seen people for 2 weeks. I tell them. I think it's lonely. Get! Joellen barks, whipping the rope against the ground. The horse dances back, blows again, and I hear Letha and Joellen already striding away, leaving me to be the asshole who has to turn her back on this lonely, lost horse. Sorry, I say to it, reaching up to touch its nose. The horse leans into my hand, almost nuzzling me with its velvety skin. Jade? Letha calls from ahead enough that I nod, make myself turn around, skip to catch up. T. Koenig's blinking green cursor goes even threadier, maybe a mile deeper in, a mile farther away from the closest cell tower. Letha, the tallest of us, holds the phone up high, has to squint to see it, the map spinning to reorient. For the past few hundred yards, I've been trying not to picture Whit Jansen, hearing about Hetty and Jan and his ex-wife, how he'll probably be sitting on the edge of a motel bed, his cell to his ear, and one by one, all his defenses come down, until nothing makes sense anymore. It was his ancient old video camera Hetty was using for the documentary, she told me. Will he want that tape back? My idea of what a normal, not terrible dad must be like tells me that yes, he'll want the last scrap of his daughter's life. You hold on to what you can, and you hold tight. I'm sorry, Mr. Jansen. I'm sorry I couldn't save your daughter, your son, your wife, your whole family. And he's just the start, I know. Every 6th or 7th house in Proof Rock is going to be a house in mourning, isn't it? And if Sharona, the real Sharona, the one in St. Thomas or wherever, was right about the stages of grief, then right after all these hurt people stop shaking their heads about how this can't really be happening, then they're going to start lashing out. I thrilled thinking of that herd of elk ravaging Main Street. Elk just passed through, though. These hurting people, they live here. If they want to pull Proof Rock down altogether, raze it, then who am I to stop them? Who am I to deny them their anger, their raging against the gods? Windows can be replaced, buildings can be rebuilt, but the dead, they don't come back. Usually. But I can't blame this on the gods either, on fate or luck or the brutal demands of the genre. This, tonight, was all because one cheerleader thought she was wronged and decided to take that out on a whole community. But don't forget the game warden who missed his wife so much that his grief consumed him, came out as bear bait he could paint the world with, so it could hurt as much as he was. I'm deflecting, though. I should be accountable, I know, Sharona. You weren't wrong about that. No, I didn't invite the founders across the lake to break ground in Terra Nova, waking the horror up, starting this whole bad cycle. But that's just because my prayers were so vague. Did I never watch any of the Wishmasters? What, beg and pray and long for a slasher to come a-calling? Sure, who wouldn't? But also specify the individual steps of that, maybe? And also sketch out some boundaries, and maybe an end date. Doesn't John Connor force some behavioral modification on the T-800 in Judgment Day? I'm so sorry, Prufrock. But if I'm the one who started all this, then would my death stop it? Take me and my bad wishing out of the picture? And does Indian Lake fizzle back down? Do all these killers stop rampaging? More and more I'm thinking, maybe. Yeah. I mean, what am I really doing here this time around? It was Letha who killed my dad, not me. It was Joellen who shot whatever Jan had turned into. It was Seth Mullins who Pied Pipered those bears out after him. It was Tiff who finally put Cinnamon down when I was failing and failing to do it. I'm just witnessing it all this time. I'm in a rattly fiberglass cart being pulled along a set of tracks down the center of the haunted tunnel at this nightmare carnival, and I'm watching horror after horror pop up off to the side and then roll behind me, making room for the next jump scare. I'm the audience is what I am. I'm an ancient one who insists that the twists and turns of the slasher play out exactly like they did the time before, and the time before that. And I won't be satisfied unless, like Randy says, this third time around's a complete gore fest, very much including some of the deck crew buying the farm, not raising their thumb from the stretcher to show they're going to pull through. Whoa, Joellen says, just loud enough to pull me out of my head. Letha shifts the Halligan in her hand for whatever's next. Leith? I whisper ahead. I don't, she's saying, trying to see everything at once. I clamp my good hand onto Joellen's shoulder to pull ahead alongside Letha. She holds that glowing blue drone out like a lantern, and all my breath seeps out, maybe through my pores. Holy hell, Joellen intones. She slaps her waist for that pistol she was using, but it's back by the dam, I guess. Not out here, with the damned. No, Letha says, about what the wrong blue light of her drone's illuminating. It's Paul Deming, his head nearly disconnected. There's Wainbow, who finally found that damn Bronco. His front side's been ripped open. Letha's hand finds my good wrist. Hetty Jansen, Joellen says. Hetty's hair's pink on one side, electric blue on the other, and it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Under it, her head's at the wrong angle, the back of her neck and most of her jaw torn away, and her cheeks are gray and drawn, her eyes dried out and staring, her jaw black with dried blood. Why didn't you just run away to Boise? I say to her inside. Or Denver, Phoenix, Tucson, Seattle, L.A. It doesn't matter. Not here. Somewhere safe? Jade, no, Letha says then, actually gasping air in and stepping back, which is something from her, who makes herself watch all the gore in all the movies, so none of it will ever surprise her in real life. I flinch. Sure, a hatchet is about to come spinning out of the darkness. Sure, a scythe is swinging our way at neck level. Sure, that log truck's load isn't secured as well as it could be. Sure, that metal cable from Ghost Ship is drawing tight all at once, is about to saw right through our stomachs, just leaving our legs standing there in the high timber, our torsos and heads lying back in the leaf litter, staring suddenly up. Who's she? Joellen says, looking over to Letha and me. Shara... Dr. Watts, Letha manages. My Sharona, I say, quieter. She's strung up exactly like Gwen Stapleton was, the day Darkmill South broke out of his convoy, which is to say, this is Casey Becker hanging from that tree. Only her guts are no longer red. She's been here too long. She's your doctor? Joellen asks Letha, incredulous. Therapist, Letha corrects. This is it, isn't it? I say to both of them, in something like wonder, except it's making the floor of my stomach drop out. The third real body dump. Why did the bears not? Joellen asks, stepping forward into this crime scene. She's right. Why haven't these bodies been scavenged by bears, who need to pack on all the fat they can for their big sleep? Almost immediately, we all realize why. The tree over Paul and Wainbow and Hetty that Chirona's hanging from, it's got air fresheners hanging from every possible point, like pull tabs from a headliner. Yes. Do I never escape you, Dad? And these air fresheners, just like in Seven, they're all pine trees. Their taste on the air so harsh to a bare nose that they didn't come in for a free meal, I guess. Each pine tree has 2 little pine cones crossed at the base of their trunks, too, just like the machetes in my living room that I thought Letha and me could pull down, should the day ever come. Who did this? Joellen asks, getting close to these bodies, but being careful not to touch. Letha catches my eye about this, but I shake my head the smallest bit. No, we don't have time. You know, don't you? Joellen says to me, trying to see through my eyes into my thoughts. Letha's a dim blue light bobbing ahead of us. I hustle to catch up. How far? I ask Letha, leaning in to see the phone. Letha just huffs, keeps walking, but I stop all at once, hard enough that Letha and Joellen are on alert. What? Letha asks, casing the darkness. I shake my head no, that I don't know. I'm not sure. Shit, Joellen says, though, when a pair of green eyes open in the darkness, pretty much stopping my heart in my chest. Letha's hands already clamped on my good wrist to guide me behind her. Oh, she says, though. It's that paint horse, coming in head down, like embarrassed. Go! Joellen yells at it, rushing it while bat-winging her poncho out. The horse puts the brakes on, and, instead of backing up, horses not like to do that? It wheels around, scampers off, tail tucked. Idiot, Joellen says. It's just lonely, I say. Letha doesn't care, is already moving, muttering. I tune in enough to get that she's cursing Rexall. Her lips are thin, her eyes hard. I can't touch him, either, Letha says, suddenly pulling me into this train of thought she can't let go. When I look my question over to her, she adds, that settlement for shooting him? There was also a restraining order. I think this is special circumstances. Kidnapping is bigger than having to stay 100 feet away. 100 yards. In Proof Rock? I have to ask. Because, in a town of less than 3,000, keeping a whole football field between you and anybody's a real trick. Letha shrugs, ducks a limb, doesn't lose any speed. It's the stew rule, I say, more out loud than I really mean to. But now it's out there, I guess. Letha looks over, telling me to go on, go on. It's when, I tell her, trying to get my words lined up right. It's when the person who's doing all the over-the-top shit that should get them killed, that would get them killed in any other movie, they just keep on living. Stuff like perv cameras, you mean? Stu was asking and asking for it, wasn't he? So? So, when lightning never strikes him like it would anybody else, saying all what he says, that's the big clue that he's the killer. A killer. You know what I mean. So Rexall should have bought it in 2015? Letha asks. That's what you're saying? I dial back to Rexall and my dad in their mockery of a float, Jaws splashed on the inflatable screen behind them. Rexall's duded up in a headdress, and my dad's painted up Indian. I nod yes, definitely. Say, he was pretty much asking for it. Maybe he's just keeping her safe. Letha tries again, not able to let that chance go. Because I know she needs to be able to stand up, keep walking forward. I don't shoot this down. He's never done anything like this before, has he? She adds, still making her big wish. Why now, though, right? I say, not really vetting it beforehand. He's been a creep for years, I mean. Everybody knows that. But he's always been a hands-off kind of creep, hasn't he? Letha pooches her lips out like who cares. Says, maybe somebody stole all his cameras? She's not saying it like that's a serious option, but that doesn't mean it doesn't go right to the center of me. Has Rexall metastasized into a phantasm kind of kid snatcher because somebody messed with the viewing habits that have been getting him by all these years? Somebody. Shit. I can't stop thinking about her, Letha says, about to cry again. With him. We know where she is, I tell her. It's all I can come up with. I already lost Man, Letha blubbers. It makes her walk faster, like to get away from the breath she used to say that. It also makes her stop in her tracks, let her face fall forward into her hands to shut all this out. I come around, hug her to me with my good arm. Her whole frame is shuddering against me. Over her shoulder, I see Joellen cueing into this and veering off to the side to wait it out. She stations herself at the edge of the blue light, is just a shape, her back to us to show how much she's not listening. If we don't find her, Letha says, choking it off because you don't even want to allow a thing like that to be out loud, as that's another step toward it getting real and actual. Don't even think it, I say. Aunt Jade's here, right? Will I let anything happen to your little girl? You know what she means to me, and you know what her mom means to me, too. Letha presses her forehead into my shoulder, and I hold her to me until she can stand on her own again. If anything happens to me, she says. Don't think that either, I tell her. Just stop thinking, maybe. This isn't the best time for it. Just act, Letha says, getting it. Action, not words, I confirm, and I don't think Letha even knows that's a song, which I guess is good, except then it hits me that could also sound like me shutting her up, couldn't it? Bad thing about being an idiot is you second-guess every single thing you do, and also the things you don't. You can't reel any of it back, though, I know that much. So, instead, I plod forward behind Letha, Joellen falling in. There's supposed to be caverns or some shit out here, according to a geologist report from 60 years ago we all had to read in class like gospel, but nobody I know's ever stumbled onto them. After maybe 10 minutes of silence, just the three of us breathing, I cue in that I'm trembling deeper than just my fingers. This unsteadiness, it's deeper. Blood loss will do that to you, I suppose. And Idaho at night in late October. And only having eaten 2 chicken wings and some gross noodles over the last 12 hours. And being off your meds. And just plain old terror. That'll get you shaking in your boots. But the real reason... Shit. I'd rather be talking now. It's better than being locked in my head. I need my pills. Please, to pull me away from the drain I'm circling faster and faster. Either that, or I need to have a weed whacker like Jason in 7, so I can stay out of Rexall's reach when we find him. I need that lawnmower from Braindead, which is what Rexall already is. I need to save 80, is what I need to do. No, Letha says from a few steps ahead of me. What? Joellen asks before I can. Letha shakes the phone, but that never helps. She draws in, holding that glowing screen low, and Joellen steps in, delicately extracts it from Letha, looks at it for only a moment before declaring, "He turned it off. Broke it. Something." "Call it," I tell Letha. "What?" "Not enough signal for tracking, but maybe it'll ring," I say, urging her on with my eyes. Joellen shrugs sure. Letha touches Tiff's face. The phone dials, rings, and... "Over there," Letha says. We're not hearing Tiff's ringtone, the Friends theme song, gag, but the face of her phone's lighting up in the darkness. The call dumps to voicemail before we can get there. Letha calls again, and on the fourth time, Joellen picks Tiff's phone up from the ground. "He just left it?" Joellen says to us, and then, very quickly and intentionally, turns around, like the moonlight's better facing this direction. Letha's staring in the darkness ahead of us, doesn't clock this. But I can't not wonder. Joellen drifts after Letha, who's trying to read sign, I think, track, which'll go about as good as it would for any city girl at night in the big bad woods. But I hang behind a little, hike Letha's phone out of my left cup, and shine that silvery light down to where Tiff's phone was. It's Adie's shoe, and there's blood on it. I turn around just as fast as Joellen did, and she sees me doing this, and we hold each other's eyes just a tenth of a second too long. "What?" Letha says to us both at once. "That," Joellen lies, upping her chin to something high up on the tree. Letha falls for it. Joellen shines her light up there, and it's really something, not just a temporary distraction. "Bike reflector?" I say, with a little thumbtack pushed through its middle. "Poachers," Joellen hisses, drawing enough attention that I can step on top of that shoe, hiding it from Letha. "Poachers?" Letha says back, standing taller to see this trail marker better. "They hunt at night," Joellen explains, "but they need to be able to backtrack their way out with their kill, too. Like those two who got lost," I realize out loud. Joellen and Letha both study me, waiting. "Remember what they said all around town?" I ask. That they found Remar Lundy's old cabin," Joellen says, nodding it true. "Why does this?" Letha asks, looking from Joellen to me. "Remar Lundy is Rexall Bridger's grandfather," I say quietly. "Something like that. That's where he's going, isn't it?" "That's where he's taking Adie?" Letha says, more than a little aghast. "Shit," Joellen says, and shines her phone light down trail, all around until something bounces that silvery light back red. "Next one," I say. Joellen nods, and we move like that for probably 2 of the worst hours of my life. Not worst because of my arm, my head, what just happened down by the dam, but because we can't go faster. The 2 times we try, a trail marker slips behind us and we lose 20 minutes backtracking. It's the worst 2 hours of my life because it's 120 minutes Rexall can be doing whatever to Adie, that she'll never be able to forget, that she'll always be running from, hiding in chemicals and alcohol and sex and... I shake my head. Don't want to think about Adie having to run wild just to stay sane. Letha's feeling it too, though. I can tell by the way her left hand keeps opening and closing, her right gripped tight high up on the handle of that Halligan. "We're going too slow. We're going too slow," she keeps muttering. "As fast as we can," I counter, pretty uselessly. Right after that, in typical horror movie fashion, Joellen catches her wrong-sized boot on the side of a root and rolls her ankle. the pop of something tearing in there painfully clear. I can tell Letha wants to go, go, go. But we stop, gingerly slide Joellen's boot off. It smells like a dude. And her ankle's already blue and swelling like it's pregnant with an alien. "Can we cut it?" Joellen asks. "What?" I ask. "This isn't boxing," Letha says, standing. "And we don't have a knife anyway. Just this." The Halligan. "Yeah, let's not," Joellen says, keeping her eyes on the Halligan just to be sure. I guide it back behind Letha's leg. "Go, go, don't worry about me," Joellen says then, waving us on. "I'm not going to be the reason you don't get to her in time." But we both try. "I hereby deputize you both," Joellen says, doing the sign of the cross, I think, which is kind of weird. "So now you have authority, but responsibility too. Cool? You detain only. Let the courts do the rest." "Sure," I say. Joellen waggles her phone to show how all right she's going to be, but I can see the strain in her face, too. I come down to her level, say, "Listen, this isn't Red Dawn. You're not the soldier we leave behind with a hand grenade, got it? We're not here at all without you. You live by staying here." "I shouldn't have made the horse go back," Joellen says, trying to shift her whole leg. I want to help, but don't know where to touch. "Go!" Joellen says, waving us away with the back of her hand. "Scream if you see anything," Letha calls back in what feels like about the most final farewell I've ever heard. "Because that always works," Joellen says to her back. You watch these movies too?" I ask. "Survival training around here," Joellen grunts, repositioning. Clever girl. Just 2 trail markers later, we're there, I'm pretty sure. Or to the end, or beginning of the trail markers, anyway. On this tree, there's 6 of those reflective tacks, shaped into a shimmery red X. Letha's breathing heavier now, getting her muscles oxygenated, her senses dialed in. Me too. Kind of a sympathetic response, I think. Or self-defense for whatever's coming, but the air I'm sucking in is fetid, oily, bad. I cough it out, and it doesn't stop there. I wave my arms just to try to keep standing, then am lurching forward, my puke splashing up and out like there was a kite string in my mouth, diving down my throat, and somebody just yanked it. When I look up, Letha's got the crook of her elbow hooked over her nose, her eyes glittering over it. "Done?" she asks. A little more comes up, strings out, and seeing that makes me cough more, dry heave harder. Probably a whole minute later, I'm finally with it enough to stand on my own, not quite steadily. "Something died, didn't it?" I say through my tears. "Whole lot of somethings," Letha says, tilting her head all around us. There's nowhere to step that isn't a dead animal. This is a pet cemetery turned upside down, inside out. But these aren't dogs, they're foxes, I guess? Their rib cages look so delicate. And there's some deer and elk, too, and 1 black bear. I think that's what it is. Or was. And black feathers fluttering in the rot, probably beaks in the mess, if I want to feel down for their sharpness. "How?" I have to ask. "Poison?" Letha says with a who cares shrug, and I nod, can see that. You put out some canned food with the bad stuff in it, that animal dies, and then you poison that dead animal, so the animals who come in to scavenge it get sick and die as well, and you sprinkle white powder on their rotting meat as well, and the whole circle of whatever this is just widens and widens from a single point of corruption. From Rexall, doing what he does, being the corruption he is, the blight he's always been. He really doesn't want anybody finding his hidey hole, does he? I say. Letha doesn't have to answer this, but I can see the answer in the heat in her eyes. You don't need this kind of privacy for good things. There, see it? She says. After a moment, I can. Yeah, Remar Lundy's cabin in the woods, at the center of all this dead and rotting meat. It's so much a part of the trees and the shadows that my eyes have to kind of organize this straight line, that slightly too regular edge. Through the years, through a century and more, I guess, it's faded to the same smudged gray color as the forest, has a thick crown of moss growing on its roof, and there's a big-ass tree angled over it that should have crushed it if its forever trunk hadn't caught in the unlikely fork of another tree, locking in like a Lincoln log. But that big-ass tree that didn't quite crush this cabin, it's the reason the cabin's still here. The tree is the roof now, more or less. The cabin is kind of under this grand lean-to, is in a sort of hidey hole out of the rain, the lightning, the world. And there's all these saplings shooting up around it to hide it even more, reaching for the few hours of sun a baby tree can get out here among the old, uncaring giants. There's one small, not really square window to the right of the door, exactly as a kid would draw a house in first grade. There's a rusted pipe for a chimney that looks like it's straight from some nightmare version of Seuss. There's so many twists in it, and the hinges on that front door are, I'm thinking, leather? The real question, though, one of them anyway, is why did Remar Lundy go to the trouble to build a lair this secret 2 or 3 miles from Proof Rock, back in the 40s or 50s or whenever? For hunting, sure, but this feels more skeevy than just popping deer and elk out of season. Maybe he just needed somewhere to go all John Doe in the notebooks in his head, without anybody judging him. Maybe he got ran out of town for knocking peepholes into outhouses like his descendant would do with technology. You probably knew, didn't you, Mr. Holmes? Or had a pretty good guess. Except why bring up bad business from 50 years ago, I know. Better to let the past stay back where it is. Except here it is, unrepressing itself. And it doesn't really matter. We're going in either way. And knowing Rexall, it's going to be that underground lair in Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, and all we've got's one Halligan between us. Okay, Letha says, catching my eyes one last time because we're about to do this. I nod again just to be sure I'm committed, and right when I step forward, the front door of the cabin opens hard enough to slap the wall it's on, dislodging a shovel leaned up there. The shovel scrapes down, falls. The door's hanging crooked and ugly on those ratty hinges, and Rexall's standing right there in the doorway, in his work coveralls, his face lifted so he can scent the air. Does he know the rot well enough that he can taste us in the fester? He scans, and when we don't give ourselves away by moving, he reaches back in for a crossbow. Shit, I hiss to Letha, not using my lips. He lumbers out with the crossbow by his left leg, and, after casing the trees again, he angles the crossbow maybe 6 inches from where it's hanging and pulls the trigger. That little bolt sucks into the loamy soil up to its orange fletching. Now stay still, he barks down to the ground, his voice booming. Then, like that wasn't enough, he steps around for a different angle, cranks another bolt into place, and fires it into the ground as well. Time for little sister to go to bed, he says, I'm pretty sure. What the hell? Letha says, not moving her lips. Rexall steps away to consider this patch of earth he evidently has some beef with. his big hands idly cocking another bolt in. "Rexall Bridger," a woman calls out then, from maybe 15 feet to Letha and my's left. We don't mean to give our location away, but we both look over. It's Joellen, using a thick branch as crutch. "No," I say, low. She's holding her badge up like the shield I don't really think it is. Rexall's looking right at her. "Where's the girl?" Joellen says, and I can tell she has no idea we're already here. She thinks she's the hero here, not Letha. "Little late, aren't you?" Rexall says with a sort of chuckle. Joellen holds up Adie's bloody shoe as proof of what she's asking. She grabbed that? And Letha's hands come up to try to cover the sound her heart pushes up, that Halligan falling and falling, finally crunching into what I think must be a wolverine skull, judging by the thick, rotting pelt. It gives us away. Because Letha isn't thinking, can only think of one thing, I grab her wrists as best I can, yank her towards me just as a crossbow bolt whirs past, thuds deep into a tree right behind where Letha just was, the fletching not even having the decency to vibrate, it's so deadly. Texas crossbow massacre, more like, just in Idaho. "Get down!" I yell to Joellen, pulling Letha down with me, which is no easy thing since she's trying to surge ahead, I think to claw Rexall's eyes out and bite his throat open and knee him in the stomach until his liver bursts, squelches out the pores of his armpits. Through the rotted ribs of an elk, which is a view I already know well enough, thanks, I can see Rexall getting another bolt ready, his eyes watching the trees for the rush he knows is coming, for the pistol fire he expects. I ferret Letha's heavy Halligan up from a crunchy dead something, pass it back to her, wrap her fingers around it for her. "I'm recording this," Joellen announces, which, in today's world, is kind of an announcement that your phone's the only weapon you've got. "Good luck with that," Rexall huffs, and I have to wince about the point of light Tiff's phone is. It's a bullseye for Rexall. He shoulders the crossbow, aims for maybe half a second, and releases. The light Joellen goes out, and the sound of her breath leaving her body is so slow, so distinct. She's pinned to a tree, I know, and I don't want to, but I imagine her tilting forward a month later, a dry rib bone pushing up through her chin into the corrugated roof of her mouth, her decomposing knees grinding down onto the sharp, knobby points of a line of deer vertebrae. But no, we can't let it end like that. "Where's my daughter?" Letha yells then, thinking the same thing, I guess, and, with me dragging back on her arm, she steps forward into the bright moonlight, the Halligan held across her hips like she means it. Rexall looks up to her, chuckles and leans down to work one of the bolts up from where he shot it into the ground, and I have a seriously bad flashback sort of moment where he's one of those lumbering backwoods killers from Just Before Dawn, except this is the version that was never shot, only scripted, where there's actually demonic shit going down, and Rexall's kind of the gatekeeper of it all, a puppet the evil trots out to lure us back into that rancid maw. And I'm no Connie, no Constance, could never stick my whole arm down Rexall's throat, come up with his life pulsing in my hand. Letha's about to try, though, I can tell. "No, Leth," I tell her, but she shrugs out of my grip, steps forward. Rexall's already got that ground bolt cocked and aimed, waiting for her. "Where is she?" Letha says, low and even, the menace in her voice just dripping. "Where's Adie?" Her first step is through the spine of some small animal, and her next is around the tall, woody rack of a bull elk. "What? How do you?" Rexall says, looking down to his feet, to the small grave he's standing on, his foot lifting away like the dirt there just moved the slightest bit, And then, in a quick snap, rise, release, he lets that bolt fly. Letha, her final girl reflexes just as good as that dude on the stairs in final exam, bats the bolt to the side with the Halligan, sending that raspy broadhead slicing across the top of my shoulder. The blood runs hot down my back, into the waistband of my sweatpants, and I fall to my knees. A rib or something stabbing into the skin by my thigh, and this isn't working out at all, is it? Letha quickens her pace, her legs the same size as ever, but they're made of steel now, our pillars crashing forward through bone and rot, and that's not a claw growing up from her left foot, a bone stabbed up, gone through, and she could care less, is only thinking of 80. Rexall, spooked about how she batted his crossbow bolt away, maybe, steps back, almost falls himself, having to wheel his arms, the crossbow clattering away. Instead of collecting it and trying to load it again, there's no time, he scrambles back, saying, "Stay away. You don't belong here. I live here, not you." And now Letha's running, is a fucking Terminator, if there ever was one. Her arms pumping, just like that, the weight of the Halligan nothing to her. Rexall falls back through the door, into the darkness of the cabin, and I'm counting the tenths of a second before Letha dives through it after him, but... She stopped, is standing where Rexall was. I stand, try to see the new mouth screaming on my shoulder. How deep is it? But my neck jolts electricity into my spine about being moved, meaning something got nicked. But at least it's on the side my bad arm is, meaning I can clamp my good hand over it, try to keep the air from it. I weave through the dead animals, the elk rack a turnstile, admitting me to the horror, and I have to say it when I'm finally standing beside Letha, who's just silently crying. Oh. It's 80's other shoe. There's a crossbow bolt shot through it, down to the plastic feathers. This is 80's headstone, isn't it? I work my bloody hand around Letha, hug her to me. She's shaking with grief, and a rage so bottomless I'm not sure one body can contain it. It's, she's saying, but can't get it out. It's not fair. It's not right. This can't be happening. They all work. I know, I say, and lick one of my own tears off my top lip. It's salty and warm, and I hate it. Letha falls to her knees, crams her fingers into the torn-up soil, and is clawing it away faster and faster until I fall onto this small grave, my knees keeping her from opening it. You don't want to see, I tell her. My baby, my little girl, she's saying, I don't know how. Why would he, why? I don't have any answers, except that he never does this. Not if I just let him keep his stupid little cameras in all the ceilings. After this, I know, after all the funerals, I'm walking back into these trees, and I'm never coming out again. Idaho, you win. You can have me. Mr. Holmes, I don't want you coming with either, okay? You either, Hardy. Mom. I'm the one who did all the bad here, all the wrong. None of this without me. So it should be me who pays, and me alone. You win, Cinnamon Baker. You win, Terra Nova. You win, Rexall. There's nothing left to take anymore. I'll never be able to look my best friend in the eye again. There's nothing left for me. Used to, all the murder victims were buried over here, somewhere. It's time for me to join them, I think. That crossbow bolt should have been 5 inches over, shouldn't it have? Then I'd be pinned to that tree by the head, and everything would be in order, and I'd never have to know that here a little girl died, and died again and again, when Rexall kept nailing arrows down into her small body. I don't even want to think about her last moments, about his hands on her, about how he probably told it was all right, that this was good, this was okay. I've heard it all before, I mean. "Look," Letha says, her voice a new kind of dead, and without thinking, I do. This grave is at the head of what looks like 10 or 12 more graves, each of them with make-do little crosses coming up from them. I lower my face. Wouldn't we have noticed a whole classroom of kindergarteners going missing? How does a town miss that? He must have been ranging out, I decide out loud. Rexall. He must have been snatching kids from all over Idaho, bringing them back here. For how long, though? It was since my dad died, wasn't it? Since I killed him? My dad, terrible person that he was, kept Rexall tethered to something solid. Without that, he floated off into his own twisted head, and needed to populate that fetid space with dummies, with dolls, with kids. With Linnea Adrian Tompkins Mondragon. Because of me. Because I took his best friend away. This is what hating yourself feels like. I breathe everything I have in me out, and don't expect to breathe anything back in. Ever. Not Letha. She surges up, leaves and needles and gore calving off her, like she's been buried for a decade out here. Not 10 or 15 seconds. The Halligan drops to the ground right in front of my knees. Her eyes fixed on the cabin, she kneels, grabs onto that crossbow bolt through Adie's shoe, and stands, bringing a great clump of earth up with her. She flicks her wrist, and that dirt calves off. "He doesn't get to just do this," she says, and kicks away from me, trying to hold her back. And the next I see her, she's walking into that tall square of darkness, into this cabin at the end of the world, leaving me on my knees. I'm cut all over. I don't see how I can have any blood left in me at all, or any tears. All I am now is grief, and regret, and rage, too. Always that. The last time I was in a tomb with Letha, we were in Sheep's Head Meadow over by Terra Nova, and there were maggots wriggling into the corners of my eyes and whispering their breath into my ears and nuzzling blindly into my cuticles. The air coming from Remar Lundy's cabin is drier, wafting past me in the doorway, but I'm pretty sure it's infested with maggots of the soul to nuzzle into my thoughts, my memories. I shake my head no, that I shouldn't do this, that there's only death in this place. Like that's ever stopped me before. Here I come, Letha. Related, why can't I hear you already? This place is a glorified outhouse, pretty much. Maybe the size of my bedroom, which is itself pretty much a closet. Leith? I call ahead, fully expecting a bolt from the backup crossbow to come whizzing into this mouth I keep on opening. Nothing. I step in sideways, I guess with the idea that if a crossbow bolt is arrowing its way to me, tunneling through the air Raimi style, then sideways presents a narrower target? I cover my nose with the back of my good hand, but it doesn't smell as rank in here as it does out there. Huh. That doesn't mean it's even partway pleasant. Just it's body odor and beer burps now. And earth? Turned soil? I stand there until my eyes adjust to separate an irregular darkness in the corner that's darker than the rest of the darkness. Letha's phone brightens it right up, making the shadows deeper in the process. Great, I mutter. That darkness is a tunnel, a cave. Remar Lundy's cabin is just the doghouse canted over the stairs down to hell. Figures. As for the rest of the living room, There's one sturdy camp chair that maybe used to be blue, and an inflatable kayak with a blanket balled in it. I think that's Rexall's bed, maybe? Or it's where 80 was supposed to sleep if she'd lived? I don't know. I can't let myself think about 80 like that yet, though. Rexall won't need to shoot me if I do. My heart will already be full of arrows. Here I go, I announce very quietly, and follow my silvery little torch down. The tunnel's steep and crumbly, but Rexall, or maybe Remars, cleared some roots in the ceiling of it for handholds, so it's kind of like a reverse ladder. It takes a few steps of getting used to, but it works. I don't go sliding. It gets wetter and colder a few feet down. Leith? I sort of say. No answer. And I was just joking about Chainsaw 2. Didn't mean for it to get this real. I should be careful what I say, I guess, even to myself. Slowly, the floor of the passageway levels out, and this isn't a bomb shelter. This isn't a secret lair. It's an altar. Rexall comes here to worship. Embedded in the wall of this chamber, floor to ceiling, there's... Seriously? I have to say, honestly impressed. Tupac Shakur's looking back at me every which way I turn. A damn fine-looking man, to be sure, with that almost devious, kind of sparkly sprite smile. But this is a weird place to make him a saint. And he won't stop staring at me with those cherubic hellion eyes. Fuck, I say, trying to get away. If I were clued into the world enough to know lines from any of his songs, I'd toss them up now as a ward. But all I know is Fugazi, and I don't think Turkish Disco or Smallpox Champion is getting me much mileage here. Viva, 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 life and limb does sound sort of like an incantation, I guess, but shit. There's a shelf dug into the wall, and it's lined with videotapes. I don't want to, but I draw close, study those labels. GLM, April 14. WBR, September 18. And on and on. It doesn't mean anything, but then, on the other side of the labels are the names. Jenna, Winona, Queen Letha, Christy C., and of course, me. This is Rexall's greatest hits. GLM is the girls' locker room. WBR is the West bathroom. I'm 16 on the tape with my name. And does he have power out here to watch these? What? I run my hand down the spines of these tapes hard enough to dislodge them, get them crooked, some of them spurting out. The first one to fall doesn't crack, but the second, third, and fourth, landing on their brothers, do, shooting shards of black plastic out. Letha's right. He doesn't get to just do this. I run my hand back the other way, pulling the rest of the tapes down, and then I stomp through them, messing up his years of work, breaking his spank bank wide open. And from that glint in Tupac's eyes, I'm pretty sure he approves, that he didn't much like what he was having to be witness to down here. I thought Rexall was scheduling himself around my work hours. Wrong. He's been out here. It's like crawling into the dank interior of his own head, where nobody can see him. Of course he never got his submersible running again. He had something better, didn't he? When you find your happy place, you don't leave unless you have to. If the world were even a partway fair place, he'd have been sitting in that lawn chair up there one day when the front door burst in. Standing there wouldn't be Seth Mullins and some scrum of bears, or Banner and a posse. It would be my dad, with that golden pickaxe. That would hurt Rexall worse than anything, I have to think. Instead, he was left alone out here, to wallow in the filth of his maniac lair. Speaking of, Where the hell is he? Near as I can tell, this is just a dead end, not the first chamber of some network or system. And then, Letha's exploding out of the wall, falling in a pile of limbs at my feet. Behind her, crumbles and clods of dirt spurt out, the dust hanging in the air. I fall away onto my ass, and Letha hits and rolls, sputtering, swinging her crossbow bolt blindly and pretty damn lethally. "What the hell?" I say to her, watching all the Tupacs now. Sure, Rexall's about to juggernaut through them just the same, wrap me up in his big arms and then carry me into the wall on the other side. Letha fights her way to her feet, looks to me not like I'm me, but like she's identifying friend and foe. Leith, it's Jade, it's me," I tell her, scrabbling around so I can try to keep her off with my feet if she turns this wildness my way. She reels it back in, cleans her mouth with the back of her arm. I look from her to the wall, and she didn't come through it. She came out of it. "Fucker dropped the roof on me," she says, the profanity coming so natural now that she's been buried alive. I nod, of course. Of course he did. Drug dealers always have a secret way out, don't you know that? I say. I just learned it this morning, but it still counts. Rexall slithered his not insignificant bulk into some escape tunnel, one he had rigged to fall if he wanted it to fall. Letha considers this about drug dealers, the skin around her eyes wrinkling with thought, and for a moment I can see ahead to her at 40, at 50, and it sort of takes my breath away. "Drug dealer?" she asks. "That's how he got his name," I tell her. Then, doesn't matter, obviously. Old me goes down every rabbit hole on the way to wherever. New me doesn't have that kind of time. "So you're saying this was his plan?" Letha's saying, looking back at the tunnel she just crashed out of. Then she looks back to the way I just came. "That means," she starts, and doesn't finish because she's already blasting off, the same way she did the last time we were here. Before I can even turn all the way around to track her, she's a pair of feet wriggling back up to the cabin. I start to scramble after her, then slowly, by degrees, realize that the escape tunnel wasn't the only place Rexall had rigged. There's a pole in the center of this room, too. I study it from top to bottom. It's propped on top of a little pyramid of more and more squares of 2x6s, and there's a matching pad of them at the ceiling, because you can't nail into dirt. But you can wedge stuff against it. Until you want it to all come crashing down. I nod to myself, nod again to be sure this can work, and then back up to the wall the videotapes were on. "Go, go, go," I tell myself, and push off that wall with my right foot, launching me forward to tag that pole with my good-enough shoulder. But I can't stop even for half an instant. I'm already diving for the tunnel Letha just took. I get there just as the first big clods of ceiling are raining down onto my heels, and then a whole big section of the ceiling goes at once, with a deep thump. It blows a cloud of dirty air up this windpipe I'm in, packing all my cuts but pushing me forward just enough to hook my elbows up onto the dirt floor of the cabin. I have to struggle to get my hips and legs up and out, but that's good. It means the tunnel collapsed behind me. When I stand, the floor shudders under me, falls in about 3 feet, making me run to the wall. A sinkhole's trying to open in here, but doesn't quite. It's just a dry crater with a camp chair half buried in it, an inflatable kayak bobbing on top, unharmed. I can't stop to appreciate all this destruction, though. Letha's more than a few steps ahead of me by now. I crash through the front door. It's swaying in now. See Letha standing there ahead of me. She's looking from the crossbow bolt in her hands to Walter Mason's heavy Halligan and back again, and then she's dropping that bolt into the bone litter. She's dropping it and running ahead, collecting that Halligan along the way, and where she's running, where she's sliding on her knees, it's to the now obvious hatch opening out in the dead animals, 10 feet past the line of graves. Rexall's halfway up from it, and Letha's got that Halligan drawn back like a lance, one hand high, one near the head. "No!" I scream, because this isn't the kind of thing you can take back, but my voice is so small and distant compared to her need. That forked end of that Halligan crashes through Rexall's temple, and when it comes out, it's followed by a long, stringy line of steaming brains, all his most secret passwords dying in the open air, all the souls trapped in there swirling up and out, Indy. And she's just getting started. Before I can even get to the line of graves, she's driving that Halligan forward again, into and through Rexall's forehead, and then flipping it around for the axe end. She hauls it back behind her like a bat, the weight of the bar spinning her on her knees a bit, until she plants harder, brings that blade around with everything she had, right into the zygomatic arch under his right eye, opening his sinus cavities to the world. He's dead. Has been dead since that first shot through the temple, but Letha's rage isn't even near spent. She drops the Halligan and comes at Rexall with her hands, hooking her fingers under his jaw and the base of his skull. Using every last ounce of the hatred she has for him, the killer who took her precious little girl from her, she pulls and twists and jerks, screaming the whole time, until Rexall's spine audibly gives with a wet snap, loosening his head enough that, when Letha falls back, Rexall's head flops over sideways, just the neck skin holding it. Letha hunches over, her chest heaving from the effort, her whole body racked with sobs, and she's still not done. She screams into the ground for so long I think she's going to pass out. There can't be any air left in her whole body. And then she rises again, taking that head between her hands, slamming it again and again into Rexall's chest, and then, when the skin's starting to let go, into the backside of the flapped-open trap door, which has a metal frame. There's blood splashing up and just everywhere. It's up her arms, it's coating her face, her whole front side, and Rexall's head is just mush now, an empty mask for Lecter to press on. And one of Letha's thumbs is hooked into what used to be his right eye. His left eye is still intact, though, and open. I've only ever had one prayer answered, I think, that a slasher comes to Proof Rock. But standing there over this, I make one more request. It's that eye that's left is still connected to the brain enough that Rexall saw some of this happening to him and knew who was doing it. Really, I want him to have processed every last moment of it and then take it with him to whatever hell he's headed for. I hope he's caught in that last gasp of pain for eternity, and that he never goes anywhere without feeling watched, seen, exposed. And then I hope Adie comes to visit him. But no, I wouldn't want her to have to live, or be dead anywhere Rexall is. He's already the last person she saw. No, what I want for her is for Banner to be waiting for her, to scoop her up, hold her close, the two of them spinning around like that forever. Ban pretending to change into the Hulk, Adie grinning with delight, bouncing on her little legs with the purest happiness. Dad and daughter stories can be good, too, I mean. Some of them have to be, don't they? Please? I drop to my knees now that it's over, and I'm right in line with these 10 or a dozen kids' graves. Maybe 10 feet in front of me, on her knees as well, wavering back and forth, is my best friend in the world. The one I promised that 80 would be okay. The one whose whole world was just cored out from her, leaving her a kind of hollow I can't even guess at. We both turn to a bone crunching to our right. It's Jo Ellen, just standing there, all her weight on one leg, a crossbow bolt buried in her left shoulder up to the plastic fletching, her blue mechanic's coveralls black with blood, her face lit up like there's a spotlight on it. Detain, she told us. Not execute. And that's not moonlight showing me her expression. It's the phone she's holding, the one she's still looking through. She wasn't bluffing about having hit record. I crawl ahead to Letha. She collapses, and it's the way... I remember this from first grade, second grade. It's the way you can skin your knee or bash your finger, but you don't cry until your mom makes those concerned eyes down to you, and you sort of melt now that you can let go, now that you don't have to be brave anymore. I hug Letha for everything I'm worth, trying to control her shaking, and I would fight 10 Darkmill Souths for this girl. I would pull Stacy Graves down to Drowntown myself every day of the week for Letha. If there were a magic switch jigsawed into both of my wrists I could flip to give her 80 and Banner back, then I'd chew through that skin right now. But that's not how the world works. Movies, maybe, but movies are made the fuck up, aren't anything like real. Which I guess is why I used to want to live in them, right? Because I didn't want the reality of my life anymore. Now, though, I've got to be here for Letha. Not just for the next couple of hours, not just for tonight, but for 50 years, if we've got that long. If she'll have me. If I don't remind her too much of all this. And if I do, then I'm gone. I'm out. I never show my face here again. I'll only sneak in at night to leave a burning cigarette on your headstone, Mr. Holmes. Proof rocks sleeping all around me. Nobody but me remembering those sparks in the darkness on the other side of the valley. Finally, Letha sags against me, spent. I stand us up as best I can with one working arm, and we make our hitching way over to Jo Ellen. She is pinned to the tree by that crossbow bolt. Oh shit, I say, my eyebrows coming up in worry, some of the dirt evidently caked all over my face sifting down. I turn to the side to blow it off my lips, try to clear the rest with my good hand. Here, Letha says, and presses her hand hard to Jo Ellen, that bolt in the crotch of her fingers, and, easy as anything, she snaps it off. Together, we guide Jo Ellen off the shaft of that bolt. I believe this is yours now, Jo Ellen says, struggling to pass her phone to Letha. Letha looks down to the phone, up to Jo Ellen, then flicks her eyes over to me as well, so I can clock the uncertainty. No, I've got hers here, I say, holding Letha's phone up like I need to prove this. Jo Ellen shakes her head no, though. And when Letha gets it like I already am, she breathes in fast, takes a long step back, holding her bloody hands up away from this phone. I step forward, take it instead. It already on the cloud? I say to Jo Ellen. I don't think so, Jo Ellen says. Signal's too weak out here to push a recording that big. What she's doing is giving Letha a chance to never have been out here, to never have done this. Is Jo Ellen a mom? I don't know. She is a woman, though, and I'm pretty sure she respects what Letha just did to Rexall. No, Letha says, shaking her head to make sure we can see her resolve. But, I say, but nothing, Letha says, reaching for the phone, to palm it away from me. I turn away, but her hand clamps on my shoulder, spins me around, and there's not even a hint of the girl I know on her face anymore. Just the mom. The killer. Still, I've got to try. I step to the side, bring my left hand back to my right bicep to frisbee this phone away, get rid of this evidence. Letha is who she is, though. She snatches that flying phone mid-air before it's even done 2 whole spins, and then she glares at me about this. "Leth," I say, seriousing my voice down a register or 3. "I did it," Letha says right back, holding her arms out to show all the blood. "But you don't have to have," I tell her. "I'm not my dad," she says to me, just for me. She's crying now, again, but it's different. It's softer. "I did it, Jade, and I have to pay." "No," I say to her, my eyes begging. "Do you want him, Rexall, coming back on a technicality?" Letha says to the girl I used to be. "Because the person who killed him outside the law was never punished?" "Like Freddie," I have to say. "Like Freddie," Letha confirms. I trained her too well. She's using my logic against me. "That's just a movie, though," I try. "Listen, if it's taught me anything, it's that the world's got its own rules, and they don't have anything to do with Hollywood," says the girl whose dead father was chasing her across that clearing. I spin away, hiss air through my teeth. "This way, he doesn't have any justification to come back," Letha says quieter. "This is me turning my back on him, taking his power away." "Turning your back and presenting your wrists," I mumble. "It's decided," she says to Joellen, handing the phone over. Joellen delicately, hesitantly takes it, flicking her eyes to me to be sure this is okay. "She can still lose it," I say. "Right, Joellen?" Letha shakes her head no, and, staring right at Joellen, says, "The sheriff will log it, because if she doesn't, if we erase this, then no one ever knows about this godforsaken place. There's other kids here, not just Aid. Other moms, other dads, they need to know." She sniffles, tilts her head back. "Leth," I say, my good hand to her back. "What do I have out here in the world anymore?" she says to me, blinking. "Me," I tell her, and my idiot chin's pruning up, and it's not Stacy Graves who was a hurt, lost little kid. It's not Dark Mill South. It's me. I'm losing my best friend, the one I thought I'd never have, and I fucking deserve it, too, for 80. For Linnea Adrian Tompkins Mondragon. For not shoving the sharp end of a coat hanger into Rexall's ear while he slept on the couch 12 feet from me so many nights. "Then I'll go with," I say to Letha. "We'll sit it out together. I'll show you how it all works." "You've done your time, Jade," Letha tells me. Then, to Joellen. "So?" Joellen nods, drops that phone into the chest pocket of her bloody coveralls, her shoulders bleeding freely, and none of us are even trying to stop it. "We need to get you back," Letha says, stepping in to take some of Joellen's slight weight. "Fuck you," I say to Letha, my eyes finally spilling now. Letha looks up to me, and it's exactly the way she looked at me on Melanie's bench 8 years ago, like she wants to protect me, like she feels sorry for me, like she understands me. "Fuck you," I say again, and step forward, push her in the shoulders. Letha takes my wrist without dropping Joellen, pulls me into her, rests her chin on top of my head. "You're so beautiful," she says to me, running her fingers through my blood-matted hair. And, I guess because I don't really have a stupid ear to slow it down, her words go right to the very center of me. "I'll be there every weekend, Leith," I tell her. "Promise. Every weekend. You can't get rid of me this easy." "Jade," Letha says, pulling me closer. Into her chest I say, "I'm so sorry. For Ban. For 80. I should have picked a different genre," she says. I laugh, my whole self shaking with it. I shake my head no, though. Never. "Me either," Letha says. "Me either, Sid, Lori, Jess, Nancy, Ripley, Sally," I say back about her, nodding, finally pushing away to see her gloriously grimy, war-torn face. "We could do this all night. We can do this for the rest of our lives. Or for a few years, on weekends, anyway." Joellen says, and when we look up to her, she's directing us to the other side of the pet cemetery. It's that paint horse. Letha chuckles in spite of everything, squeezes my shoulders once, then turns, takes Joellen, the one arresting her, under her arm to help her over to the horse so they can get down the mountain, eventually go to, as Letha will probably call it, jail. After she's got Joellen propped up on the horse, she stops, looks back to me. "Bring her home," she says about the tiny grave. "Terra Nova?" I ask. "Proof Rock," Letha says, and turns, leading the horse with the deputy on it. I nod faster and faster, and it's probably 2 minutes to midnight by the time I can make my way over to 80's little grave. All the vomit and pee and worse I've cleaned up in my time as janitor is nothing compared to this. But I promise to be gentle, 80, and good on you for having fought hard enough that Rexall thought he had to keep shooting you, even after you were down here. On my knees, holding the Halligan in both hands, messing up any incriminating fingerprints on it, I scrape the dirt away a few grains at a time, it feels like, until I get to the little girl, who's pretty much just a skeleton? "What?" I say, and look around for somebody to confirm this for me. It's just me out here, though. Me and Rexall, dead and mostly already buried himself. "Who?" I say then, about this 80-size skeleton. I reach down to touch some of the faded fabric tangled in the bones, and the skeleton arm moves. I push back on my ass, shaking my head, no way. After a steady 100 count of that skeleton not clambering out on its Harryhausen own, meaning I probably just imagined this, I stand to be farther away, higher anyway, and peer back in. The skeleton struggles its small skull up maybe an inch. I want to run screaming. I swallow, that thrush loud in my ears. How can I even have anything wet in me anymore? And make myself look a third time, because no way can this be really real. The skeleton's still again, until it isn't. This time it's the jaw, flapping down all at once, a grand total of maybe half an inch. It's more than enough. 80? I say, except it can't be. This little girl's been buried for decades. "Stay there," I tell her, or him, I guess, and pull the shovel over, dig into the next grave over. It's another kid, just like I knew it was going to be, but it's also a skeleton. This kid wasn't snatched from a McDonald's playground or spirited away from a park down the mountain. This kid's from back before mankind went to the moon. My heart's beating so hard now. By the third grave, I know. This was why Remar Lundy built his cabin up here. He needed privacy for the kids he was stealing away with, using up and disposing of. But I stand over the first grave, trying to make this make some kind of sense. Not the presence of these small bones, but the way, every minute or two, a bony foot writhes into the dirt or a shoulder joint comes up a bit. Why does this one want to climb back up to the living, and none of the rest? And then I see what's holding it back, that faded fabric wending through it. It's a blanket? Just not one that was used to swaddle the dead, but one that's somehow tangled up inside. This is Amy Brockmere. It can't be, but it is. After she ate her blanket down the mountain, in the institution she'd been deposited in once Don Chambers decided it had been her killing kids at Camp Blood, not Stacy Graves, mad about the fire Hardy and Holmes had set, they shipped her home for burial. They shipped her to Remar Lundy. Only, they just snipped off the part of the blanket that was visible, not the part winding down her throat into her stomach. And Remar Lundy buried her in the little line of graves he already had going. Easy as anything. I take hold of a tattered corner, pull that blanket up and out, and they must have used to make blankets of tougher stuff because it's still together enough to come out, tug by tug. Amy tilts her little head back to ease the blanket's long passage. When that last little bit's up and out, her leathery little hands clamp onto my wrist. I jerk away, stand. I'm so sorry, Amy, I tell her. And the same way my dad killed the dead rising with him from the lake, I bring the Halligan down on what's left of Amy's throat, separating her head. Just like the angel separated Grayson Brust's head from his body. Just like Jan Jansen did to that bear, taking the
Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Angel of Indian Lake. The Indian Lake Trilogy, Book 3 by Stephen Graham Jones. Read by Isabella Starr LeBlanc, Barbara Crampton, Angela Goethals, Andrew J. Robinson, and Stephen Graham Jones. With Stephen King.
For this kid named Jason, I would have swam out for you, man. We all would have.
There's never been a final girl like this. Carol Clover.
Here comes the boogeyman. The savage history of Proof Rock, Idaho opens looking through the two eye holes of a mask, with some heavy, menacing breathing amping up the menace. What those two eye holes are fixed on from behind the bushes is a 10-year-old kid. It's nighttime, well after midnight, and the kid's sitting on a barely moving swing at Founders Park. It's where the staging area for Terra Nova used to be 8 years ago. The kid's head is down, so his face is hidden. He could be dead, posed there, his hands wired to the swing's galvanized chains. But then a thin breath comes up, white and frosted, and he starts to look up, eyes first. Before his face comes into focus, the savage history of Proof Rock, Idaho cuts to an occluded angle into a shed? It is. A dark workshop of some sort, like a room you scream through at a haunted house down in Idaho Falls. No more mask to look through, just a nervous space between two boards of the wall. Words sizzle into the bottom of the screen and then flame away. The chainsaw's been dead for years. The irregular capitalization is supposed to make it scarier, like a ransom note. In this shed, on this grimy workbench, a man in a leather apron is working on this chainsaw. This man's got a bit of size, linebacker shoulders, veins cresting on his forearms. His hands are white and tan, and the camera stays on them, documenting his every ministration on this chainsaw. It's dark, the angle's bad and unsteady, but that only makes it better, really. "Is that Slipknot?" Paul says, about the music thumping in this shed. Hetty shushes him, says, "He's old, okay?" He's old, and he's taking the top cover off the chainsaw, or trying to. Eventually, he figures out to push the chain brake. The cover comes right off. It's enough of a surprise that the cover goes clattering onto the floor, almost loudly enough to cover the squeaky yelp that's much closer to the camera. Almost loud enough to cover that, but not quite. Instead of a nightmare face stooping down into frame after this runaway chainsaw cover, there's 12 seconds of listening silence after the song's turned off. The man's hands are still on the workbench, the fingertips to the dirty wood, the palms high and arched away. So it's like there's two pale spiders doing that thing spiders do when their cluster of eyes and their leg bristles have told them there's a presence in the room. And then that grimy leather apron is rushing to this camera, blacking the screen out. Paul chuckles, draws deep on the joint, and holds it. Holds it, then leans forward to breathe that smoke into Hetty's mouth like she used to like when they were 14. "You're going to secondhand kill me," she says, with a satisfied cough, holding the video camera high and wide out of this. "Only after I first hand do something else," Paul says back, his hand rasping up the denim of her thigh. "But did it scare you?" Hetty asks, keeping his hand in check and shaking the camera so Paul's syrupy thinking self can know what she's talking about. The documentary. She pinches the joint away from him for her own toke and doesn't cough it out. Where they're sitting is the doorway alcove of the library on Main Street, right under the book deposit slot. Out past their knees, Prufrock's dead. Someone just needs to bury it. "Your mom know you snuck Jan out after dark?" Paul asks, squinting against Hetty's exhale. "She's more worried about who my dad's dating this week, in Arizona or Nevada or wherever," Hetty says from the depths of her own syrup bottle. "Janny boy's a good little actor, though, isn't he? I told him to pretend he was a ghost, just sitting there." "What'd you do with the snow?" Paul asks, his eyes practically bleeding. It's nearly halfway through October now. The snow they always get by Halloween hasn't come yet, but there's been plenty of small ones trying to add up into the real deal. "I edited it out," Hetty says, sneaking a look up to Paul to see if he'll buy this. But his stoned mind is still assembling her words into a sentence. Hetty shoulders into his chest, says, "We shot it in July, idiot." "But his breath," Paul manages to cobble together, doing his fingers to slow motion the puff of white Jan had breathed out that night. "I didn't give him a cigarette, if that's what you're asking." "So he's really a ghost?" "Confectioner's sugar." "In his mouth?" Paul asks. Hetty shrugs, says obviously, "He loved it." "Ghosts and swings and baking goods," Paul says, hauling the camera up to his shoulder, aiming it at Hetty. "Tell us, Herr Director, why do little ghost boys with sweet white mouths like to frequent parks after dark?" Because it looks good for my senior project, Hetty says, cupping the lens in her palm, guiding the camera down. It would be easier to shoot this documentary with her phone, which is much better for low-light situations, but this is throwback. Her dad's VHS camera was still in the attic, along with everything else he'd left when he bailed. But Hetty's paying for these blank tapes herself, to show she's committed, that this isn't just another passing thing. What it is her ticket out of here. The world will roll out the red carpet for footage like this, from the heart of the murder capital of America. First there was Camp Blood, half a century and more ago. Then there was the Independence Day massacre when she was in 4th grade. And then, for junior high, there was Dark Mill South's reunion tour. 40 people dead in a town of 3,000 is a per capita nightmare, even across a few years. And that translates to serious bucks. Now, if she can only get this angel of Indian Lake's tattered white nightgown and Jay horror hair and supposedly bare feet on tape tonight, blurry and distant, ethereal and timeless, then everything, right? The doors to the future open up for Hetty Jansen, and she walks through with a Joan Jett scowl, squinting from the sea of flashing cameras, but not ever wanting them to stop either. The problem, though, is that the angel isn't reliable. Is probably just some practical joke. The jocks have kept going all the way since summer. Joke or not, though, she's the missing ingredient for the savage history of Proof Rock, Idaho. The piece that sends it into the horror stratosphere. And they've got all night to fit her into a viewfinder, hit record, and hold steady 59.5 seconds. It's how long that famous Bigfoot recording is, right? And if the angel doesn't show tonight, then there's still 2 more weeks of nights until the rough cut's due. 2 more weeks, and the rest of the stash Paul liberated from a bright orange Subaru some nocturnal tourists left unlocked for their big skinny dipping expedition. Sorry, Colorado, Paul keeps saying every time he's rolling another fatty from the Subaru. The license plates had been white mountains on a green background. The first car you try if you're in a red state are looking for something to smoke. Sorry, GPA, Hetty always adds, watching Paul's fingers roll, tighten, twist. But she's not. Soon she's past all that. What'd you use for at the beginning? Paul asks, his hands making binoculars over his eyes. The mask point of view, slasher cam, Hetty knows to call it now. She lets this toke out slow and languorous, imagining herself a movie star from the 30s, and hikes what Paul's asking about up from the front pocket of her jean jacket, where it's been since before the semester started. Shit, Paul says, and holds a little circle of black cardboard up to try to look through. The 2 eye holes are sized for an action figure, though, not a full-size burnout. Trick of the trade, Hetty says with a shrug, fitting that cardboard circle into the lens so Paul can peer through the eyepiece, see the magic himself. He stands, feels ahead with his left hand, the right holding the camera to his face. Look, I'm a killer, he says. Somebody do something sexy so I can stab you. Down Main a little ways, a lone light fizzles on, holds itself wavery bright for a few seconds, then dies back down. That too, Hetty tells herself. She's going to document it all. She's going to lay Proof Rock bare. She's going to show the world this place she grew up in. No, this place she survived. Push play, she says, pulling Paul back down beside her. When he can't figure it out, this is your brain on drugs, Hetty does it for him. On the little screen now, the savage history of Proof Rock, Idaho, is moving through the cemetery like a balloon let go. A balloon that's lost most of its helium, so it's just riding along about 2 feet off the ground. No, Het, you can't, Paul says, pushing the camera away. Hetty tracks up to him but doesn't stop playing the footage. She knew this was going to be the hard part for him. His aunt was Misty Christie, the most prominent headstone in that scene. Her daughters, Paul's cousins, the little sisters he never had, are the reason Hetty knows he'll never be leaving Prufrock. The whole week leading up to the 4th back then, Paul had been chasing his little cousins around with all that shark stuff he had. He was a fan, lived for Jaws, probably watched it once a week that summer, until he knew all the lines, couldn't stop saying them. The night of, he was one of the 10-year-olds with a fin strapped around his ribs, a snorkel chimneying off the back of his head, eyes in scuba goggles, a wide, carnivorous smile on his face. In 2015, there had been no one more excited for the movie on the water than Paul Deming. Hetty still remembers him standing from his parents' stupid raft to sing that Spanish Ladies song, and how it looked like he felt he was leading that song, that he was part of this adult world now, part of Prufrock, of Indian Lake. And then, half an hour later, he was trying to drag his aunt up onto shore, and his dad had to pull him off her when he kept trying to breathe into her lungs, even though half her head was gone. Hetty's pretty sure that's when her love affair with horror started. Seeing Paul at 10 years old in the shallows, fighting with his dad, his whole lower face slathered red. It's a memorial for all of them, Hetty tells Paul, about the cemetery Steadicam, as she calls it, and passes him the joint, has to hold it there for probably 10 seconds before he finally rips it from her fingers hard enough that some of the cherry crumbles away, its small light leaving slow orange tracers in the dark. Paul draws deep, painfully deep, like punishing himself, like he can erase the past, just be from somewhere else, please, somewhere normal. His fingers are shaking now. Hetty creeps her hand over, holds them still. I hope you really do get out of here someday, he says to her, snuffling his nose. Watch, Hetty says. The savage history of Prufrock, Idaho is still playing. She props the camera between them. They resituate to see better and... Fucking Rexall, Paul mutters, which is what the words at the bottom of the screen should say. But it already took Hetty all weekend just to get those ransom note letters in place. Less of that from here on out, thanks. This isn't technically due until January, but if she wants to get it into any of the spring film fests, she needs to have it wrapped a lot sooner than that. And it's counting for the interview portion of senior history, and that is due before the semester's over. Without it, no graduation in June, no blasting off into the world beyond Idaho. On the little screen, Rexall's blurry at the far end of a long hall in the elementary. He's sitting on a mechanic's stool, has his tool bag beside him, is doing something to or with the fire extinguisher cabinet. Installing another perv camera? Paul asks, pulling the screen closer and angling it back and forth, like that'll let him see deeper into the frame. It's not the girls' locker room, Hetty mumbles. Still, she does have extensive footage, with her cell phone, of every square inch of that fire extinguisher cabinet, for whatever that's worth. All she ever found was RX on the fire extinguisher's inspection label. She's thinking she should cut Rexall, really. Knowing him, he'll think he's the star and the glue, the beating heart of Prufrock, when really, he's just the scum floating on the surface. Hetty taps the fast-forward button 3 or 4 times, bounces past the high school. Oh, yeah, gotta have that, Paul says then. Terra Nova, glittering across the water. When Hetty was a freshman, Terra Nova was still burned ruins, too thrashed out and spooky to even drink beer in. Now, though, It's coming back to life. Construction crews working 24/7 again. She still remembers walking single file from Golding Elementary to see the barge carrying that big bulldozer across Indian Lake. She was the caboose that day, which Miss Treadaway told her was the most important place in their waddling train of goslings. It was her job to make sure everybody stayed on the tracks, see? Hetty was so proud to get to be the caboose. And it was such bullshit. But that doesn't change how it felt. Watching that barge balance on top of the water, it should have sank, she knows. It should have leaned over far enough to one side or the other to plunk that big yellow tractor down to Drown Town, into Ezekiel's cold box. Idiots, Paul says about Terra Nova. It's a sentiment Hetty shares, and most of Prufrock, this time around. Not that anybody can do anything about it. You're not supposed to say that, a small voice says from the darkness, startling Paul enough that he drops the joint, throws an arm across Hetty like protecting her from going through a windshield. The angel doesn't speak, though, and this non-angel's a whole lot shorter anyway. Jan? Hetty says, standing, fighting out of the safety of Paul's arm. Her little brother steps into the weak light, coming through the glass door from some glow in the library, the long blonde hair that always gets him mistaken for a girl hanging half over his face. Guess the ghosts are walking tonight, Paul says with appreciation. Jan's done his own ghost makeup this time, meaning he probably left a mess in the kitchen. Great. Confectioner's sugar everywhere. Just what Mom needs come morning. He must have seen me leaving with this, Hetty says, hefting the camera. I want to be in the movie some more, Jan says, his lower lip starting to push out, meaning the waterworks won't be far behind. Hetty steps out, scoops him up, situates him on her hip. He weighs probably half as much as her, she knows, but she also knows that a woman's hips can hold anything, especially a little brother. What smells funny? Jan asks. Paul fans his hands at the smoke danking up the alcove. Moths with dirty wings flying into that light bulb, Hetty says, walking the two of them out onto the grass. Behind them, Paul's phone buzzes. What? Hetty asks, lasering her eyes to his. Wainbow, Paul says with a shrug. What, he finally found it? I think it's a butt dial. This makes Jan laugh in Hetty's arms. Butt dial is his favorite term, along with anything else to do with butts. Can we at least not have my dead aunt's name in it? Paul says then. I don't want people making fun of it, yeah? Hetty notes that he's crushing their roach under the heel of his combat boot. It's against his religion to waste, but he's protecting Jan from their bad influence, Hetty knows. But I've already... Reshoot, Paul says. What's it called? Pickups? Do you know how hard it is to edit actual videotape, Hetty asks. I have to... I'll help, Paul tells her. They both know he's lying, that he'll just kick back on her bed and throw a rubber ball against the ceiling the whole time, leaving Hetty to convert the VHS to digital, play it on her laptop, then paste letters or whatever on the screen and record enough stop-and-start shots of that because the scan rates don't match up, to add up to a second or three of continuous footage. Just to be sure I'm hearing you right, she says, using her mom's point-by-point voice. You want us to go to the cemetery on Friday the 13th at night with... Instead of saying the last part, she mimes the joint they were just smoking. Maybe we could skinny dip while we're there, too, Paul says. Hetty looks out over Prufrock, shrugs. What the hell? Maybe that's where she is, right? She says about the angel looking over in the direction of the cemetery. Bet so, Paul says, playing along. 10 minutes later, via a coasting motorcycle ride Jan's not to ever mention again, under threat of having his butt cut off, they're at the cemetery. I'm coming to get you, Barbara, Paul tries, his voice up and down, fake spooky. "Her name is Hetty," Jan yells with a thrill, just to be involved. Paul cocks his bike up on its kickstand, and Hetty guides the oversized helmet up off Jan's head. He was sandwiched between them for the ride over. "Stay here," Hetty says to him, stationing him with Paul, and cues into the blank tape at the end of The Savage History of Proof Rock, Idaho. So she can do her version of Steadicam, her purse strap unlatched, then hooked through the front and back connections on the top of the video camera. She hangs the camera by her leg, a little ahead of her, hits record, and is walking through the graves again. So many since 2015. This time avoiding Misty Christie's headstone, even though this scene's going to lose some of its oomph now from being censored. Still, it's Paul, right? Paul, who she actually trusts with Jan. Paul, who she's broken up with probably a dozen times since junior high. But they always find each other again, don't they? When you're a reject in Proof Rock, have undercuts and piercings and intricate plans for full sleeves, you can't stay away from the one other person drawing on their arm with a ballpoint pen. If only she could take him with her when she leaves. But don't think about that now. You're a filmmaker, she reminds herself. You're documenting. And never mind that the smart kids in horror movies avoid graveyards at night. This is for school, though. And it's not like they're drinking beer on the actual headstones. It's not like they're sparking up. They're being respectful, observing the rules. It'll be fine, Hetty tells herself. Until she looks up from her feet, and the camera, that's so hard to keep from spinning, sees the grave over by the fence. It's where the county buries those who don't have anyone to bury them. And grave isn't the right word. Not anymore. More like hole. More like the crater left after an eruption. Either somebody dug this dead person up, or that dead person clawed through the dirt themselves and walked away. "What the what?" Hetty says, pulling the camera up to her shoulder to document the living hell out of this. Through the viewfinder, she can read the name. Grayson Brust. "Who?" she mutters, trying to dredge up anyone in school with a last name Brust, but is interrupted by snow crunching behind her. She turns fast and scared, is already falling away, one arm out to block whatever's coming. It's Paul. He's got Jan on his hip. "What?" he says, holding Jan halfway behind himself. Maybe Hetty won't leave him. Maybe she'll just stick it out here in Proof Rock like her mom and forget about who she used to want to be, where she wanted to go, how she was going to have the world wrapped around her finger. When you've got someone's whole hand to hold, that can be all that matters, right? That can be enough. "Look," she says, stepping to the side. Paul edges up to the open grave. "Who's he?" Paul says about this Grayson Brust, and then reaches for the lens, points the camera to the light snow to her left, his right. Tracks. Hetty lowers the camera, her face slack. I don't, she stutters. I'm the map, Jan says, bouncing in Paul's arms. It's from Hetty's old Dora the Explorer DVDs. He's addicted to them. And he's right. If they follow these tracks, then they get to the what? The dam? The way the tracks are headed. Except, why is Paul just staring at the tracks like they don't make sense? His phone buzzes and he rearranges Jan, reads the text. Don't fucking believe it, Paul says, holding the phone face out like this, proves it. He found it. What Wayne Sellers, has been on the trail of all summer is what some out-of-state hunters are supposed to have stumbled on in the woods when they were lost themselves. Half a white Bronco, maybe 3/4 of one, if it held together enough for its long roll down from the highway. Because they were traditional hunters, though, just stick bows and compasses, even had fringe on their canteens, they hadn't been able to direct anybody back to wherever they were. Everybody knew that was shorthand for the two having been hunting where they weren't supposed to be. Bows without wheels are quiet, but that didn't make the Bronco any easier to find. The Bronco's pretty much the last mystery left in Proof Rock, though. After Dark Mill South brought his special brand of violence to town, a trucker had reported a Ford buried nose first into a snowbank on the high side of the highway, the temporary grave of the previous sheriff and his deputy. Because there had been so many dead in Proof Rock to deal with, though, Highway Patrol had just cordoned the Bronco off, set some rookie up to guard it, and then not got Lonnie to drag it out for a week. It turned out not to be the whole truck, but just its ass end. Evidently, it had been hit broadside by Dark Mill South's stolen snowplow at speed and then had just slid sideways in front of that big blade until it calved off in either direction. The Bronco's tailgate and rear bumper landed upright in the snow on the high side of the road. And the rest of the truck? That was the thing. Where? Directly across from that tailgate and bumper made sense, but the thing is, wrecks don't have to make sense. On the downside of the highway, the Indian Lake side, the country was rugged and rough, deep as hell, and not even a little bit forgiving. And it doesn't give up its dead until it wants to. Which, according to Wainbo, must be tonight. He'd spent the first week of summer gridding Fremont County up on his computer, somehow plugging into that handheld GPS he had, and ever since then, he'd been working those imaginary lines back and forth on his horse, insisting the Bronco had no choice but to show up. And now that it maybe had, he was going to be the one to collect the $2,500 reward Seth Mullins, the deputy's husband, had somehow pulled together for whoever found his wife's body. Well, Wainbo was going to collect that $2,500 and the $10,000 Lena Singleton had added on because, as she said in the announcement in the Standard, Proof Rock needs to heal, doesn't it? He wants you to bring your camera, Paul says, lowering his phone. It won't stop buzzing with Wainbo's celebration. He doesn't have his phone? He says this should be in your movie. But the footprints, Hetty says, about the tracks in the snow. About those, Paul says, kind of like he regrets saying it. What do you mean? Hetty asks, stepping in to see. Paul waits for it to make sense to her. There are footprints like there should be. Even in snow this light, you can't avoid them. But it's just the front part of some dress shoes? Then Hetty sees it, has to gasp a little. To either side of the footprints, the fingers leaving clear ridges. There's handprints as well. Like this, Paul says, and slings Jan onto his back like a cape. Jan squealing with delight. Paul leans forward beside the tracks, and he's right. His hands are wider than his feet, and only the front parts of his combat boots are leaving prints in the snow. I don't understand. This doesn't make sense, Hetty says. The angel, she walks, she's upright. Angel? Jan asks, excited. She doesn't wear shoes either, does she? Paul says. Meaning? Hetty asks. Meaning we're in a cemetery at night on Friday the 13th, Paul says, popping up easily with Jan on his back. I'm not just super sure things are supposed to make sense. Why come out here to dig someone up? Why leave on all fours? Maybe they fell down? Hetty tries, trying to squint it true. Maybe, Paul says, but he's not buying that. And where are the tracks coming in? Hetty asks, trying to make sense of the snow they've trampled. More important, Paul leads off, shifting Jan around to his side. Would you rather follow these tracks and film some sick grave robber? Or would you rather, solve the biggest mystery in town? It's videotape, not film, Hetty mumbles, kind of bouncing on her feet, not sure which way to go. These tracks'll still be here tomorrow, Paul says with a shrug. In his arms, Jan does the same shrug. It's so damn cute. But we call it in, Hetty says, slinging the camera around her neck like the purse it isn't. We can be heroes, Paul sings, and leads them back to the motorcycle, going through what he knows of the rest of the song, which isn't much. Half an hour later, 3 on the bike again, they're picking their way down the rut road that eventually tiptoes under the dam, crossing Indian Creek at the big clearing and going back where the hunters go. Hetty wants to get a shot from there, of the dam looming over them. Maybe she can even superimpose a Jaws poster over all that concrete. It might be perfect, the image that sends savage history viral into the stratosphere. Just that lone swimmer and the shark coming up from the depths for her. Jan's helmet bounces up for the 50th time, taps her in the chin. She's the one holding Paul's phone now, directing them to the pin Wainbow dropped, that he insists is so top secret that this message is probably going to self-destruct. Sorry, Paul's phone. As soon as they stop, she keeps telling herself, she's hauling her own phone out to call the grave robbing in. But they're going so fast, it's like this night's a slip and slide. She took one tentative step out onto it, and now she can't stop, is just going faster and faster. Weren't they looking for the angel? How'd that turn into a tour through the graveyard and now a stab out into the timber to see a dead body or two? This is Prufrock in October, though, she knows. Once the clock strikes midnight, anything can happen. 200 yards up, Wainbow's paint horse is standing in the road, its reins hanging down by its feet. Paul slows his feet to the ground to keep them from falling over. Just up here, Hetty says, and Paul takes them into the tall grass dusted with snow to keep from spooking Wainbow's horse. Under Hetty's chin, Jan's helmet pivots slowly. He's watching that horse with wonder. There's something about horses at night, isn't there? Hetty'll have to come back. Get this on tape, too. This documentary is going to be longer than the 20 minutes she promised Teach. Much longer. Prufrock just keeps opening up, doesn't it? And then she decides that, no, she won't superimpose Jaws on the dry face of the dam. She'll get those elevator doors from The Shining up there, with blood crashing through to paint the valley red. Just how savage history already opens up, which is to say, all she'll have to do is project savage history up there. It'll be perfect. There, Paul says, because he's the only one not looking back at the horse. It's the front part of the Bronco, lodged in a thick tangle of fall downs, their root pans making a sort of cradle around the wreck, the better to hide it. And really, Hetty can tell, this is where the wreck rolled down too. And recently, judging by how the pine needles it jarred loose are on top of the crust of snow. Paul stops, waits for Hetty to lift Jan down before rocking the bike onto its kickstand. The way he does it, there's something 50s about it, like he should be rolling the cuffs of his jeans and combing his hair back until it's a perfect ducktail. No, Hetty isn't leaving Prufrock. She knows. And she guesses she's always known. God damn it. Home is where your heart is, though, isn't it? And her heart's parking the bike right now and setting her little brother up on it and telling him to wait here, to not get down no matter what. Okay? Jan nods his little kid nod, his eager to please nod. Promise? Hetty says to him, and he nods faster, is thrilled just to be tagging along for this grand nighttime adventure. I can't believe this, Paul says, about the Bronco actually finally being somewhere. Are they still in it? Hetty says, stepping around, leading with her camera, not sure if she wants to see actual dead people or not. Paul has his phone's flashlight on, winking on a piece of red reflector somehow embedded in the trunk of a tree. He steps forward gingerly, and Hetty sees that the passenger side of the Bronco isn't just crushed, it's flattened. Shit, Paul diagnoses. Hetty nods slowly, has to agree. It was probably caught up slope for the last 4 years, Paul mansplains, looking up there. The trees holding it finally got cold enough to snap, and it rolled the rest of the way down, Hetty finishes. Then, but are they still? Paul shines his silvery light into the cab, and just like in Jaws, there's a rotted head bobbing up into the brightness. Hetty and Paul both fall back, holding on to each other. The camera dislodges into the grass and snow, some button jarring the tiny heads into furious motion. When no zombies lumber up from the wreck to eat their brains, Paul laughs an embarrassed, nervous laugh. Hetty knows she should as well because it's so stupid it's funny, except she's seen these movies. That might just be a cat in a closet, but there's probably a penis-headed alien bug unfolding from the back seat, its mouth already slavering. "What?" Paul says, holding his hand up, fingers spread away from each other. With his phone, he lights them all up. Blood. He spins around on his ass and hands, drops his phone, has to get it back from the snow, and it's Rainbow. "No," Hetty says, or hears herself saying, not even aware of having pushed back from all this already. Rainbow's been ripped open. His blood looks so red, so fake. Hetty crabs farther back, her arms and movements stiff. No scream erupting. She knows not to put that bullseye on her back, any more than it probably already is. Paul, she gulps out, still trying to butt-slide away, which turns out to be into the missing door of the Bronco. A rotted skeleton arm falls down on her shoulder, and what's left of the truck settles down with a sudden whoof, nearly crushing her. She flinches away, surges almost all the way up, her feet already running. Never mind if the rest of her's ready. Paul, we need to... She stops, a step or 3 away because... Paul? Hetty desperately pans around to every quadrant, except you can't watch all of them at once. Your back's always to one of them. She spins again, stumbles, is about to cry, can feel it welling up in her throat, in her chest, in her soul. Paul! She calls out all around. Who cares about bullseyes now? She shakes her head no. That she doesn't want to make the documentary anymore, that she'll stop. She'll throw it away. She'll do something normal for her senior project. The woods don't answer. She hugs herself, still looking left and right, and behind her. Paul, she says quieter. She falls to her knees, shaking her head. No, please, and fast crawls ahead to the video camera, its light blinking record red now. Hetty claws it to her, to use like a hammer to swing at whatever's coming, and inadvertently hits play, then drops the camera when she turns around fast, sure something was just behind her. On the small screen of her video camera, in the snow and yellow grass, the documentary is playing back now. It's past the cemetery, is to the pier. It's a wide shot from the side and far away, but that's just to make it feel like she's spying, like she's not supposed to be seeing this. Really, though, she knows the sheriff. He was the one getting that chainsaw going, to Slipknot, his choice. It was set up for this. To the end of the pier now, Sheriff Tompkins fires that chainsaw up, its blue smoke gouting up into the night sky in a way that would make David Lynch sigh with contentment, a way that would make Martin Scorsese have to wipe a single tear away. Sheriff Tompkins revs that chainsaw once, twice, then takes a knee like he's going to saw through the planks of the new pier. And now Hetty's over his shoulder for this dirty, loud work. He's not chewing those fast teeth into the pier, though. He's chainsawing the town canoe in half, the blunt leading end of the blade frothing the lake water, the pale, gummy fibers of the hull writhing and flailing. It's supposed to mean Proof Rock's slasher days are over. The chainsaw chugs through the green fiberglass, And finally, the canoe falls into two pieces, both of them titanicking down into the murky depths, and then it's a wide shot again. Sheriff Tompkins holding that chainsaw up and shaking it at the gods, just as Hetty wrote it. In the viewfinder of her camera, though, nothing's scripted, or it was all scripted long before she was born. Hetty's on her knees. She's spinning around again. She's sneaking a look to her camera, like to pick it up again. But then the rabbit in her senses she's not alone. She clamps her hand over her own mouth, holds her breath, muffling what would have been her scream. Slowly, so as not to draw attention, she turns, and whatever she sees, just out of frame, makes her fall away and then rush to the side, which is right into the camera. A flurry of motion later, her face slams down right in front of the lens, comes up caked with snow. The blood from her nose and mouth is bright against that whiteness, is either stringing away from her or trying to hold her together. And she's still reaching ahead, like the camera's heavy enough that if she can just grab it, it can become her weapon, her savior, her way out of this, whatever it is. But she only manages to jostle it the littlest bit. Her face is still filling that viewfinder slightly off-center, and her hand is reaching around to the controls to push record so she can say something. "Mom," she whispers right into the camera, her voice shaky, and then she's ripped to the side like Chrissy in Jaws, some snow flecking up onto the lens, distorting the left side of the frame. Moving from bubble to bubble through it's more upright than a dog or bear, is nightgown pale, black and loose at top, like a head full of hair. So much hair. A woman. The angel of Indian Lake. She's ethereal and wrong. Dead. Except for the walking around part. And when the thing perched on Hetty steps off of her, snapping from bubble to bubble on the camera lens, it's a man on all fours, a pale man in the tatters of a suit. When this thing that's also dead approaches her, its head dipping obsequiously over and over, as if it knows it's in the presence of its god, it's also dragging something. Something large and squirming, held between its teeth like an offering, which it lays at the angel's feet. After a moment of what feels like consideration, the angel lowers herself to this offering, then looks sharply up at the thing that delivered it to her. A flurry of motion later, the thing's head is rolling across the lens, past the bubbles to the clear part, where a pause would show a staticky human face, mouth ringed with blood, eyes hollow, hair still perfectly in place from whatever glue or spray the embalmer used. And then it's gone, as is the angel. All that's left in the camera eye is the top of the tall grass and the pale crust of the snow and the trees, and then 40 or 50 feet out, centered, just like Hetty would have done if she were operating this camera, the motorcycle. There's no little boy up on the seat. The savage history of Proof Rock, Idaho isn't over. No. It's just getting started.
Scary movie. This isn't Freddy's high school hallway. This isn't Freddy's high school hallway. If it were, Tina would be 20 feet ahead in her foggy plastic body bag, being dragged around the corner on a smear of her own blood. Instead, again, but it always feels like the first time, I'm the one in that body bag. I'm helpless on my back. There's no air in here. My feet are travois handles to pull me with, and the lockers and doorways and educational posters and homecoming banners to either side are blurry, are in a Henderson High I'm not part of anymore. Not since Freddy got his claws into me. I want to scream, but know that if I open my mouth, what's coming out is a sheep's dying bleat. I clap my scream in with my palm, try to clamp my throat shut, tamp the panic down, but my elbow scraping on the plastic wall of this body bag rasps louder than it should, and he looks back. His face is scarred and cratered, and there's a glint of humor in his eyes, like he's getting away with something here, a glint that spreads to his lips, one side of his twisted mouth sharpening into a grin right before his head Pez dispenser's back because his neck's been chopped open, and what comes up from that bloody stump is the grimy hand of a little dead girl fighting her way back into the world, and it doesn't have to be this way. According to Sharona. She's my twice-a-month therapist, courtesy of her champion and main benefactor, Letha Mondragon. It's only a movie. It's only a movie, Sharona's taught me to repeat in my head. To fight my way through panic attacks, I'm supposed to think of my life as playing on a drive-in screen. Not that I've ever been to a drive-in. But evidently, late in their evolution, there would be 6 or 8 or 10 drive-in screens all in this big-ass Stonehenge circle, each with their own parking lot. If you didn't like what was playing on one screen, you could take your popcorn, cruise over to the next movie, and the next, until you found one that worked for you, that helped you through this night, instead of trapping you in it. You're the consumer here, Sharona told me so earnestly our first session. And what you're paying with is anxiety and dread and panic, see? The first part of me, being the one carrying the popcorn, is supposed to be buying into this being all a movie. All a movie. Like that was ever enough to keep the horror in the last house on the left from touching you where it counts. Sharona doesn't know horror, though. Just feelings, regrets, strategies, and how to see through my own rationalizations and paranoia, my bad history and worse family shit. I say quid pro quo to her a lot, but I don't think she ever really gets it like I mean it. The way she explains what I'm feeling in moments like this, feeling being clinical speak for consumed by, is that my anxiety is a straitjacket constricting me. At first, it feels like a hug, like something I should nestle into, but then it doesn't know when to stop, does it, Jade? Straitjacket, of course, being a 1964 proto-slasher, post-Psycho, but very much providing a model for Psycho 2 nearly 20 years later. Thank you, Robert Bloch. Sharona has it wrong about straitjackets, though. In a straitjacket, you can breathe. I know this from experience. You don't open your wrists out on the lake and then get trusted with your own fingernails and teeth, I mean. Where you can't breathe, though? In a body bag. When proof rock and all what I've done and not done and should have done if I were smarter and better and faster and louder are collapsing in on me and there's no air at all, then a knife finger materializes, blurry and real through the foggy plastic cocooning me. It materializes, and then it loops through a delicate metal tab to zip me right in. Sorry, Sharona. One bullshit tool you've given me to work that zipper down from the backside is to write letters to someone I respect or care for, who could and would offer me a helping hand to clamber up out of this. Which is just a reminder that everyone I love is dead, thanks. Sheriff Hardy, Mr. Holmes, shooting glasses. I don't know if my mom's in that group or not. I know my dad isn't. Pamela Voorhees, she's who I should write to, isn't she? Or maybe Ellen Ripley. Put her in a dark hallway like this one in my head, and she would lock and load, call her nerves a bitch, and tell them to get away from her. I'm no Ripley. Instead of locking and loading, what I do for about the 1,000th time since the semester started is stumble on these stupid heels and lurch to the left, ramming my shoulder into a locker. Just when you thought it was safe to walk like an adult. Clear the beaches, Mare. Jade's coming through again. God, Letha's right about me. I'm always hiding in the video store, wearing all my movies like armor. Never mind that Prufrock's video store's been closed for 3 years now. Is pretty much a memorial for all the kids who got skinned in there, are probably still haunting it. That's just playing on one screen, though. Keep moving, Jade. Keep moving. On one of the other screens, though, are the 2 sleepless nights, the weekend of the 13th, when Prufrock was in a panic over Jan Jansen going missing. But then word came in that his dad, who had split, had also rented a red Mustang convertible the day before, one fast enough to drive back from Nevada, or whatever state he was hiding in, one alluring enough for his only son to want to take a ride in. So all the flyers were peeled off the windows of the bank, of Dots, of the drugstore, and a certain ex-con was finally able to sleep again. They'll find him, everybody is assuring themselves. He's just with his dad, having an adventure. Top down, hair in the wind, not a single drive-through window being missed. Either that, or he's a kid-shaped bargaining chip in an escalating divorce. There's no blades looming, though. That's the important thing. There's no shadows lurking, no heavy breathing, no drunk shape suddenly standing in the doorway at 2 o'clock in the stupid-ass morning. I write myself from the locker I've crashed into. I think it was Lee Scanlon's, once upon a time. Blink my eyes fast like trying to get the lights to come back up in this hallway, but... Okay, seriously now. Where in the living hell is everybody? It's Monday, not Friday, meaning no pep rally for football. Nobody pulled the fire alarm. It's not senior skip day, and Banner hasn't instituted some curfew to keep everyone safe. There's no reason to. Ghostface isn't out there slicing and dicing. Cinnamon Baker doesn't live here anymore. There's no once-in-a-century blizzard spooling up. Been there, done that. We're good for 96 more years, thanks. A shooter drill, maybe? We are 8,000 feet up the mountain, meaning even the guns have guns, but no. There's a lot wrong with Prufrock, but not that, anyway. So far. Could it be that 7th period just started? Is that what emptied the halls out? All the students dove into their classrooms and fought for seats because they really, really wanted to learn? Dream on, slasher girl. A fluorescent tube of light flickers in the ceiling a body length ahead, then sputters out again. It's not for lack of money. Letha's bankrolling the whole district. Could put her name above the front doors if she wanted. Excuse me, I say up to the light, holding my books to my chest. The light buzzes back on, holds steady. Fucking A, I mutter to it, and keep moving. My clacking footsteps sounding all around me, and, passing a fire extinguisher, I become 100% certain that Rexall's just caught me on candid camera. Engaging in profanity on school grounds is going to turn it into Principal Harrison, just moved up from Golding Elementary. He's already not fond of my full-sleeve tats. My hair's okay in principle, I think. Long now, to my waist, and silky as ever-living shit. But it's not all black, either. Come on. And I don't wear my spider bites, or my bull ring, or my eyebrow stud to school anymore, though there may be a piercing or two that are none of a principal's business. Sharona says I'm still trying to armor up. Can't I see that? I tell her back that she just likes the way I was before, which is sort of a line from Return of the Living Dead 3, featuring the queen of all piercing junkies. She's no slouch with the eyeliner, either. Well, okay, maybe I don't say it exactly like that, but I think the hell out of it. What I also don't say out loud, that you just slipped, my Sharona. That bit about armoring up is pure Letha, which means the two of you talk about me and my progress, which isn't exactly the key to get me to be forthcoming. What I did say out loud in reply to that armor line, though, sort of on accident, sort of not. Jealous much? Where Sharona went after her high school beauty queen days, after she won the big blonder-than-thou contest, that adult daycare called college. Where I went, twice, that finishing school for criminals called the Clink, the Slam, the Stir. That old gray bar hotel waiting at the end of every road my kind slouches down. If you don't armor up in there, Sharona, you never get out. But like you, I've also geared up with books, thanks. They all had to be paperback, because hardcovers can brain a girl or get sharpened to a one-use point. But they finally added up enough to get me a degree. It's correspondence, sure, but it was enough for Letha to strong-arm the school district she now owns into this. It's strictly trial basis. Nobody expects it to actually last, but I'm trying. And the school's not actually dim. I can see that now. That's just my idiot eyes, dialing the hallway down to a tunnel, the kind with a nightmare boiler room way down at the end, rushing up all around me with the first blink. I'm still in Tina's body bag, I mean. In spite of the 3 cigarettes I just train-smoked back by the wood shop, lighting the next off the last, praying against all hope that the nicotine would open my capillaries up enough to keep this clench from happening in my chest, in my head. Things do not happen, I say inside. Things are made to happen. This from John F. Kennedy, in a book I had to read twice to get it to stick enough for the test. What JFK's saying is that I'm doing this to myself. I didn't walk into another panic attack. It wasn't lying in wait for me. No, I made it happen by allowing the bad thoughts to spool up, loop me into their spin cycle of death, my hands stabbing up like on the VHS cover of Mortuary. Once your thinking starts swirling around that chrome grate of the shower drain, good luck stopping it without cutting yourself. Which is another thing I don't do anymore. Or can't start doing again. Anyway. I can still slice into this body bag, though. Not with a razor, but with something almost as sharp. Pharmaceuticals. After checking to be sure I'm alone, I peel 2 warm tablets up from the elastic waistband of the boy shorts under my long black poodle skirt, crush them between the pads of my thumb and index finger, and snort them deep into my head fast, before I can think about what I'm doing. My theory on mood stabilizers and beta blockers, and the rest of the usual suspects I've cycled through, is that it's stupid they have to go all the way down to the stomach, only to slowly percolate back up to the brain. So I do it more direct. Save them some travel time, get more bang for my buck. And I can take 4 at once, and still be mostly myself, as far as anybody knows, but I already took one on my cigarette break, so. As for what they're supposed to dial back, make less unmanageable, oh, I don't know. A yacht full of 1%ers who are also parents, and I think sort of actually maybe wanted to be good members of the community in spite of their rich asses. A lake full of people I've known since before I could walk, none of whose insides I ever expected to have to see and swim through. A video store of kids who didn't ask to be skinned for Christmas. My mom standing up to the scar-faced predator about to attack me, even though it was hopeless and years too late. Mr. Holmes, sinking under the surface of the water, his fingers finally slipping from mine in a way I know I'll never forget. Sheriff Hardy, and the way he looked back at me and nodded once before stepping into the water with his daughter. And so many more, among and between. I like to think that each particle of every tablet I take is just enough to cover up the memory of one of those dead people, at least for an afternoon, meaning they swim back up at night. Yeah, surprise. But that's hours later. This is now. With the cold heat of these last 2 tablets sizzling through my mucous membranes, I have to reach out for the wall on the right side to keep steady until the postnasal drip starts like the slowest pendulum, swinging back and forth so steadily that, if I let it, if I just exercise a little mental discipline, it can even me out. It can quiet the splashing, the screams. It can let me step between these gusts of blowing snow into a little pocket of safety. I push off the wall with my fingertips, and it's like standing in a canoe, not a hallway. And I know I can spill over into the deep dark water at any moment, but this, in Principal Harrison's judgmental tone, I'm already late enough as is, don't have time to wallow in my feelings. So I don't. Sharona would never understand, but the way I finally step ahead, out of this tattered body bag, is that I age Freddie ahead 14 years, until he's the snarky prof at the front of that grand classroom in urban legend, teaching about the babysitter and the man upstairs, about pop rocks and soda. He's completely in control up there, isn't he? He is. So am I. So am I. At least until I hear footsteps running up behind me. In Nancy's nightmare of a daydream, the admonishment she receives is that there's no running in the hallway. But there is, isn't there? I turn. I'm suddenly in a different hallway, one from 1996. A ghost face is coming fast down the hall, slaloming from side to side with pitch-perfect goofiness, doing boogity-boogity hands left and right. At first, I retract into myself, clutching my books tight. It's the day before Halloween, and even if Halloween's functionally illegal in Proof Rock, still, the rules have to sort of be off, don't they? But you used to walk these halls too, Jade, imagining them slaughter high. And these footsteps coming at you, they aren't from 1996. This ghost face wasn't even born then. When he makes to blast past me all anonymous, I step forward, make a fast fist around the long tail of this pull-on mask. I know how these masks work, I mean. It's like a nun's wimple. Just for slasher church. This would-be ghost face's head whips back, his arms even more Muppet now, but when he falls to his knees, starts sliding and leaning back, that munch of a pale face finally comes off with a harsh snap. The mask wrapping once around my wrist and then just hanging there. Dwight, I say down to this junior on his knees. He probably thinks it's a Dewey reference, but I'm really calling him Brad Pitt from Cutting Class, because that's what he's doing. Trent, ma'am, he stammers, trying to peel out of the glittery Father Death robe he's now tangled in, like I don't know who he is. Trent Morrison. Of the Morrisons who came here with Tobias Golding and Glenn Henderson to pan Indian Creek. This great-whatever grandson of miners has made it through 2 massacres to get this far in his academic career. And that's after his grandparents made it through the fire of '64 and Camp Blood. After his parents knew better than to ever get into a car with my dad because he was bound to go cartwheeling off the road sooner or later, trashing his face forevermore. "And what is this?" I ask about the mask. It's Halloween," he says, whines, really, and I look away like casting around for a reason not to punt him to Harrison's office. What I see down the long hallway in my head is a punk girl with a sour expression and a goth heart, dull orange hair so dry it crunches, and a gloved hand curled around the plastic knife fingers she's wishing real, so she can slice through all these stupid years, carve her way to whatever's next. She's glaring at me, is a hurt animal under the porch, is going to snap at whoever tries to come close. Here in a few minutes, her shirt's going to get her sent home from school, and she's going to come back, try to carry blood down onto the big dance. Some days, instead of going to class, she's going to ruin her eyeliner crying in the band closet, and I just want to take her hand, lead her up from that, tell her there's more, just wait, just hold on, this is next, if you can make it through. "Get the fuck out of here, Trent," I say. And when you're a teacher deploying profanity on school grounds, you don't have to repeat yourself. On the way gone, Trent jogs backwards, says, "You're coming, right?" "Go," I tell him, pointing ahead of both of us, and he scampers off, only looking back once. The spike of adrenaline he jolted up my spine has, by my reckoning, canceled out at least one of the circular white finger holds I have on the day. Knowing I shouldn't, I work another dose up from my waistband, pinch it to dust, slam it into the dark cavern behind my eyes. Somewhere in there, the Pamela Voorhees head at the end of the second installment opens her eyes, like she was originally meant to, and all the candles Jason's arranged around her flicker alive. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Jade Daniels, reporting for duty. I stand outside the classroom with my back to the wall for maybe 20 seconds, my books clutched to my chest like a shield, my lips moving around the shape of words to be sure I can still make that connection, that I'm not going to slur and drool and try to grin it off as fallout from having faced down 2 killers and come out on my feet. Not that my feet are exactly whole, mind. Not all the little piggies made it through the frostbite. Not all of my face, either, if we're being technical. 3 of the fingers on my right hand won't curl into a fist, even, and still show tooth marks. But they don't get cold, so I guess I shouldn't complain. At least my jaw's still connected, right? Unlike certain people I know. Some of whom I visit on and off at the cemetery. One of whom I have coffee with once a week, our standing date, which is still, what, Saturday, if she's back by then? Maybe I can text her for emergency coffee, though. We can sit at our usual table at Dot's, under the huge mounted bear the hunters went out for so long ago, for killing Deacon Samuels over in front of Camp Blood, what they're calling Deacon Point now. Except some unnamed crusader keeps sneaking over there in the small hours, pulling that sign up just for the joy of slinging it out into the lake. The first few were metal, just sunk. But lately they've been wooden, so they float back in. I'm stalling, though. One thing Sharona's taught me that's actually good is how to identify my own bullshit. The little defense mechanisms I kicked up once upon in adolescence to get through the day. You're not 17 anymore, she tells me very supportively, very therapeutically. Some sessions, I even sort of believe her. At least until I try to wrap the fingers of my right hand around a pencil. Until applying the old eyeliner in the morning, I want to just keep going. Keep going. Darker and darker. Daring Harrison to have a reason to send me home, not renew my contract. I should tell him about one of his predecessors, paddling along the pier in an invisible canoe, like the best joke ever, and how that dead principal's son was gutted under our big neon Indian last time around. No, not last time around, Last time ever. Jaws might have gotten a stack of sequels, but one was enough for Prufrock. And all I'm doing, I know, is trying to step back down into that body bag, zip it up over myself. I've got to be better. Inside, whiling away the days, the years, doing my time, I could mull and dwell in my cell or the yard all I wanted. Sad Jade. Jade the victim. This is the world, though. Out here, you have to participate. People have expectations. There's duties, there's responsibilities. Anyway, I tell myself, you've been doing this since August already, right? After nearly 9 weeks, I can just flick autopilot on, coast through the next 50 minutes. Except, I owe them better than that. 2 of their own have been absent without excuse for 2 weeks. 2 weeks and 1 day, counting today. Any other town, when 2 kids go missing, then they probably ran off together, are seeing how far they can get. In Prufrock, if somebody's late by 10 minutes, then you're casing the shadows, the windows, the doorways. Because this might mean it's all starting up again. Except it can't be. I won't let it. In spite of the murmuring in the hall, in the lounge, at Dots, and who cares what actual day they went missing, it's just a day. Doesn't mean anything. Hetty and Paul have to have gone after Jan, Hetty's little brother, right? They got word of the dad cruising the hug-and-go lane, and were gone so fast their pencils were still standing up on their desks. Or they took advantage of that weekend's panic to run away to Boise, like they were always saying, or to Seattle, to Los Angeles, to Salt Lake City, to Denver. When you're 17 in Prufrock, the glittering lights of the big cities call to you, don't they? And my feelings aren't hurt that she didn't tell me. The last thing you need on the way out is for your older model to hold on to you and hug and slip $50 into your pocket. You're supposed to ride away broke on that sputtering motorcycle, wearing your boyfriend's jacket. Broke, not broken, which is how you end up if you stay here too long. Case in point, my sessions with Sharona. Continuity of counseling is part of my parole. Meaning, I guess, that the powers that be think I'm about to become Tommy Jarvis at the end of the final chapter and go all Mandy Lane and Cinnamon Baker on the student body. What they don't know is that I'm really Nancy from Dream Warriors. I made it through, and now I'm back, and in fucking heels, thank you. In the lake 8 years ago, yeah, I saw all the names and dates of Idaho's history spilled out into the water. But I found them in the prison library, and I ate those pages like Francis Dollarhide. And now all those names and dates are in me, sir. I inherited your old tests, and quizzes, too. Can you feel that from up in the sky? Can you even hear me over the buzz of your ultralight's little engine? All your notes are still in your precise handwriting even, with little ticks and additions from you updating them through the years. It's not like history changes, right? No, all of it went down just like you told us it did. Some afternoons I even lean back against the desk after the day's quiz and look into the distant past and tell class about all the sparks that used to populate the darkness across the valley, which were either dreamers trying to dig their future up from the mountain, or killers trying to hide their killees. Some days I even lower my voice to campfire and tell them about the nameless boy left behind by his family when the lake was rising, and how an old tradition around here is making paper boats for him to play with and sailing them out into the day's brightness. I tell them about the Shoshone coming in on their painted ponies to behold this new lake on their old land, and how they just watched, and how that was like a metaphor in action, right? And when we have enough time, I even tell them again about the giant sturgeon, or catfish, supposedly down there in Drowntown, its eyes glassy and knowing. and how a raft of young pirates in the 60s saw it cruising through the shallows one magic afternoon, and their hearts grew 3 sizes in their chests that day, and none of them could ever move away from Proof Rock after that, because once you've felt the magic of a place, then that place, it's got you. And yeah, I let them write extra credit papers for me when they need to. It's sort of a promise I've made, sir. My lips might be numb from the drugs now. My fingers might be trembling with panic. But I'll read those papers however deep into the night they need me to. And if I hold these books tight enough, then you can't even see my nerves, can you? Just breathe in deep, hold it, and release. Again. You're already late enough. Can't stall any longer, girl. I pivot on my heel, come about in the open doorway with my lips firm, eyes properly grim, and I walk into 7th period history, like annoyed with whatever held me up, made me late. Just like the old days, I still smell like smoke. But I'm going to quit. That's another promise. I clap my books down onto the desk and case the room, finally nod, and, like every time, I sneak a look out the window as well, for Michael Myers standing there by his stolen station wagon, waiting for me. But I make myself be here again, in this classroom. Only here, not 1978. Dear Mr. Holmes, I say inside, in secret, I'm not the misfit slouching in the back of your classroom anymore. Now, I'm at the front. In my day, a presentation in history, in any class, was you up by the teacher's desk, monotoning your way through your stack of index cards, 100% certain that everyone can hear the tremor in your voice, and how you're probably about to cry. Now how it works is the students have slideshows and videos stashed online. Because I was warned not to let them log in on my computer, their fingers are a blur, can do so much with just a few keystrokes. Most of them bring their own laptops, or tablets, or phones. I'm waiting for the day when one of them uses their watch to connect to the projector. Anyway, another thing that's different nowadays is that, used to, the blinds didn't get drawn. The lights didn't get lowered. No reason to. So you couldn't hide. We're just stranded up there in everyone's bored headlights, knowing full well that your course grade depends on your performance. But also, in the moment anyway, completely willing to cash your whole transcript in if this can just please be over. Which is to say, you think it's so important that your whole life and social standing and reputation and future happiness depend on not messing this up too badly. Really, though? It's a blip. It's nothing. You can get jeered at, sure. You can fumble a fact, get your slides in the wrong order. But most of the class, they're not really even listening, are going through their own index cards in their head, running through it just like they did for their mom or dad at breakfast. All of which I explained to class last week. Did you practice like that over breakfast? Ellie Jennings asked in her usual timid way, though kind of messing things up. Her question was so earnest, too. So honest, so innocent. It was the perfect opportunity for me to bond with everyone. This was where I could have shown them I had been just like them, once upon a troubled Proof Rock coming of age. Just, most of them know my history. Breakfast in the Daniels household wasn't nearly so leave it to Beaver, more like leave it to the reject, which usually meant scrapping together a bologna sandwich, flipping my dad off through the wall, flipping my mom off from across town, then trudging to school, my finger in the air the whole way, to save myself the effort of lifting my hand again and again. Such is high school. Practice is important, I answered Ellie, which wasn't an answer at all. Then, very solemnly, like we were still all in this together, I asked for volunteers for our first day of presentations. Just anyone who wants to get it over with? In my other classes, this is usually a who's going to be the first penguin off the ice floe kind of thing. But that's just because Christy isn't in any of those classes. Her hand shot up immediately, and the way she was squirming in her seat, I sort of thought she might be about to pee. What she was raising her hand for was today, 7th period. After taking attendance and passing back quizzes and peeling up the Post-it notes stuck to Hetty and Paul's seats, Casey and Steve, respectively, 4th time in 2 weeks, we finally dial the lights down. JT lowers the blinds for us, and Christy sashays up to the front of the classroom, plugs into the hub that feeds the projector, turns around to all of us, and blinks twice, like clearing her mind for this. Standing against the 6 inches of wall between the 2 windows, the painted brick so cool and stable, I nod for her to go ahead. Go ahead. And another good thing about this murky darkness we're all stranded in, Teach's pupils aren't on display. My head's still working, mostly, good enough for 7th period, but my face has that kind of numbness that means I maybe took a bit too much again. When I filled that sterile cup for the mandatory drug test, Letha assured the board I would pass with flying colors. That color being yellow, I guess. I made sure to bring my clutch of prescriptions in, since they were likely going to ring some certain bells in the lab. But when you're trauma girl, when you're just out of lockup, trying to find your feet in a world without guards, where you're sort of nervous in open spaces now, then people expect it's going to take a pharmacopoeia to level you out, get you through the day. I passed, I'm saying. There was a conference with the new Doc Wilson about saturation and long-term impacts and mixing this and that, what the liver can and can't tolerate, how the kidneys do and don't work. But that was just for my own good. Didn't have any real bearing on the results Letha proudly passed on to the board. And I should say this, me up here teaching, being the new and completely fake Mr. Holmes, it's more Letha's redemption arc for me than anything I ever had planned. When I processed out with my manila envelope and my nothing check, my dim plan was to maybe hire on to wash coffee cups and saucers at Dots, knowing full well that the only things I really had waiting were my old custodian coveralls and a to-do list written in Rexall's cramped hand, where he doesn't dot the I's but never fails to center dot any 2 O's that wind up beside each other. I was going to be that janitor working a mop in Scream, waiting for Principal Himbry to surprise me. Well, in my dreams I was. Really? I was going to be Dorian, the die-hard 2 janitor from Disturbing Behavior, who's himself not exactly undisturbed? Dorian didn't have my prescriptions, though. They're the spoonful of sugar that lets Christy's presentation go down. The history she's chosen is technically town history. Glenn Henderson kills Tobias Golding with a pickaxe, which he then coats in gold and drops in the creek. The gold is melted down from his wife's jewelry, which was a small fortune, well, a huge one back then. Fast forward to the creek getting dammed into the lake, and that golden pickaxe is forever buried in silt and washing machines and Christmas trees. Unless it isn't? Christy's theory leans on rumor instead of fact, which you would probably wince about, Mr. Holmes. But it's not like I can call her out on it. She testified against me in my trial, I mean. But maybe that's why her presentation is so polished, right? A failing grade could be construed as me coming for her then having to defend herself, re-hurl certain accusations concerning her mom, and better to be civil, right? When Harrison was arguing against me at the big school board meeting, that was one of his main points. I'd done my time, but had I ever really been cleared? What if my father's corpse bobs up some fine day, and he has a waterproof camera around his neck, happened to document me swinging that machete at him? Okay, he didn't say that. That's me. But still, what if, right? Letha's comeback to this was that I'd never been convicted of a moral crime, really. I'd only been sent up on a technicality for destruction of state property, which had really been in service of Proof Rock. Not exactly what I was thinking in the moment, but sure. And while I can maybe never be trusted with a notary public seal or hold office, I can be trusted with 25 students at a time, provisionally, until I mess up. The school board's sort of holding their breath. Yeah, me too. So I don't call Christy out on leaning on rumor instead of fact. As for that rumor, it's that Mrs. Glenn Henderson knew where her husband had deposited that golden pickaxe, and, wanting her jewelry back, since tickets to the world aren't free, she stepped out into the waters of that creek one night, felt around until she came up with the guilty thing. What did she do with it then, though? That's the question, Christy ends with. Her emphasis is supposed to be a mic drop, if not an actual conclusion, and her still raised eyebrows are probably supposed to be what makes her case. I lead class in polite applause, write F in my notebook, then bubble the 2 horizontal lines into a P for pass, and let that letter get pregnant, its belly pooching out into a reluctant B for, you guessed it, blackmail. But so be it. Like I told them, it's only one presentation in a whole high school career of them. Just a blip. Next up is supposed to be Hetty, according to my list, showing a clip from her documentary, but Marissa Scanlon is the one plugging in, Lee's little sister. Thank you, Marissa, I say. I should have already dealt with their 2 absent classmates, and our presentation order, absent, not missing. I've got the sequel, don't I? Marissa says. And the good thing about your face being numb is that you can wear it like a mask. Go, I tell her, ushering her on. Where Christie's slides were all cameos of Glenn Henderson and Tobias Golding and Mrs. Henderson, daguerreotypes and tintypes of Henderson Golding before it became Drowntown, Marissa's first slide has been scavenged from Banner's dad's social media? Yep, looks like. MySpace, maybe? The dinosaur age of the internet? It's Mr. Tompkins from 20 or 30 years ago, posed behind the mighty rack of a bull elk he's brought down. One for the record books. That and his walrus stash, both. Good grief. In the photo, Banner's dad is beaming. His rifle has been laid across the forks of the top tines, which seems more than a bit gamey, gun worship being not so cool anymore. But nobody calls it out, so I let it slide. Calling attention would only make it worse, probably. Tell yourself that, Jade. Give yourself every out you can. The year was 1995, Marissa recites, like sad for the elk. The year O.J. Simpson was found not guilty. Rwanda's still reeling from genocide. Toy Story premieres. Michael Jordan comes back to basketball. But that's all down the mountain. Up here, as Rocky here could tell you, rifle season was extended 8 days because the snow came late. Yeah, some male student in the darkness says. Nobody shushes him. Go on, I tell Marissa. Wasn't Rocky the squirrel? JT asks, though. Aside from being a whiz with the mini blinds, he's also the pop cult fiend of the senior class. Maybe studying the 70s and 80s is where he learned how to work those impossible strings even. Marissa's eyes dart left and right. This elk was a fighter, though, right, Marissa? I prompt, getting my dukes up like a boxer. Aren't most trophies like that hard to get? That's why they're trophies, Marissa manages. And let's let her continue without interruption, I say. It's not a question. JT slumps lower in his seat and crosses his arms, stares intently at the screen. I'm not unsympathetic. In my day, if someone at the front of the classroom had put Michael Myers at Crystal Lake, then no force in the world could have shut me up. You don't walk into my house and tell me what's what. JT's either, I think. But we've got one more presentation after this, too. Marissa, I say, giving her the room again. Okay, she says, warming back up, swallowing loud somehow. We all know Rocky, this fighting elk, was donated to Henderson High when Sheriff Tompkins' dad's new house in Ponderay didn't have room for the mount, right? Right. No, I say inside to Marissa. Please, no. And we all know what happened in 2019, Marissa says anyway, rolling Jensen Jones's senior photo up. I'm the only one in the room who actually saw Jensen Jones speared on the brow tines of this massive, disinterested elk. But it's town legend now. You no longer have to have been there to have seen it. And no, Marissa doesn't know to put Linnea Quigley up as Jensen's surrogate from when she got speared on an elk rack in Silent Night, Deadly Night. 1984, Alex, I want to say in my head, to center myself, not fall howling back to that forever afternoon in the snow. Except, the weird thing about 7th period history is that there's an Alex in the second row. Marissa actually does that tracing the cross thing across her chest and face about Jensen. I'm guessing she knows it from mob movies. Marissa, I don't think... I start, but she's already clicking past Jensen Jones's senior photo. You said this could be like a photographic essay, right? She asks. On screen now is the wall where that bull elk used to hang. I walk by it probably 20 times a day, 5 days a week. On the same nail the elk used to be, there's now a long plaque of the names of all the students the world still thinks Dark Mill South killed, that Cinnamon Baker's really responsible for. There used to be a short bookshelf under the plaque, but stuffed animals and roses and beer bottles and condoms and resin-stained alligator clips kept showing up, so Rexall was told to cart it off. Please and thank you. Did I say that? I ask kind of generally, my voice ramping up like I hate, so I won't sound so confrontational, which Letha's warned me about. Pictures can do all the work of words, Alex, of all people, quotes back at me without turning his head. And yeah, I do have a dim memory of having said something along those lines. Just, I was talking about the opening of Halloween, which isn't exactly about talking. 24 words across 4 minutes, 4 of which are Michael. I kind of doubt Marissa Scanlon's slideshow is going to be up to John Carpenter standards, though. They can, I say about words over pictures, knowing full well that for the next few days, I can now expect nothing but video essays. So much easier to drag and drop images than to write a sentence. Next year I'll do it better. I promise, Mr. Holmes. I won't say whatever the class wants to hear. I'll tell them what they need to hear. Go, I tell Marissa again, flicking my eyes to the door, for the chance that Harrison's stationed there, for another impromptu observation. Marissa clicks on, taking us with her. After the plaque, it's a snapshot of the Proof Rock Standard, an article I'd missed. The headline is, School Vandalism Goes Unpunished. I don't need to read the blurry print to know what the article's about, though. Jensen's dad breaking into the school, wrenching Banner's dad's trophy elk off the wall, and walking right down Main with it, throwing it off the pier into the lake, as you do with things that have killed your son. Marissa's slideshow transitions into a series of grainy snapshots then, each slow dissolving into the next. That elk head, bobbing in the water by Devil's Creek. Some tines just breaking the surface, framing Camp Blood. Close on a marble eye, somehow reflecting Terra Nova. What does it see out there, do you think? Marissa reverently intones. Photoshop, JT grumbles. He's not wrong. Still, that head is still out there, always showing up when you least expect. Supposedly a bear drowned even, trying to swim out to it for an easy meal. It's got a foam core, Alex informs us all. Foam doesn't sink. Neither do ghosts, someone says back. Why didn't you haul it in if you were so close? JT asks. Sheriff could give it back to his dad. It's nobody's elk, Marissa says back, ready to fight. Not even Jensen's? A deep voice from the back of the room says. Okay, I say. Thank you, Marissa. Very informative. Next. But, Marissa says, and clicks one slide deeper. It's a redo of the tines breaking the surface of Indian Lake shot, just at an angle, like Marissa had lost the handle of the camera or phone for a moment. Why is it so blurry? Jen asks, not in a mean way. In Night of the Living Dead, Romero used cheesecloth over the lens to make the closing credits look like documentary footage, JT declares, like dropping the most boring fact bomb on all of us and not even slowing to see the explosion. Well, I'm sure Marissa, I start, trying to keep Marissa from crying like she's done before, but then, it's her, Alex says, standing, his desk rising with him. Oh shit, someone else adds on. What? I ask, stepping forward. There, right there, Ellie says, stepping up to the screen to touch her finger to a V between two of this elk's briny tines. The angel, someone intones. I close my eyes, open them back to be sure this is really happening. Lately, there's been word of the angel